Letter 35 of Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 4, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 35. Mr. Belford to Robert Lovelace, Esquire, Wednesday, May 17th. I cannot conceal from you anything that relates to yourself so much as the enclosed does. You will see what the noble writer apprehends from you, and wishes of you with regard to Miss Harlowe, and how much at heart all your relations have it that you do honourably by her. They compliment me with an influence over you, which I wish with all my soul you would let me have in this article. Let me once more entreat thee, Lovelace, to reflect, before it be too late, before the mortal offence be given, upon the graces and merits of this lady. Let thy frequent remorses at last end in one effectual remorse. Let not pride and wantonness of heart ruin the fairer prospects. By my faith, Lovelace, there is nothing but vanity, conceit, and nonsense in our wild schemes. As we grow older, we shall be wiser; and looking back upon our foolish notions of the present hour, our youth dissipated, shall certainly despise ourselves when we think of the honourable engagements we might have made; thou more especially, if thou lettest such a matchless creature slide through thy fingers; a creature pure from her cradle, in all her actions and sentiments uniformly noble, strict in the performance of all her even unrewarded duties to the most unreasonable of fathers. What a wife will she make the man who shall have the honour to call her his! What apprehensions wouldst thou have had reason for, had she been prevailed upon by giddy or frail motives, for which one man by importunity might prevail as well as another? We all know what an inventive genius thou art master of. We are all sensible that thou hast a head to contrive, and a heart to execute. Have I not called thine the plottingest heart in the universe? I called it so upon knowledge. What wouldst thou more? Why should it be the most villanous as well as the most able? Marry the lady; and when married, let her know what a number of contrivances thou hadst in readiness to play off. Beg of her not to hate thee for the communication; and assure her that thou gavest them up for remorse, and injustice to her extraordinary merit; and let her have the opportunity of congratulating herself for subduing a heart so capable of what thou callest glorious mischief. This will give her room for triumph, and even thee no less. She for hers over thee, thou for thine over thyself. Reflect likewise upon her sufferings for thee. Actually at the time thou art forming schemes to ruin her, at least in her sense of the word, is she not labouring under a father's curse laid upon her by thy means, and for thy sake? And wouldst thou give operation and completion to that curse, which otherwise cannot have effect? And what, Lovelace, all the time is thy pride? Thou that vainly imaginest that the whole family of the Harlowes, and that of the Howes too, are but thy machines, unknown to themselves, to bring about thy purposes and thy revenge, what art thou more or better than the instrument even of her implacable brother and envious sister, to perpetuate the disgrace of the most excellent of sisters, to which they are moved by vilely low and sordid motives? Canst thou bear, Lovelace, to be thought the machine of thy inveterate enemy, James Harlowe? Nay, art thou not the cully of that still viler Joseph Leman, who serves himself as much by thy money, as he does thee by the double part he acts by thy direction? And further still, art thou not the devil's agent, who only can, and who certainly will, suitably reward thee, if thou proceedest, and if thou effectest thy wicked purpose? Could any man but thee put together upon paper the following questions with so much unconcern as thou seemest to have written them? Give them a reperusal, O heart of adamant. Whither can she fly to avoid me? Her parents will not receive her. Her uncles will not entertain her. Her beloved Norton is in their direction, and cannot. Miss Howe dare not. She has not one friend in town but me, is entirely a stranger to the town. What must that heart be that can triumph in a distress so deep, into which she has been plunged by thy elaborate arts and contrivances? And what a sweet, yet sad reflection was that, which had like to have had its due effect upon thee, arising from thy naming Lord M. for her nuptial father! Her tender years inclining her to wish for a father, and to hope a friend! O my dear Lovelace, canst thou resolve to be, instead of the father thou hast robbed her of, a devil? Thou knowest that I have no interest, that I can have no view, in wishing thee to do justice to this admirable creature. For thy own sake, once more I conjure thee, for thy family's sake, and for the sake of our common humanity, let me beseech thee to be just to Miss Clarissa Harlowe. No matter whether these expostulations are in character from me or not, I have been and am bad enough. If thou takest my advice, which is, as the enclosed will shew thee, the advice of all thy family, thou wilt perhaps have it to reproach me, and but perhaps neither. that thou art not a worse man than myself. But if thou dost not, and if thou ruinest such a virtue, all the complicated wickedness of 10 devils, let loose among the innocent, with full power over them, will not do so much vile and base mischief as thou wilt be guilty of. It is said that the prince on his throne is not safe, if a mind so desperate can be found, as values not its own life. So may it be said, that the most immaculate virtue is not safe, if a man can be met with who has no regard to his own honour, and makes a jest of the most solemn vows and protestations. Thou mayest by trick, chicane, and false colours, thou who art worse than a picaroon in love, overcome a poor lady so entangled as thou hast entangled her, so unprotected as thou hast made her. But consider how much more generous and just to her, and noble to thyself, it is, to overcome thyself. Once more, it is no matter whether my past or future actions countenance my preachment, as perhaps thou'lt call what I have written. But this I promise thee, that whenever I meet with a woman of but one half of Miss Harlowe's perfections, who will favour me with her acceptance, I will take the advice I give, and marry. Nor will I offer to try her honour at the hazard of my own. In other words, I will not degrade an excellent creature in her own eyes by trials, when I have no cause for suspicion. And let me add, with respect to thy eagleship's manifestation, of which thou boastest, in thy attempts upon the innocent and uncorrupted, rather than upon those whom thou humorously comparest to wrens, wagtails, and filtits, as thou callest them, that I hope I have it not once to reproach myself, that I ruin the morals of any one creature, who otherwise would have been uncorrupted. Guilt enough in contributing to the continued guilt of other poor wretches, if I am one of those who take care she shall never rise again, when she has once fallen. Whatever the capital devil, under whose banner thou hast listed, will let thee do, with regard to this incomparable woman, I hope thou wilt act with honour in relation to the enclosed, between Lord M. and me, since his lordship, as thou wilt see, desires, that thou mayest not know he wrote on the subject, for reasons, I think, very far from being creditable to thyself, and that thou wilt take as meant the honest zeal for thy service of thy real friend, J. Belford. End of Letter 35. Letter 36 of Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 4, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 36. Lord M. to John Belford, Esquire, enclosed in the preceding. M. Hall, Monday, May 15th. Sir, if any man in the world has power over my nephew, it is you. I therefore write this to beg you to interfere in the affair depending between him and the most accomplished of women, as every one says, and what every one says must be true. I don't know that he has any bad designs upon her, but I know his temper too well not to be apprehensive upon such long delays, and the ladies here have been for some time in fear for her. Lady Sarah in particular, who, as you must know, is a wise woman, says, that these delays, in the present case, must be from him rather than from the lady. He has always indeed a strong antipathy to marriage, and may think of playing his dog's tricks by her, as he has by so many others. If there is any danger of this, 'tis best to prevent it in time, for when a thing is done, advice comes too late. He has always had the folly and impertinence to make a jest of me for using proverbs, but as they are the wisdom of whole nations and ages collected into a small compass, I am not to be shamed out of sentences that often contain more wisdom in them than the tedious harangues of most of our parsons and moralists. Let him laugh at them, if he pleases. You and I know better things, Mr. Belford. Though you have kept company with a wolf, you have not learnt to howl of him. But nevertheless you must not let him know that I have written to you on this subject. I am ashamed to say it, but he has ever treated me as if I were a man of very common understanding, and would perhaps think never the better of the best advice in the world for coming from me. Those, Mr. Belford, who most love, are least set by. But who would expect velvet to be made out of a sow's ear? I am sure he has no reason, however, to slight me as he does. He may and will be the better for me, if he outlives me, though he once told me to my face, that I might do as I would with my estate, for that he, for his part, loved his liberty as much as he despised money; and at another time, twitting me with my phrases, that the man was above controul, who wanted not either to borrow or flatter. He thought, I suppose, that I could not cover him with my wings, without pecking at him with my bill, though I never used to be pecking at him, without very great occasion; and God knows he might have my very heart, if he would but endeavour to oblige me by studying his own good, for that is all I desire of him. Indeed it was his poor mother that first spoiled him, and I have been but too indulgent to him since. A fine grateful disposition, you'll say, to return evil for good. But that was always his way. It is a good saying, and which was verified by him with a witness, children when little make their parents fools, when great, mad. Had his parents lived to see what I have seen of him, they would have been mad indeed. This match, however, as the lady has such an extraordinary share of wisdom and goodness, might set all to rights; and if you can forward it, I would enable him to make whatever settlements he could wish, and should not be unwilling to put him in possession of another pretty estate besides. I am no covetous man, he knows. And indeed, what is a covetous man to be likened to so fitly as to a dog in a wheel which roasts meat for others? And what do I live for, as I have often said, but to see him and my 2 nieces well married and settled? May Heaven settle him down to a better mind, and turn his heart to more of goodness and consideration. If the delays are on his side, I tremble for the lady; and if on hers, as he tells my niece Charlotte, I could wish she were apprized that delays are dangerous. Excellent as she is, she ought not to depend on her merits with such a changeable fellow, and such a professed marriage-hater, as he has been. Desert and reward, I can assure her, seldom keep company together. But let him remember, that vengeance, though it comes with leaden feet, strikes with iron hands. If he behaves ill in this case, he may find it so. What a pity it is that a man of his talents and learning should be so vile a rake! Alas, alas! Une poignée de bonne vie vaut mieux que plein mouille de clergé. A handful of good life is better than a whole bushel of learning. You may throw in too, as a friend, that should he provoke me, it may not be too late for me to marry. My old friend Wycherley did so, when he was older than I am, on purpose to plague his nephew; and in spite of this gout, I might have a child or 2 still. I have not been without some thoughts that way, when he has angered me more than ordinary; but these thoughts have gone off again hitherto, upon my considering, that the children of very young and very old men, though I am not so very old neither, last not long; and that old men, when they marry young women, are said to make much of death. Yet who knows but that matrimony might be good against the gouty humours I am troubled with? No man is every thing. You, Mr. Belford, are a learned man. I am a peer. And do you, as you best know how, inculcate upon him the force of these wise sayings which follow, as well as those which went before, but yet so indiscreetly, as that he may not know that you borrow your darts from my quiver. These be they: Happy is the man who knows his follies in his youth. He that lives well, lives long. Again, he that lives ill 1 year will sorrow for it 7. And again, as the Spaniards have it, who lives well sees afar off. Far off indeed, for he sees into eternity, as a man may say. Then that other fine saying, He who perishes in needless dangers is the devil's martyr. Another proverb I picked up at Madrid, when I accompanied Lord Lexington in his embassy to Spain, which might teach my nephew more mercy and compassion than is in his nature, I doubt to shew, which is this: that he who pities another remembers himself. And this that is going to follow, I am sure he has proved the truth of 100 times, that he who does what he will, seldom does what he ought. Nor is that unworthy of his notice. Young men's frolics old men feel. My devilish gout, God help me! But I will not say what I was going to say. I remember that you yourself, complimenting me for my taste in pithy and wise sentences, said a thing that gave me a high opinion of you, and it was this: Men of talents, said you, are sooner to be convinced by short sentences than by long preachments, because the short sentences drive themselves into the heart and stay there, while long discourses, though ever so good, tire the attention, and one good thing drives out another, and so on till all is forgotten. May your good counsel, Mr. Belford, founded upon these hints which I have given, pierce his heart, and incite him to do what will be so happy for himself, and so necessary for the honour of that admirable lady, whom I long to see his wife; and, if I may, I will not think of one for myself. Should he abuse the confidence she has placed in him, I myself shall pray that vengeance may fall upon his head. Raro, I quite forget all my Latin, but I think it is raro antecedentem celestum deseruit pede paean claudo. Where vice goes before, vengeance, sooner or later, will follow. But why do I translate these things for you? I shall make no apologies for this trouble. I know how well you love him and me, and there is nothing in which you could serve us both more importantly than in forwarding this match to the utmost of your power. When it is done, how shall I rejoice to see you at M. Hall! Meantime, I shall long to hear that you are likely to be successful with him, and am, dear Sir, your most faithful friend and servant, M. Mr. Lovelace having not returned an answer to Mr. Belford's expostulary letter, so soon as Mr. Belford expected, he wrote to him, expressing his apprehension that he had disobliged him by his honest freedom. Among other things he says: I pass my time here at Watford, attending my dying uncle, very heavily. I cannot, therefore, by any means, dispense with thy correspondence. And why shouldst thou punish me for having more conscience and more remorse than thyself? Thou who never thoughtest either conscience or remorse an honour to thee. And I have besides a melancholy story to tell thee, in relation to Belton and his Thomasine, and which may afford a lesson to all the keeping class. I have a letter from each of our 3 companions in the time. They have all the wickedness that thou hast, but not the wit. Some new rogueries do 2 of them boast of, which, I think, if completed, deserve the gallows. I am far from hating intrigue upon principle, but to have awkward fellows plot, and commit their plots to paper, destitute of the seasonings of the acumen which is thy talent, how extremely shocking must their letters be! But do thou, Lovelace, whether thou art, or art not, determined upon thy measures with regard to the fine lady in thy power, enliven my heavy heart by thy communications, and thou wilt oblige thy melancholy friend, J. Belford. End of Letter 36. Letter 37 of Clarissa Harlowe, Vol. 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. Clarissa Harlowe, Vol. 4, by Samuel Richardson, Letter 37. Mr. Lovelace to John Belford, Esq. Friday night, May 19th. When I have opened my view to thee so amply as I have done in my former letters, and have told thee that my principal design is but to bring virtue to a trial, that, if virtue, it need not be afraid of, and that the reward of it will be marriage, that is to say, if, after I have carried my point, I cannot prevail upon her to live with me the life of honour, for that thou knowest is the wish of my heart, I am amazed at the repetition of thy wambling nonsense. I am of opinion with thee, that some time hence, when I am grown wiser, I shall conclude that there is nothing but vanity, conceit, and nonsense in my present wild schemes. But what is this saying, but that I must be first wiser? I do not intend to let this matchless creature slide through my fingers. Art thou able to say half the things in her praise that I have said, and am continually saying or writing? Her gloomy father cursed the sweet creature, because she put it out of his wicked power to compel her to have the man she hated. Thou knowest how little merit she has with me on this score. And shall I not try the virtue I intended, upon full proof to reward, because her father is a tyrant? Why art thou thus eternally reflecting upon so excellent a woman, as if thou wert assured she would fail in the trial? Nay, thou declarest, every time thou writest on the subject, that she will, that she must yield, entangled as she is, and yet makest her virtue the pretence of thy solicitude for her. An instrument of the vile James Harlowe, dost thou call me? O Jack! How could I curse thee? I am instrument of that brother, of that sister. But mark the end, and thou shalt see what will become of that brother and of that sister. Play not against me my own acknowledged sensibilities, I desire thee. Sensibilities, which at the same time that they contradict thy charge of an adamantine heart in thy friend, thou hadst known nothing of, had I not communicated them to thee. If I ruin such a virtue, sayest thou, eternal monotonist. Again, the most immaculate virtue may be ruined by men who have no regard to their honour, and who make a jest of the most solemn oaths, etc. What must be the virtue that will be ruined without oaths? Is not the world full of these deceptions? And are not lovers' oaths a jest of hundreds of years' standing? And are not cautions against the perfidy of our sex a necessary part of the female education? I do intend to endeavour to overcome myself. But I must first try if I cannot overcome this lady. Have I not said that the honour of her sex is concerned that I should try? Whenever thou meetest with a woman of but half her perfections, thou wilt marry. Do, Jack. Can a girl be degraded by trials, who is not overcome? I am glad that thou takest crime to thyself, for not endeavouring to convert the poor wretches whom others have ruined. I will not recriminate upon thee, Belford, as I might, when thou flatterest thyself that thou never ruinest the morals of any young creature, who otherwise would not have been corrupted. The palliating consolation of an Hottentot heart, determined rather to gluttonize on the garbage of other foul feeders than to reform. But tell me, Jack, wouldst thou have spared such a girl as my Rosebud, had I not, by my example, engaged thy generosity? Nor was my Rosebud the only girl I spared. When my power was acknowledged, who more merciful than thy friend? It is resistance that inflames desire, sharpens the darts of love, and blows its fire. Love is disarmed that meets with too much ease. He languishes, and does not care to please. The women know this as well as the men. They love to be addressed with spirit. And therefore 'tis their golden fruit they guard, with so much care to make profession hard. Whence, for by reflection, the ardent, the complaisant gallant, is so often preferred to the cold, the unadoring husband. And yet the sex do not consider, that variety and novelty give the ardour and the obsequiousness, and that, were the rake as much used to them as the husband is, he would be, and is to his own wife, if married, as indifferent to their favours as their husbands are, and the husband, in his turn, would, to another woman, be the rake. Let the women upon the whole take this lesson from a Lovelace, always to endeavour to make themselves as new to a husband, and to appear as elegant and as obliging to him, as they are desirous to appear to a lover, and actually were to him as such. And then the rake, which all women love, will last longer in the husband than it generally does. But to return. If I have not sufficiently cleared my conduct to thee in the above, I refer thee once more to mine of the 13th of last month. And prithee, Jack, lay me not under necessity to repeat the same thing so often. I hope thou readest what I write more than once. I am not displeased that thou art so apprehensive of my resentment, that I cannot miss a day without making thee uneasy. Thy conscience, 'tis plain, tells thee that thou hast deserved my displeasure. And if it has convinced thee of that, it will make thee afraid of repeating thy fault. See that this be the consequence. Else, now that thou hast told me how I can punish thee, it is very likely that I do punish thee by my silence, although I have as much pleasure in writing on this charming subject as thou canst have in reading what I write. When a boy, if a dog ran away from me through fear, I generally looked about for a stone or a stick, and if neither offered to my hand, I skinned my hat after him to make him afraid for something. What signifies power, if we do not exert it? Let my lord know that thou hast scribbled to me, but give him not the contents of thy epistle. Though a parcel of crude stuff, he would think there was something in it. Poor arguments will do, when brought in favour of what we like. But the stupid peer little thinks that this lady is a rebel to love. On the contrary, not only he, but all the world, believe her to be a volunteer in his service. So I shall incur blame, and she will be pitied, if any thing happen amiss. Since my lord's heart is set upon this match, I have written already to let him know, that my unhappy character had given my beloved an ungenerous diffidence of me, that she is so mother-sick and father-fond, that she had rather return to Harlowe place than marry, that she is even apprehensive that the step she has taken of going off with me will make the ladies of a family of such rank and honour as ours think slightly of her, that therefore I desire his lordship, though this hint, I tell him, must be very delicately touched, to write me such a letter as I can shew her. Let him treat me in it ever so freely, I shall not take it amiss, I tell him, because I know his lordship takes pleasure in writing to me in a corrective style. That he may make what offers he pleases on the marriage. That I desire his presence at the ceremony, that I may take from his hand the greatest blessing that mortal man can give me. I have not absolutely told the lady that I would write to his lordship to this effect, yet have given her reason to think I will, so that without the last necessity I shall not produce the answer I expect from him, for I am very loath, I own, to make use of any of my family's names for the furthering of my designs. And yet I must make all secure before I pull off the mask. Was not this my motive for bringing her hither? Thus thou seest that the old peer's letter came very seasonably. I thank thee for that. But as to his sentences, they cannot possibly do me good. I was early suffocated with his wisdom of nations. When a boy, I never asked any thing of him, but out flew a proverb; and if the tendency of that was to deny me, I never could obtain the least favour. This gave me so great an aversion to the very word, that, when a child, I made it a condition with my tutor, who was an honest parson, that I would not read my Bible at all, if he would not excuse me one of the wisest books in it, to which, however, I had no other objection than that it was called the Proverbs. And as for Solomon, he was then a hated character with me, not because of his polygamy, but because I had conceived him to be such another musty old fellow as my uncle. Well, but let us leave old sores to old me. What signifies thy tedious whining over thy departing relation? Is it not generally agreed that he cannot recover? Will it not be kind in thee to put him out of his misery? I hear that he is pestered still with visits from doctors and apothecaries and surgeons, that they cannot cut so deep as the mortification has gone, and that in every visit, in every scarification, inevitable death is pronounced upon him. Why then do they keep tormenting him? Is it not to take away more of his living fleece than of his dead flesh? When a man is given over, the fee should surely be refused. Are they not now robbing his heirs? What hast thou to do, if the will be as thou wouldst have it? He sent for thee, did he not, to close his eyes? He is but an uncle, is he? Let me see, if I mistake not. It is in the Bible, or some other good book. Can it be in Herodotus? Oh, I believe it is in Josephus, a half sacred and half profane author. He tells us of a king of Syria put out of his pain by his prime minister, or one who deserved to be so for his contrivance. The story says, if I am right, that he spread a wet cloth over his face, which killing him, he reigned in his place. A notable fellow. Perhaps this wet cloth, in the original, is what we now call laudanum, a potion that overspreads the faculties, as the wet cloth did the face of the royal patient, and the translator knew not how to render it. But how like forlorn varlet thou subscribest, thy melancholy friend J. Belford! Melancholy! For what? To stand by and see fair play between an old man and death. I thought thou hadst been more of a man, that thou art not afraid of an acute death, a sword's point, to be so plaguily hipped at the consequences of a chronical one. What though the scarificators work upon him day by day? It's only upon a caput mortuum. And prithee go to use the stylum veterum, and learn of the royal butchers, who for sport, and 100 times worse men than thy Lovelace, widow 10,000 at a brush, and make twice as many fatherless. Learn of them, I say, how to support a single death. But art thou sure, Jack, it is a mortification? My uncle once gave promises of such a root and branch distemper, but, alas, it turned to a smart gout fit, and I had the mortification instead of him. I have heard that bark, in proper doses, will arrest a mortification in its progress, and at last cure it. Let thy uncle's surgeon know, that it is worth more than his ears, if he prescribe 1 grain of the bark. I wish my uncle had given me the opportunity of setting thee a better example. Thou shouldst have seen what a brave fellow I had been. And had I had occasion to write, my conclusion would have been this: I hope the old Trojans happy. In that hope I am so, and thy rejoicing friend, R. Lovelace. Dwell not always, Jack, upon one subject. Let me have poor Belton's story, the sooner the better. If I can be of service to him, tell him he may command me either in purse or person, yet the former with a freer will than the latter. For how can I leave my goddess? But I'll issue my commands to my other vassals to attend thy summons. If you want head, let me know. If not, my quota on this occasion is money. End of Letter 37. Letter 38 of Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 4, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 38. Mr. Belford to Robert Lovelace, Esquire, Saturday, May 20th. Not one word will I reply to such an abandoned wretch as thou hast shewn thyself to be in thine of last night. I will leave the lady to the protection of that power who only can work miracles, and to her own merits. Still I have hopes that these will save her. I will proceed as thou desirest to poor Belton's case, and the rather as it has thrown me into such a train of thinking upon our past lives, our present courses, and our future views, as may be of service to us both, if I can give due weight to the reflections that arise from it. The poor man made me a visit on Thursday, in this my melancholy attendance. He began with complaints of his ill health and spirits, his hectic cough, and his increased malady of spitting blood, and then led to his story. A confounded one it is, and which highly aggravates his other maladies. For it has come out that his Thomasine, who truly would be new christened, you know, that her name might be nearer in sound to the Christian name of the man whom she pretended to dote upon, has for many years carried on an intrigue with a fellow who had been hostler to her father, and innkeeper at Darking, of whom, at the expense of poor Belton, she has made a gentleman, and managed it so, that having the art to make herself his cashier, she has been unable to account for large sums, which he thought forthcoming at demand, and had trusted to her custody, in order to pay off a mortgage upon his parental estate in Kent, which his heart has run upon leaving clear, but which now cannot be done, and will soon be foreclosed. And yet she has so long passed for his wife, that he knows not what to resolve upon about her, nor about the 2 boys he was so fond of, supposing them to be his, whereas now he begins to doubt his share in them. So keeping don't do, Lovelace. 'Tis not the eligible wife. A man must keep a woman, said the poor fellow to me, but not his estate. 2 interests. Then my tottering fabric, pointing to his emaciated carcass. We do well to value ourselves upon our liberty, or to speak more properly, upon the liberties we take. We had need to run down matrimony as we do, and to make that state the subject of our frothy jests, when we frequently render ourselves, for this of Tom's is not a singular case, the dupes and tools of women who generally govern us, by arts our wise heads penetrate not more absolutely than a wife would attempt to do. Let us consider this point a little, and that upon our own principles, as libertines, setting aside what is exacted from us by the laws of our country and its customs, which nevertheless we cannot get over, till we have got over almost all moral obligations as members of society. In the first place, let us consider, we who are in possession of estates by legal descent, how we should have liked to have been such naked destitute varlets as we must have been, had our fathers been as wise as ourselves, and despised matrimony as we do. And then let us ask ourselves, if we ought not to have the same regard for our posterity, as we are glad our fathers had for theirs. But this perhaps is too moral a consideration. To proceed therefore to those considerations which will be more striking to us, how can we reasonably expect economy or frugality, or any thing indeed but riot and waste, from creatures who have an interest, and must therefore have views, different from our own. They know the uncertain tenure, our fickle humours, by which they hold. And is it to be wondered at, supposing them to be provident harlots, that they should endeavour, if they have the power, to lay up against a rainy day? Or if they have not the power, that they should squander all they can come at, when they are sure of nothing but the present hour, and when the life they live, and the sacrifices they have made, put conscience and honour out of the question? Whereas a wife, having the same family interest with her husband, lies not under either the same apprehensions or temptations, and has not broken through, of necessity at least has not, those restraints which education has fastened upon her. And if she makes a private purse, which we are told by anti-matrimonialists all wives love to do, and has children, it goes all into the same family at the long run. Then, as to the great article of fidelity to your bed. Are not women of family, who are well educated, under greater restraints, than creatures who, if they ever had reputation, sacrifice it to sordid interest, or to more sordid appetite, the moment they give it up to you? Does not the example you furnish, of having succeeded with her, give encouragement for others to attempt her likewise? For with all her blandishments, can any man be so credulous or so vain, as to believe that the woman he could persuade, another may not prevail upon? Adultery is so capital a guilt, that even rakes and libertines, if not wholly abandoned, and, as I may say, invited by a woman's levity, disavow and condemn it. But here, in a state of keeping, a woman is in no danger of incurring, legally at least, that guilt, and you yourself have broken through and overthrown in her all the fences and boundaries of moral honesty, and the modesty and reserves of her sex. And what tie shall hold her against inclination or interest? And what shall deter an attempter? While a husband has this security from legal sanctions, that if his wife be detected in a criminal conversation with a man of fortune, the most likely by bribes to seduce her, he may recover very great damages, and procure a divorce besides, which, to say nothing of the ignominy, is a consideration that must have some force upon both parties. And a wife must be vicious indeed, and a reflection upon a man's own choice, who, for the sake of change, and where there are no qualities to seduce nor affluence to corrupt, will run so many hazards to injure her husband in the tenderest of all points. But there are difficulties in procuring a divorce, and so there ought, and none, says the rake, in parting with a mistress, whenever you suspect her, or whenever you are weary of her, and have a mind to change her for another. But must not the man be a brute indeed, who can cast off a woman whom he has seduced, if he take her from the town, that's another thing, without some flagrant reason, something that will better justify him to himself, as well as to her, and to the world, than mere power and novelty? But I don't see, if we judge by fact, and by the practice of all we have been acquainted with, of the keeping class, that we know how to part with them when we have them. That we know we can if we will, is all we have for it. And this leads us to bear many things from a mistress, which we would not from a wife. But if we are good natured and humane, if the woman has art, and what woman wants it, who has fallen by art, and to whose precarious situation art is so necessary? If you have given her the credit of being called by your name, if you have settled place of abode, and have received and paid visits in her company as your wife, if she has brought you children, you will allow that these are strong obligations upon you in the world's eye, as well as to your own heart, against tearing yourself from such close connections. She will stick to you as your skin, and it will be next to flaying yourself to cast her off. Even if there be cause for it by infidelity, she will have managed ill, if she have not her defenders. Nor did I ever know a cause or a person so bad as to want advocates either from ill will to the one or pity to the other. And you will then be thought a hard-hearted miscreant, and even were she to go off without credit to herself, she will leave you as little, especially with all those whose good opinion a man would wish to cultivate. Well then, shall this poor privilege, that we may part with a woman if we will, be deemed a balance for the other inconveniencies? Shall it be thought by us, who are men of family and fortune, an equivalent for giving up equality of degree, and taking for the partner of our bed, and very probably more than the partner in our estates, to the breach of all family rule and order, a low-born, a low-educated creature, who has not brought any thing into the common stock, and can possibly make no returns for the solid benefits she receives, but those libidinous ones, which a man cannot boast of, but to his disgrace, nor think of, but to the shame of both? Moreover, as the man advances in years, the fury of his libertinism will go off. He will have different aims and pursuits, which will diminish his appetite to ranging, and make such a regular life as the matrimonial and family life palatable to him, and every day more palatable. If he has children, and has reason to think them his, and if his lewd courses have left him any estate, he will have cause to regret the restraint his boasted liberty has laid him under, and the valuable privilege it has deprived him of, when he finds that it must descend to some relation for whom, whether near or distant, he cares not one farthing, and who perhaps, if a man of virtue, has held him in the utmost contempt for his dissolute life? And were we to suppose his estate in his power to bequeath as he pleases, why should a man resolve, for the gratifying of his foolish humour only, to bastardize his race? Why should he wish to expose his children to the scorn and insults of the rest of the world? Why should he, whether they are sons or daughters, lay them under the necessity of complying with proposals of marriage, either inferior as to fortune, or unequal as to age? Why should he deprive the children he loves, who themselves may be guilty of no fault, of the respect they would wish to have and to deserve, and of the opportunity of associating themselves with proper, that is to say, with reputable company? And why should he make them think themselves under obligation to every person of character who will vouchsafe to visit them? What little reason, in a word, would such children have to bless their father's obstinate defiance of the laws and customs of his country, and for giving them a mother, of whom they could not think with honour, to whose crime it was that they owed their very beings, and whose example it was their duty to shun? If the education and morals of these children are left to chance, as too generally they are, for the man who has humanity and a feeling heart, and who is capable of fondness for his offspring, I take it for granted, will marry, the case is still worse. His crime is perpetuated, as I may say, by his children, and the sea, the army, perhaps the highway, for the boys, the common for the girls, too often point out the way to a worse catastrophe. What therefore upon the whole do we get by treading in these crooked paths, but danger, disgrace, and a too late repentance? And after all, do we not frequently become the cullies of our own libertinism, sliding into the very state with those half worn out doxies, which perhaps we might have entered into with their ladies, at least with their superiors both in degree and fortune, and all the time lived handsomely, like ourselves, not sneaking into holes and corners, and when we crept abroad with our women looking about us, and at every one that passed us, as if we were confessedly accountable to the censures of all honest people? My cousin Tony Jennings thou knewest. He had not the actively mischievous spirit that thou, Belton, Mowbray, Tourville, and myself have, but he imbibed the same notions we do, and carried them into practice. How did he prate against wedlock? How did he strut about as a wit and a smart? And what a wit and a smart did all the boys and girls of our family, myself among the rest, then an urchin, think him, for the airs he gave himself? Marry? No, not for the world. What man of sense would bear the insolences, the petulances, the expensiveness of a wife? He could not for the heart of him think it tolerable, that a woman of equal rank and fortune, and, as it might happen, superior talents to his own, should look upon herself to have a right to share the benefit of that fortune which she brought him. So after he had fluttered about the town for 2 or 3 years, in all which time he had a better opinion of himself than anybody else had, what does he do but enter upon an affair with his fencing master's daughter? He succeeds, takes private lodgings for her at Hackney, visits her by stealth, both of them tender of reputations that were extremely tender, but which neither had quite given up; for rakes of either sex are always the last to condemn or cry down themselves; visited by nobody, nor visiting; the life of a thief, or of a man bested by creditors; afraid to look out of his own house, or to be seen abroad with her; and thus went on for 12 years. And though he had a good estate, hardly making both ends meet; for though no glare, there was no economy; and beside, he had every year a child, and very fond of his children was he. But none of them lived above 3 years; and being now, on the death of the dozenth, grown as dully sober as if he had been a real husband, his good Mrs. Thomas, for he had not permitted her to take his own name, prevailed upon him to think the loss of their children a judgment upon the parents for their wicked way of life. A time will come, Lovelace, if we live to advanced years, in which reflection will take hold of the enfeebled mind. And then it was not difficult for his woman to induce him, by way of compounding with heaven, to marry her. When this was done, he had leisure to sit down and contemplate, and to recollect the many offers of persons of family and fortune to which he had declined in the prime of life, his expenses equal at least, his reputation not only less, but lost, his enjoyments stolen, his partnership unequal, and such as he had always been ashamed of. But the woman said, that after 12 or 13 years' cohabitation, Tony did an honest thing by her; and that was all my poor cousin got by making his old mistress his new wife. Not a drum, not a trumpet, not a fife, not a tabret, nor the expectation of a new joy to animate him on. What Belton will do with his Thomasine I know not, nor care I to advise him; for I see the poor fellow does not like that any body should curse her but himself. This he does very heartily; and so low is he reduced, that he blubbers over the reflection upon his past fondness for her cubs, and upon his present doubts of their being his. What a damned thing is it, Belford, if Tom and Hal should be the hostler dog's puppies, and not mine? Very true. And I think the strong health of the chubby faced muscular whelps confirms the too great probability. But I say not so to him. You, he says, are such a gay, lively mortal, that this sad tale would make no impression upon you, especially now that your whole heart is engaged as it is. Mowbray would be too violent upon it. He has not, he says, a feeling heart. Tourville has no discretion. And a pretty jest, although he and his Thomasine lived without reputation in the world, people guessing that they were not married, notwithstanding she went by his name, yet he would not too much discredit the cursed ingrate neither. Could a man act a weaker part had he been really married, and were he sure he was going to separate from the mother of his own children? I leave this as a lesson upon thy heart, without making any application, only with this remark, that after we libertines have indulged our licentious appetites, reflecting, in the conceit of our vain hearts, both with our lips and by our lives, upon our ancestors and the good old ways, we find out when we come to years of discretion, if we live till then, what all who knew us found out before, that is to say, we found out our own despicable folly, that those good old ways would have been best for us, as well as for the rest of the world, and that in every step we have deviated from them, we have only exposed our vanity and our ignorance at the same time. J. Belford. End of Letter 38. Letter 39 of Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 4, by Samuel Richardson, Letter 39. Mr. Lovelace to John Belford, Esquire, Saturday, May 20th. I am pleased with the sober reflection with which thou concludest thy last, and I thank thee for it. Poor Belton! I did not think his Thomasine would have proved so very a devil. But this must everlastingly be the risk of a keeper, who takes up with a low-bred girl. This I never did, nor had I occasion to do it. Such a one as I, Jack, needed only till now to shake the stateliest tree, and the mellowed fruit dropped into my mouth. Always of Montaigne's taste, thou knowest, thought it a glory to subdue a girl of family. More truly delightful to me the seduction progress than the crowned act, for that's a vapour, a bubble, and most cordially do I thank thee for thy indirect hint that I am right in my pursuit. From such a woman as Miss Harlowe, a man is secured from all the inconveniencies thou expatiatest upon. Once more, therefore, do I thank thee, Belford, for thy approbation. A man need not, as thou sayest, sneak into holes and corners, and shun the day, in the company of such a woman as this. How friendly in thee, thus to abet the favourite purpose of my heart! Nor can it be a disgrace to me to permit such a lady to be called by my name. Nor shall I be at all concerned about the world's censure, if I live to the years of discretion which thou mentionest, should I be taken in, and prevailed upon to tread with her the good old path of my ancestors. A blessing on thy heart, thou honest fellow! I thought thou wert in jest, and but acquitting thyself of an engagement to Lord M. when thou wert pleading for matrimony in behalf of this lady. It could not be principle I knew in thee, it could not be compassion, a little envy indeed I suspected. But now I see thee once more thyself, and once more say I, a blessing on thy heart, thou true friend and very honest fellow. Now will I proceed with courage in all my schemes, and oblige thee with the continued narrative of my progressions towards bringing them to effect. But I could not forbear to interrupt my story to show my gratitude. End of Letter 39. Letter 40 of Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee, Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 4, by Samuel Richardson, Letter 40. Mr. Lovelace to John Belford, Esquire. And now will I favour thee with a brief account of our present situation. From the highest to the lowest, we are all extremely happy. Dorcas stands well in her lady's graces. Polly has asked her advice in relation to a courtship affair of her own. No oracle ever gave better. Sally has had a quarrel with her woollen draper, and made my charmer Lady Chancellor in it. She blames Sally for behaving tyrannically to a man who loves her. Dear creature! To stand against a glass, and to shut her eyes, because she will not see her face in it. Mrs. Sinclair has paid her court to so unerring a judge, by requesting her advice with regard to both nieces. This the way we have been in for several days with the people below. yet solar generally at her meals, and seldom at other times in their company. They now, used to her ways, perseverance must conquer, never press her, so when they meet, all is civility on both sides. Even married people, I believe, Jack, prevent abundance of quarrels, by seeing one another but seldom. But how stands it between thyself and the lady, methinks thou askest, since her abrupt departure from thee, and undutiful repulse of Wednesday morning? Why, pretty well in the main. Nay, very well. For why? The dear saucy face knows not how to help herself, can fly to no other protection, and has besides overheard a conversation (who would have thought she had been so near?) which passed between Mrs. Sinclair, Miss Martin, and myself, that very Wednesday afternoon, which has set her heart at ease with respect to several doubtful points; such as, particularly, Mrs. Fretchville's unhappy state of mind, most humanely pitied by Miss Martin, who knows her very well; the husband she has lost; and herself, as Sally says, lovers from their cradles. Pity from one begets pity from another, be the occasion for it either strong or weak; and so many circumstances were given to poor Mrs. Fretchville's distress, that it was impossible but my beloved must extremely pity her, whom the less tender-hearted Miss Martin greatly pitied. My Lord M.'s gout his only hindrance from visiting my spouse. Lady Betty and Miss Montague soon expected in town. My earnest desire signified, to have my spouse receive those ladies in her own house, if Mrs. Fretchville would but know her own mind; and I pathetically lamented the delay occasioned by her not knowing it. My intention to stay at Mrs. Sinclair's, as I said I had told them before, while my spouse resides in her own house, when Mrs. Fretchville could be brought to quit it, in order to gratify her utmost punctilio. My passion for my beloved, which, as I told them in a high and fervent accent, was the truest that man could have for woman, I boasted of. It was, in short, I said, of the true Platonic kind, or I had no notion of what Platonic love was. So it is, Jack, and must end as Platonic love generally does end. Sally and Mrs. Sinclair next praised, but not grossly, my beloved. Sally particularly admired her purity, called it exemplary, yet, to avoid suspicion, expressed her thoughts that she was rather over nice, if she might presume to say so before me. But nevertheless she applauded me for the strict observation I made of my vow. I more freely blamed her reserves to me, called her cruel, inveighed against her relations, doubted her love. Every favour I asked of her denied me, yet my behaviour to her as pure and delicate when alone as when before them. Hinted at something that had passed between us that very day, that shewed her indifference to me in so strong a light that I could not bear it; but that I would ask her for her company to the play of Venice Preserved, given out for Sunday night as a benefit play, the prime actors to be in it, and this to see if I were to be denied every favour. Yet for my own part I love not tragedies, though she did, for the sake of the instruction, the warning, and the example generally given in them. I had too much feeling, I said. There was enough in the world to make our hearts sad, without carrying grief in our diversions, and making the distresses of others our own. True enough, Belford. And I believe, generally speaking, that all the men of our cast are of my mind. They love not any tragedies, but those in which they themselves act the parts of tyrants and executioners; and, afraid to trust themselves with serious and solemn reflections, run to comedies, in order to laugh away compunction on the distresses they have occasioned, and to find examples of men as immoral as themselves. For very few of our comic performances, as thou knowest, give us good ones. I answer, however, for myself; yet thou, I think, on recollection, lovest to deal in the lamentable. Sally answered for Polly, who was absent; Mrs. Sinclair for herself, and for all her acquaintance, even for Miss Partington, in preferring the comic to the tragic scenes. And I believe they are right; for the devil's in it, if a confided in rake does not give a girl enough of tragedy in his comedy. I asked Sally to oblige my fair one with her company. She was engaged. That was right, thou'lt suppose. I asked Mrs. Sinclair's leave for Polly. To be sure, she answered, Polly would think it an honour to attend Mrs. Lovelace; but the poor thing was tender-hearted, and as the tragedy was deep, would weep herself blind. Sally, meantime, objected Singleton, that I might answer the objection, and save my beloved the trouble of making it, or debating the point with me. And on this occasion I regretted that her brother's projects were not laid aside, since, if they had been given up, I would have gone in person to bring up the ladies of my family to attend my spouse. I then, from a letter just before received from one in her father's family, warned them of a person who had undertaken to find us out, and whom I thus in writing, having called for pen and ink, described, that they might arm all the family against him: a sunburnt, pock-threatened sailor, ill-looking, big-boned, his stature about 6 foot, an heavy eye, an overhanging brow, a deck-treading stride in his walk, a couteau generally by his side, lips parched from his gums, as if by staring at the sun in hot climates, a brown coat, a coloured handkerchief about his neck, an oaken plant in his hand near as long as himself, and proportionately thick. No questions asked by this fellow must be answered. They should call me to him, but not let my beloved know a tittle of this, so long as it could be helped. And I added, that if her brother or Singleton came, and if they behaved civilly, I would, for her sake, be civil to them. And in this case she had nothing to do but to own her marriage, and there could be no pretence for violence on either side. But most fervently I swore, that if she was conveyed away either by persuasion or force, I would directly, on missing her but one day, go to demand her at Harlowe place, whether she were there or not. And if I recovered not a sister, I would have a brother, and should find out a captain of a ship as well as he. And now, Jack, dost thou think she'll attempt to get from me, do what I will? Mrs. Sinclair began to be afraid of mischief in her house. I was apprehensive that she would overdo the matter, and be out of character. I therefore winked at her. She primed, nodded, to show she took me, twanged out a hi-ho through her nose, lapped one horse-lip over the other, and was silent. Here's preparation, Belford. Dost think I will throw it all away for any thing thou canst say, or Lord M. write? No, indeed, as my charmer says, when she bridles. And what must necessarily be the consequence of all this with regard to my beloved's behaviour to me? Canst thou doubt that it was all complaisance, next time she admitted me into her presence? Thursday we were very happy. All the morning extremely happy. I kissed her charming hand. I need not describe to thee her hand and arm. When thou sawest her, I took notice that thy eyes dwelt upon them whenever thou couldst spare them from that beauty spot of wonders, her face. 50 times kissed her hand, I believe. Once her cheek, intending her lip, but so rapturously that she could not help seeming angry. Had she not thus kept me at arm's length? Had she not denied me those innocent liberties which our sex, from step to step, aspire to? Could I but have gained access to her in her hours of heedlessness and dishabille? For full dress creates dignity, augments consciousness, and compels distance. We had familiarized to each other long ago. But keep her up ever so late, meet her ever so early, by breakfast time she is dressed for the day, and at her earliest hour as nice as others dressed. All her forms thus kept up, wonder not that I have made so little progress in the proposed trial. But how must all this distance stimulate? Thursday morning, as I said, we were extremely happy. About noon she numbered the hours she had been with me, all of them to be but as 1 minute, and desired to be left to herself. I was loath to comply, but observing the sunshine began to shut in, I yielded. I dined out. Returning, I talked of the house and of Mrs. Fretchville, had seen Mennell, had pressed him to get the widow to quit. She pitied Mrs. Fretchville, another good effect of the overheard conversation, had written to Lord M., expected an answer soon from him. I was admitted to sup with her. I urged for her approbation or correction of my written terms. She again promised an answer as soon as she had heard from Miss Howe. Then I pressed for her company to the play on Saturday night. She made objections, as I had foreseen, her brother's projects, warmth of the weather, etc., but in such a manner as if half afraid to disoblige me. Another happy effect of the overheard conversation. I soon got over these, therefore, and she consented to favour me. Friday passed as the day before. Here were 2 happy days to both. Why cannot I make every day equally happy? It looks as if it were in my power to do so. Strange, I should thus delight in teasing a woman I so dearly love. I must, I doubt, have something in my temper like Miss Howe, who loves to plague the man who puts himself in her power. But I could not do thus by such an angel as this, did I not believe that, after her probation time shall be expired, and if she be not to be brought to cohabitation, my darling view, I shall reward her as she wishes. Saturday is half over. We are equally happy, preparing for the play. Polly has offered her company, and is accepted. I have directed her where to weep, and this not only to show her humanity, a weeping eye indicates a gentle heart, but to have a pretence to hide her face with a fan or handkerchief. Yet Polly is far from being every man's girl, and we shall sit in the gallery green box. The woes of others, so well represented as those of Belvidera particularly will be, must, I hope, unlock and open my charmer's heart. Whenever I have been able to prevail upon a girl to permit me to attend her to a play, I have thought myself sure of her. The female heart, all gentleness and harmony by nature, expands and forgets its forms, when its attention is carried out of itself at an agreeable or affecting entertainment, music, and perhaps a collation afterwards, co-operating. Indeed, I have no hope of such an effect here; but I have more than one end to answer by getting her to a play. To name but one, Dorcas has a master key, as I have told thee. But it were worth while to carry her to the play of Venice Preserved, were it but to show her, that there have been, and may be, much deeper distresses than she can possibly know. Thus exceedingly happy are we at present. I hope we shall not find any of Nat. Lee's left-handed gods at work, to dash our bowl of joy with wormwood. R. Lovelace. End of Letter 40. Letter 41 of Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 4, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 41. Miss Clarissa Harlowe to Miss Howe, Friday, May 19th. I would not, if I could help it, be so continually brooding over the dark and gloomy face of my condition. All nature, you know, my dear, and everything in it has a bright and a gloomy side, as to be thought unable to enjoy a more hopeful prospect. And this not only for my own sake, but for yours, who take such generous concern in all that befalls me. Let me tell you then, my dear, that I have known 24 hours together not unhappy ones, my situation considered. She then gives the particulars of the conversation which she had overheard between Mr. Lovelace, Mrs. Sinclair, and Miss Martin, but accounts more minutely than he had done for the opportunity she had of overhearing it, unknown to them. She gives the reason she has to be pleased with what she heard from each, but is shocked at the measure he is resolved to take if he misses her but for one day, yet is pleased that he proposes to avoid aggressive violence if her brother and he meet in town. Even Dorcas, says she, appears less exceptionable to me than before, and I cannot but pity her for her neglected education, as it is matter of so much regret to herself, else there would not be much in it, as the low and illiterate are the most useful people in the Commonwealth, since such constitute the labouring part of the public, and as a lettered education but too generally sets people above those servile offices by which the businesses of the world is carried on. Nor have I any doubt but there are, take the world through, 20 happy people among the unlettered, to 1 among those who have had a school education. This, however, concludes not against learning or letters, since one would wish to lift to some little distinction and more genteel usefulness those who have capacity, and whose parentage one respects, or whose services one would wish to reward. Were my mind quite at ease, I could enlarge, perhaps not unusefully, upon this subject, for I have considered it with as much attention as my years and little experience and observation will permit. But the extreme illiterateness and indocility of this maid are surprising, considering that she wants not inquisitiveness, appears willing to learn, and in other respects has quick parts. This confirms to me what I have heard remarked, that there is a docible season, a learning time, as I may say, for every person, in which the mind may be led step by step from the lower to the higher, year by year, to improvement. How industriously ought these seasons, as they offer, to be taken hold of by tutors, parents, and other friends, to whom the cultivation of the genius of children and youth is committed, since once elapsed, and no foundation laid, they hardly ever return. And yet it must be confessed that there are some geniuses which, like some fruits, ripen not till late, and industry and perseverance will do prodigious things. But for a learner to have those first rudiments to master, at 20 years of age, suppose, which others are taught, and they themselves might have attained at 10, what an uphill labour! These kind of observations you have always wished me to intersperse as they arise to my thoughts. But it is a sign that my prospects are a little mended, or I should not, among so many more interesting ones that my mind has been of late filled with, have had heart's ease enough to make them. Let me give you my reflections on my more hopeful prospects. I am now, in the first place, better able to account for the delays about the house than I was before. Poor Mrs. Fretchville! Though I know her not, I pity her. Next, it looks well that he had apprized the women, before this conversation with them, of his intention to stay in this house after I was removed to the other. By the tone of his voice he seemed concerned for the appearance of this new delay would have with me. So handsomely did Miss Martin express herself of me, that I am sorry, methinks, that I judged so hardly of her when I first came hither. Free people may go a great way, but not all the way, and as such are generally unguarded, precipitate, and thoughtless, the same quickness, changeableness, and suddenness of spirit, as I may call it, may intervene, if the heart be not corrupted, to recover them to thought and duty. His reason for declining to go in person to bring up the ladies of his family, while my brother and Singleton continue their machinations, carries no bad face with it, and one may the rather allow for their expectations, that so proud a spirit as his should attend them for this purpose, as he speaks of them sometimes as persons of punctilio. Other reasons I will mention, for my being easier in my mind than I was before I overheard this conversation; such as, the advice he had received in relation to Singleton's mate, which agrees but too well with what you, my dear, wrote to me in yours of May the 10th. His not attending to acquaint me with it. His cautions to the servants about the sailor, if he should come and make inquiries about us. His resolution to avoid violence, were he to fall in either with my brother or this Singleton, and the easy method he has chalked out, in this case, to prevent mischief, since I need only not to deny my being his. But yet I should be driven into such a tacit acknowledgement to any new persons, till I am so, although I have been led, so much against my liking, to give countenance to the belief of the persons below that we are married. I think myself obliged, from what passed between Mr. Lovelace and me on Wednesday, and from what I overheard him say, to consent to go with him to the play; and the rather, as he had the discretion to propose one of the nieces to accompany me. I cannot but acknowledge that I am pleased to find that he has actually written to Lord M. I have promised to give Mr. Lovelace an answer to his proposals, as soon as I have heard from you, my dear, on the subject. I hope that in my next letter I shall have reason to confirm these favourable appearances. Favourable I must think them, in the wreck I have suffered. I hope that in the trial which you hint may happen between me and myself, as you express it, if he should so behave as to oblige me to leave him, I shall be able to act in such a manner as to bring no discredit upon myself in your eye; and that is all now that I have to wish for. But if I value him so much as you are pleased to suppose I do, the trial, which you imagine will be so difficult to me, will not, I conceive, be upon getting from him, when the means to effect my escape are lent me, but how I shall behave when got from him, and if, like the Israelites of old, I shall be so weak as to wish to return to my Egyptian bondage. I think it will not be amiss, notwithstanding the present favourable appearances, that you should perfect the scheme, whatever it be, which you tell me you have thought of, in order to procure for me an asylum in case of necessity. Mr. Lovelace is certainly a deep and dangerous man, and it is therefore but prudence to be watchful, and to be provided against the worst. Lord bless me, my dear, how I am reduced! Could I ever have thought to be in such a situation, as to be obliged to stay with a man, of whose honour by me I could have but the shadow of a doubt? But I will look forward, and hope the best. I am certain that your letters are safe. Be perfectly easy, therefore, on that head. Mr. Lovelace will never be out of my company by his good will; otherwise I have no doubt that I am mistress of my goings out and comings in; and did I think it needful, and were I not afraid of my brother and Captain Singleton, I would oftener put it to trial. End of Letter 41. Letter 42 of Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 4, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 42. Miss Howe to Miss Clarissa Harlowe, Saturday, May 20th. I did not know, my dear, that you deferred giving an answer to Mr. Lovelace's proposals till you had my opinion of them. A particular hand, occasionally going to town, will leave this at Wilson's, that no delay may be made on that account. I never had any doubt of the man's justice and generosity in matters of settlement, and all his relations are as noble in their spirits as in their descent. But now it may not be amiss for you to wait, to see what returns my Lord makes to his letter of invitation. The scheme I think of is this. There is a person whom I believe you have seen with me, her name Townsend, who is a great dealer in Indian silks, Brussels and French laces, cambrics, linen, and other valuable goods, which she has a way of coming at duty-free, and has a great vend for them, and for other curiosities which she imports, in the private families of the gentry round us. She has her days of being in town, and then is at a chamber she rents at an inn in Southwark, where she keeps patterns of all her silks, and much of her portable goods, for the conveniency of her London customers. But her place of residence, and where she has her principal warehouse, is at Deptford, for the opportunity of getting her goods on shore. She was first brought to me by my mother, to whom she was recommended on the supposal of my speedy marriage, that I might have an opportunity to be as fine as a princess, was my mother's expression, at a moderate expense. Now, my dear, I must own, that I do not love to encourage these contraband traders. What is it but bidding defiance to the laws of our country when we do, and hurting fair traders, and at the same time robbing our prince of his legal due, to the diminution of those duties which possibly must be made good by new levities upon the public? But, however, Mrs. Townsend and I, though I have not yet had dealings with her, are upon a very good foot of understanding. She is a sensible woman. She has been abroad, and often goes abroad, in the way of her business, and gives very entertaining accounts of all she has seen. And having applied to me to recommend her to you, as it is her view to be known to young ladies who are likely to change their condition, I am sure I can engage her to give you protection at her house at Deptford, which she says is a populous village, and one of the last, I should think, in which you would be sought for. She is not much there, you will believe, by the course of her dealings, but no doubt must have somebody on the spot in whom she can confide, and there perhaps you might be safe till your cousin comes. And I should not think it amiss that you write to him out of hand. I cannot suggest to you what you should write. That must be left to your own discretion, for you will be afraid, no doubt, of the consequence of a variance between the two men. But notwithstanding all this, and were I sure of getting you safely out of his hands, I will nevertheless forgive you, were you to make all up with him, and marry to-morrow. Yet I will proceed with my projected scheme in relation to Mrs. Townsend, though I hope there will be no occasion to prosecute it, since your prospects seem to be changed, and since you have had 24 not unhappy hours together. How my indignation rises for this poor consolation in the courtship must I call it, of such a woman! Let me tell you, my dear, that were you once your own absolute and independent mistress, I should be tempted, notwithstanding all I have written, to wish you to be the wife of any man in the world, rather than the wife either of Lovelace or of Solmes. Mrs. Townsend, as I have recollected, has 2 brothers, each a master of a vessel, and who knows, as she and they have concerns together, but that in case of need, you may have a whole ship's crew at your devotion. If Lovelace give you cause to leave him, take no thought for the people at Harlowe place. Let them take care of one another. It is a care they are used to. The law will help to secure them. The wretch is no assassin, no night murderer. He is an open, because a fearless enemy, and should he attempt any thing that would make him obnoxious to the lords of society, you might have a fair riddance of him, either by flight or the gallows, no matter which. Had you not been so minute in your account of the circumstances that attended the opportunity you had of overhearing the dialogue between Mr. Lovelace and 2 of the women, I should have thought the conference contrived on purpose for your ear. I showed Mr. Lovelace's proposals to Mr. Hickman, who had chambers once in Lincoln's Inn, being designed for the law, had his elder brother lived. He looked so wise, so proud, and so important upon the occasion, and wanted to take so much consideration about them, would take them home if I pleased, and weigh them well, and so forth, and the like, and all that I had no patience with him, and snatched them back with anger. Oh dear! To be so angry, and it pleased me, for his zeal! Yes, zeal without knowledge, I said, like most other zeals. If there were no objections that struck him at once, there were none. So hasty, dearest madam! And so slow, undearest sir, I could have said. But surely, said I, with a look that implied, would you rebel, sir? He begged my pardon, saw no objection indeed, but might he be allowed once more? No matter, no matter. I would have shown them to my mother, I said, who, though of no inn of court, knew more of these things than half the lounging lubbers of them, and that at first sight, only that she would have been angry at the confession of our continued correspondence. But, my dear, let the articles be drawn up and engrossed, and solemnized upon them, and there's no more to be said. Let me add, that the sailor fellow has been tampering with my Kitty, and offered a bribe to find where to direct to you. Next time he comes, I will have him laid hold of, and if I can get nothing out of him, will have him drawn through one of our deepest fish ponds. His attempt to corrupt a servant of mine will justify my orders. I send this letter away directly, but will follow it by another, which shall have for its subject only my mother, myself, and your uncle Antony. And as your prospects are more promising than they have been, I will endeavour to make you smile upon the occasion; for you will be pleased to know, that my mother has had a formal tender from that grey goose, which may make her skill in settlements useful to herself, were she to encourage it. May your prospects be still more and more happy, prays your own Anna Howe. End of Letter 42. Letter 43 of Clarissa Harlowe, Vol. 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 4, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 43. Miss Howe to Miss Clarissa Harlowe, Saturday, Sunday, May 20th, 21st. Now, my dear, for the promised subject. You must not ask me how I came by the originals, such they really are, that I am going to present you with, for my mother would not read to me those parts of your uncle's letter which bore hard upon myself, and which leave him without any title to mercy from me, nor would she let me hear but what she pleased of hers in answer, for she has condescended to answer him, with a denial, however, but such a denial as no one but an old bachelor would take from a widow. Anybody except myself, who could have been acquainted with such a foul-lull courtship as this must have been, had it proceeded, would have been glad it had gone on, and I dare say, but for the saucy daughter, it had. My good mamma, in that case, would have been 10 years the younger for it, perhaps, and could I but have approved of it, I should have been considered by her as if 10 years older than I am, since very likely it would have been, "We widows, my dear, know not how to keep men at a distance, so as to give them pain in order to try their love. You must advise me, child. You must teach me to be cruel, yet not too cruel neither, so as to make a man heartless, who has no time, God wot, to throw away." Then would my behaviour to Mr. Hickman have been better liked, and my mother would have bridled like her daughter. Oh, my dear! How might we have been diverted by the practisings for the recovery of the long-forgottens, could I have been sure that it would have been in my power to have put them asunder, in the Irish style, before they had come together? But there's no trusting to the widow whose goods and chattels are in her own hands, addressed by an old bachelor who has fine things, and offers to leave her 10,000 better than he found her, and sole mistress besides of all her notables. For these, as you will see by and by, are his proposals. The old Triton's address carries the writer's marks upon the very subscription. To the equally amiable and worthy admired, there's for you, Mrs. Annabella Howe, widow, the last word added, I suppose, as esquire to a man, as a word of honour, or for fear the Bella to Anna should not enough distinguish the person meant from the spinster. Vain hussy you'll call me, I know. And then follows, these humbly present, put down as a memorandum, I presume, to make a leg, and behave handsomely at presenting it, he intending very probably to deliver it himself. And now stand by to see enter old Neptune, his head adorned with seaweed and a crown of cockle shells, as we see him decked out in Mrs. Robinson's grotto. Monday, May 15th. Madam, I did make a sort of resolution 10 years ago never to marry. I saw in other families, where they lived best, you will be pleased to mark that, queernesses I could not away with. Then liked well enough to live single for the sake of my brother's family, and for one child in it more than the rest. But that girl has turned us all off the hinges, and why should I deny myself any comforts for them, as will not thank me for so doing, I don't know. So much for my motives as from self and family. But dear Mrs. Howe makes me go further. I have a very great fortune, I bless God for it, all of my own getting, or most of it. You will be pleased to mark that, for I was the youngest brother of 3. You have also, God be thanked, a great estate, which you have improved by your own frugality and wise management. Frugality, let me stop to say, is one of the greatest virtues in this mortal life, because it enables us to do justice to all, and puts it in our power to benefit some by it, as we see they deserve. You have but one child, and I am a bachelor, and have never a one, all bachelors cannot say so, wherefore your daughter may be the better for me, if she will keep up with my humour, which was never thought bad, especially to my equals. Servants, indeed, I don't matter being angry with, when I please. They are paid for bearing it, and too often deserve it, as we have frequently taken notice of to one another. And moreover, if we keep not servants at distance, they will be familiar. I always made it a rule to find fault, whether reasonable or not, that so I might have no reason to find fault. Young women and servants in general, as worthy Mr. Solmes observes, are better governed by fear than love. But this my humour as to servants will not affect either you or Miss, you know. I will make very advantageous settlements, such as any common friend shall judge to be so, but must have all in my own power while I live, because you know, madam, it is as creditable to the wife as to the husband, that it should be so. I am not at fine words. We are not children, though it is hoped we may have some, for I am a very healthy sound man, I bless God for it, and never brought home from my voyages and travels a worser constitution than I took out with me. I was none of those, I will assure you. But this I will undertake, that, if you are the survivor, you shall be at the least 10,000 the better for me. What, in the contrary case, I shall be the better for you, I leave to you, as you shall think my kindness to you shall deserve. But one thing, madam, I shall be glad of, that Miss Howe might not live with us then. She need not know I write thus, but go home to Mr. Hickman, as she is upon the point of marriage, I hear, and if she behaves dutifully, as she should do, to us both, she shall be the better, for I said so before. You shall manage all things, both mine and your own, for I know but little of land matters. All my opposition to you shall be out of love, when I think you take too much upon you for your health. It will be very pretty for you, I should think, to have a man of experience, in a long winter's evening, to sit down by you, and tell you stories of foreign parts, and the customs of the nations he has consorted with. And I have fine curiosities of the Indian growth, such as ladies love, and some that even my niece Clary, when she was good, never saw. These, one by one, as you are kind to me, which I make no question of, because I shall be kind to you, shall be all yours. Prettier entertainment by much, than sitting with a too smartish daughter, sometimes out of humour, and thwarting and vexing as daughters will, when women grown especially, as I have heard you often observe, and thinking their parents old, without paying them the reverence due to years, when, as in your case, I make no sort of doubt, they are young enough to wipe their noses. You understand me, madam. As for me myself, it will be very happy, and I am delighted with the thinking of it, to have, after a pleasant ride or so, a lady of like experience with myself to come home to, and but one interest betwixt us, to reckon up our comings in together, and what this day and this week has produced. Oh, how this will increase love! Most mightily will it increase it. And I believe I shall never love you enough, or be able to show you all my love. I hope, madam, there need not be such maiden niceties and hangings off, as I may call them, between us, for hanging off sake, as that you will deny me a line or two to this proposal, written down, although you would not answer me so readily when I spoke to you, your daughter being, I suppose, hard by, for you looked round you, as if not willing to be overheard. So I resolve to write, that my writing may stand as upon record for my upright meaning, being none of your Lovelaces, you will mark that, madam, but a downright, true, honest, faithful Englishman. So hope you will not disdain to write a line or two to this my proposal, and I shall look upon it as a great honour, I will assure you, and be proud thereof. What can I say more? For you are your own mistress, as I am my own master, and you shall always be your own mistress, be pleased to mark that, for so a lady of your prudence and experience ought to be. This is a long letter, but the subject requires it, because I would not write twice where once would do, so would explain my sense and meaning at one time. I have had writing in my head 2 whole months very near, but hardly knew how, being unpractised in these matters, to begin to write. And now, good lady, be favourable to your most humble lover and obedient servant, Aunt Harlowe. Here's a letter of courtship, my dear! And let me subjoin to it, that if now or hereafter I should treat this hideous lover, who is so free with me to my mother, with asperity, and you should be disgusted at it, I shall think you don't give me that preference in your love which you have in mine. And now, which shall I first give you, the answer of my good mamma, or the dialogue that passed between the widow mother and the pert daughter, upon her letting the latter know that she had a love letter? I think you shall have the dialogue: but let me promise one thing, that if you think me too free, you must not let it run in your head that I am writing of your uncle, or of my mother, but of a couple of old lovers, no matter whom. Reverence is too apt to be forgotten by children, where the reverends forget first what belongs to their own characters. A grave remark, and therefore at your service, my dear. Well then, suppose my mamma, after twice coming into my closet to me, and as often going out, with very meaning features, and lips ready to burst open, but still closed, as if by compulsion, a speech going off in a slight cough, that never went near the lungs, grown more resolute the 3rd time of entrance, and sitting down by me, thus begin. Mother. I have a very serious matter to talk with you upon, Nancy, when you are disposed to attend to matters within ourselves, and not let matters without ourselves wholly engross you. A good selfish speech! But I thought that friendship, gratitude, and humanity were matters that ought to be deemed of the most intimate concern to us. But not to dwell upon words. Daughter. I am now disposed to attend to every thing my mamma is disposed to say to me. Mother. Why then, child, why then, my dear, and the good lady's face looked so plump, so smooth, and so shining, I see you are all attention, Nancy. But don't be surprised, don't be uneasy, but I have, where is it? And yet it lay next her heart, never another near it, So no difficulty to have found it. I have a letter, my dear. And out from her bosom it came, but she still held it in her hand. I have a letter, child. It is from a gentleman, I assure you, lifting up her head and smiling. There is no delight to a daughter, thought I, in such surprises as seem to be collecting. I will deprive my mother of the satisfaction of making a gradual discovery. Daughter. From Mr. Antony Harlowe, I suppose, madam. Mother. Lips drawn closer, eye raised. Why, my dear, I cannot but own. But how, I wonder, could you think of Mr. Antony Harlowe? Daughter. How, madam, could I think of any body else? Mother. How could you think of any body else? Angry, and drawing back her face. But do you know the subject, Nancy? Daughter. You have told it, madam, by your manner of breaking it to me. But indeed I question not that he had two motives in his visits, both equally agreeable to me, for all that family love me dearly. Mother. No love lost, if so, between you and them. But this, rising, is what I get. So like your papa, I never could open my heart to him. Daughter. Dear madam, excuse me. Be so good as to open your heart to me. I don't love the Harlowes, but pray excuse me. Mother. You have put me quite out with your forward temper. Angrily sitting down again. Daughter. I will be all patience and attention. May I be allowed to read his letter? Mother. I wanted to advise with you upon it, but you are such a strange creature. You are always for answering one before one speaks. Daughter. You be so good as to forgive me, madam. But I thought every body, he among the rest, knew that you had always declared against a second marriage. Mother. And so I have. But then it was in the mind I was in. Things may offer. I stared. Mother. Nay, don't be surprised. I don't intend. Daughter. Not perhaps in the mind you are in, madam. Mother. Pert creature, rising again. We shall quarrel, I see. There's no... Daughter. Once more, dear madam, I beg your excuse. I will attend in silence. Pray, madam, sit down again. Pray do. She sat down. May I see the letter? No, there are some things in it you won't like. Your temper is known, I find, to be unhappy. But nothing bad against you. Intimations, on the contrary, that you shall be the better for him, if you oblige him. Not a living soul but the Harlowes, I said, thought me ill-tempered. And I was contented that they should, who could do as they had done, by the most universally acknowledged sweetness in the world. Here we broke out a little, but at last she read me some of the passages in the letter, but not the most mightily ridiculous. Yet I could hardly keep my countenance neither, especially when she came to that passage which mentions his sound health, and at which she stopped, she best knew why, but soon resuming. Mother. Well now, Nancy, tell me what you think of it. Daughter. Nay, pray, madam, tell me what you think of it. Mother. I expect to be answered by an answer, not by a question. You don't use to be so shy to speak your mind. Daughter. Not when my mamma commands me to do so. Mother. Then speak it now. Daughter. Without hearing the whole of the letter? Mother. Speak to what you have heard. Daughter. Why then, madam, you won't be my mamma Howe if you give way to it. Mother. I am surprised at your assurance, Nancy. Daughter. I mean, madam, you will then be my mamma Harlowe. Mother. O dear heart! But I am not a fool. And her colour went and came. Daughter. Dear madam, but indeed I don't love a Harlowe, that's what I mean. I am your child, and must be your child, do what you will. Mother. A very pert one, I am sure, as ever mother bore. And you must be my child, do what I will, as much as to say you would not, if you could help it, if I... Daughter. How could I have such a thought? It would be forward indeed, if I had, when I don't know what your mind is as to the proposal, when the proposal is so very advantageous a one too. Mother. Looking a little less discomposed. Why, indeed, 10,000 Daughter. And to be sure of outliving him, madam. Mother. Sure, nobody can be sure, but it is very likely that. Daughter. Not at all, madam. You was going to read something, but stopped, about his constitution. His sobriety is well known. Why, madam, these gentlemen who have used the sea, and been in different climates, and come home to relax from cares in a temperate one, and are sober, are the likeliest to live long of any men in the world. Don't you see that his very skin is a fortification of buff? Mother. Strange creature. Daughter. God forbid that any body I love and honour should marry a man in hopes to bury him. But suppose, madam, at your time of life... Mother. My time of life? Dear heart! What is my time of life, pray? Daughter. Not old, madam, and that you are not, may be your danger. As I hope to live, my dear, my mother smiled, and looked not displeased with me. Mother. Why indeed, child? Why indeed, I must needs say, and that I should choose to do nothing, forward as you are sometimes, to hurt you. D. Why, as to that, Madam, I can't expect that you should deprive yourself of any satisfaction. Mother. Satisfaction, my dear! I don't say it would be a satisfaction. But could I do any thing that would benefit you, it would perhaps be an inducement to hold one conference upon the subject. D. My fortune already will be more considerable than my match, if I am to have Mr. Hickman. Mother. Why so? Mr. Hickman has fortune enough to entitle him to yours. D. If you think so, that's enough. Mother. Not but I should think the worse of myself, if I desired any body's death, but I think, as you say, Mr. Antony Harlowe is a healthy man, and bids fair for a long life. Bless me, thought I, how shall I do to know whether this be an objection or a recommendation? D. Will you forgive me, Madam? Mother. What would the girl say? Looking as if she was half afraid to hear what. D. Only, that if you marry a man of his time of life, you stand 2 chances instead of 1, to be a nurse at your time of life. Mother. Sauce box? D. Dear Madam, what I mean is only that these healthy old men sometimes fall into lingering disorders all at once, and I humbly conceive that the infirmities of age are uneasily borne with, where the remembrance of the pleasanter season comes not in to relieve the healthier of the 2. Mother. A strange girl! Yet his healthy constitution an objection just now! But I have always told you that you know either too much to be argued with, or too little for me to have patience with you. D. I can't but say I should be glad of your commands, Madam, how to behave myself to Mr. Antony Harlowe next time he comes. Mother. How to behave yourself? Why, if you retire with contempt of him when he comes next, it will be but as you have been used to do of late. D. Then he is to come again, Madam? Mother. And suppose he be? D. I can't help it, if it be your pleasure, Madam. He desires a line in answer to his fine letter. If he come, it will be in pursuance of that line, I presume. Mother. None of your arch and pert leers, girl. You know I won't bear them. I had a mind to hear what you would say to this matter. I have not written, but I shall presently. D. It is mighty good of you, Madam. I hope the man will think so, to answer his first application by letter. Pity he should write twice, if once will do. Mother. That fetch won't let you into my intention as to what I shall write. It is too saucily put. D. Perhaps I can guess at your intention, Madam, were it to become me so to do. Mother. Perhaps I would not make Mr. Hickman of any man, using him the worse for respecting me. D. Nor perhaps would I, Madam, if I liked his respects. Mother. I understand you. But perhaps it is in your power to make me hearken or not to Mr. Harlowe. D. Young men, who have probably a good deal of time before them, need not be in haste for a wife. Mr. Hickman, poor man, must stay his time, or take his remedy. Mother. He bears more from you than a man ought. D. Then I doubt he gives a reason for the treatment he meets with. Mother. Provoking creature! D. I have but one request to make to you, Madam. Mother. A dutiful one, I suppose. What is it, pray? D. That if you marry, I may be permitted to live single. Mother. Perverse creature, I'm sure. D. How can I expect, Madam, that you should refuse such terms? 10,000 at the least 10,000, a very handsome proposal. So many fine things too to give you, one by one. Dearest Madam, forgive me. I hope it is not yet so far gone that rallying this man will be thought want of duty to you. Mother. Your rallying of him and your reverence to me, it is plain, have one source. D. I hope not, Madam, but 10,000. Mother. Is no unhandsome proposal. D. Indeed I think so. I hope, Madam, you will not be behind hand with him in generosity. Mother. He won't be 10,000 the better for me, if he survive me. D. No, Madam, he can't expect that, as you have a daughter, and as he is a bachelor, and has not a child. Poor old soul! Mother. Old soul, Nancy! And thus to call him for being a bachelor, not having a child! Does this become you? D. Not old soul for that, Madam, but half the sum. 5,000. You can't engage for less, Madam. Mother. That sum has your approbation, then? Looking as if she'd be even with me. D. As he leaves it to your generosity, Madam, to reward his kindness to you, it can't be less. Do, dear madam, permit me, without incurring your displeasure, to call him poor old soul again. Mother. Never was such a whimsical creature. Turning away to hide her involuntary smile, for I believe I looked very archly, at least I intended to do so. I hate that wicked sly look. You give yourself very free airs, don't you? Daughter. I snatched her hand and kissed it. My dear mamma, be not angry with your girl. You have told me that you was very lively formerly. Mother. Formerly? Good lack! But were I to encourage his proposals, you may be sure that for Mr. Hickman's sake, as well as yours, I should make a wise agreement. Daughter. You have both lived to years of prudence, madam. Mother. Yes, I suppose I am an old soul too. Daughter. He also is for making a wise agreement, or hinting at one, at least. Mother. Well, the short and the long, I suppose, is this. I have not your consent to marry. Daughter. Indeed, madam, you have not my wishes to marry. Mother. Let me tell you, that if prudence consists in wishing well to oneself, I see not but the young flirts are as prudent as the old souls. Daughter. Dear madam, would you blame me, if to wish you not to marry Mr. Antony Harlowe is to wish well to myself? Mother. You are mighty witty. I wish you were as dutiful. Daughter. I am more dutiful, I hope, than witty. I should be a fool as well as a sauce-box. Mother. Let me be judge of both. Parents are only to live for their children, let them deserve it or not. That's their dutiful notion. Daughter. Heaven forbid that I should wish, if there be two interests between my mother and me, that my mother postpone her own for mine, or give up any thing that would add to the real comforts of her life to oblige me. Tell me, my dear mamma, if you think the closing with this proposal will? Mother. I say that 10,000 is such an acquisition to one's family, that the offer of it deserves a civil return. Daughter. Not the offer, madam, the chance only. If indeed you have a view to an increase of family, the money may provide. Mother. You can't keep within tolerable bounds. That saucy fleer I cannot away with. Daughter. Dearest madam, forgive me, but old soul ran in my head again. Nay, indeed, and upon my word, I will not be robbed of that charming smile. And again I kissed her hand. Mother. Away, bold creature! Nothing can be so provoking as to be made to smile when one would choose and ought to be angry. Daughter. But, dear madam, if it be to be, I presume you won't think of it before next winter. Mother. What now would the pert one be at? Daughter. Because he only proposes to entertain you with pretty stories of foreign nations in a winter's evening. Dearest madam, let me have all the reading of his letter through. I will forgive him all he says about me. Mother. It may be a very difficult thing, perhaps, for a man of the best sense to write a love letter that may not be cavilled at. Daughter. That's because lovers in their letters hit not the medium. They either write too much nonsense or too little. But do you call this odd soul's letter, no more will I call him old soul, if I can help it, a love letter? Mother. Well, I see you are averse to this matter. I am not to be your mother. You will live single if I marry. I had a mind to see if generosity govern you in your views. I shall pursue my own inclinations, and if they should happen to be suitable to yours, pray let me for the future be better rewarded by you than hitherto I have been. And away she flung without staying for a reply. Vexed, I dare say, that I did not better approve of the proposal, were it only that the merit of denying might have been all her own, and to lay the stronger obligation upon her saucy daughter. She wrote such a widow-like refusal when she went from me, as might not exclude hope in any other wooer, whatever it may do in Mr. Tony Harlowe. It will be my part to take care to beat her off the visit she half promises to make him, as you will see in her answer, upon condition that he will withdraw his suit. For who knows what effect the old bachelor's exotics, far-fetched and dear-bought, you know, is a proverb, might otherwise have upon a woman's mind, wanting nothing but unnecessaries, gewgaws, and fineries, and offered such as are not easily to be met with or purchased. Well, but now I give you leave to read here, in this place, the copy of my mother's answer to your uncle's letter. Not one comment will I make upon it. I know my duty better. And here, therefore, taking the liberty to hope that I may, in your present less disagreeable, though not wholly agreeable situation, provoke a smile from you, I conclude myself, your ever affectionate and faithful Anna Howe. Mrs. Annabella Howe to Antony Harley, Esq. Mr. Antony Harlowe, Friday, May 19th. Sir, it is not usual, I believe, for our sex to answer by pen and ink the first letter on these occasions. The first letter, how odd is that? As if I expected another, which I do not. But then I think, as I do not judge proper to encourage your proposal, There is no reason why I should not answer in civility, where so great a civility is intended. Indeed, I was always of opinion that a person was entitled to that, and not to ill usage, because he had a respect for me. And so I have often and often told my daughter. A woman, I think, makes but a poor figure in a man's eye afterwards, and does no reputation to her sex neither, when she behaves like a tyrant to him beforehand. To be sure, Sir, if I were to change my condition, I know not a gentleman whose proposal could be more agreeable. Your nephew and your nieces have enough without you. My daughter has a fine fortune without me, and I should take care to double it, living or dying, were I to do such a thing, so nobody need to be the worse for it. But Nancy would not think so. All the comfort I know of in children is, that when young they do with us what they will, and all is pretty in them to their very faults, and when they are grown up they think their parents must live for them only, and deny themselves everything for their sakes. I know Nancy could not bear a father-in-law. She would fly at the very thought of my being in earnest to give her one. Not that I stand in fear of my daughter neither. It is not fit I should. But she has her poor papa's spirit. A very violent one that was, and one would not choose, you know, Sir, to enter into any affair that one knows one must renounce a daughter for, or she a mother, except indeed one's heart were much in it, which I bless God mine is not. I have now been a widow these 10 years, nobody to control me, and I am said not to bear control. So, Sir, you and I are best as we are, I believe. Nay, I am sure of it, for we want not what either has, having both more than we know what to do with. And I know I could not be in the least accountable for any of my ways. My daughter, indeed, though she is a fine girl, as girls go, she has too much sense, indeed, for one of her sex, and knows she has it, is more a check to me than one would wish a daughter to be. For who would choose to be always snapping at each other? But she will soon be married, and then, not living together, we shall only come together when we are pleased, and stay away when we are not, and so, like other lovers, never see any thing but the best sides of each other. I own for all this that I love her dearly, and she me, I dare say, so would not wish to provoke her to do otherwise. Besides, the girl is so much regarded every where, that having lived so much of my prime a widow, I would not lay myself open to her censures, or even to her indifference, you know. Your generous proposal requires all this explicitness. I thank you for your good opinion of me. When I know you acquiesce with this my civil refusal, and indeed, Sir, I am as much in earnest in it as if I had spoken broader, I don't know but Nancy and I may, with your permission, come to see your fine things, for I am a great admirer of rarities that come from abroad. So, Sir, let us only converse occasionally as we meet, as we used to do, without any other view to each other than good wishes, which I hope may not be lessened for this declining, and then I shall always think myself your obliged servant, Annabella Howe. P.S. I sent word by Mrs. Lorimer that I would write an answer, but would take time for consideration. So hope, Sir, you won't think it a slight I did not write sooner. End of Letter 43. Letter 44 of Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 4, by Samuel Richardson, Letter 44. Mr. Lovelace to John Belford, Esquire, Sunday, May 21st. I am too much disturbed in my mind to think of anything but revenge, or I did intend to give thee an account of Miss Harlowe's observations on the play. Miss Harlowe's, I say. Thou knowest that I hate the name of Harlowe, and I am exceedingly out of humour with her, and with her saucy friend. What's the matter now, thou ask? Matter enough. For while we were at the play, Dorcas, who had her orders, and a key to her lady's chamber, as well as a master key to her drawers and mahogany chest, closet key and all, found means to come at some of Miss Howe's last written letters. The vigilant wench was directed to them by seeing her lady take a letter out of her stays, and put it to the others before she went out with me, afraid, as the women upbraidingly tell me, that I should find it there. Dorcas no sooner found them, than she assembled 3 ready writers of the non-apparents, and Sally and she and they employed themselves with the utmost diligence in making extracts, according to former directions, from these cursed letters for my use. Cursed may I well call them. Such abuses! Such virulence! Oh, this little fury, Miss Howe! Well might her saucy friend, who has been equally free with me, or the occasion could not have been given, be so violent as she lately was, at my endeavouring to come at one of these letters. I was sure that this fair one, at so early an age, with a constitution so firm, health so blooming, eyes so sparkling, expectations therefore so lively, and hope so predominating, could not be absolutely and from her own vigilance so guarded and so apprehensive as I found her to be. Sparkling eyes, Jack, when the poetical tribe have said all they can for them, are an infallible sign of a rogue, or room for a rogue, in the heart. Thou mayest go on with thy preachments, and Lord M. with his wisdom of nations. I am now more assured of her than ever. And now my revenge is up, and joined with my love, all resistance must fall before it. And most solemnly do I swear that Miss Howe shall come in for her snack. And here just now is another letter brought from the same little virulent devil. I hope to procure scripts from that too, very speedily, if it be put to the test. For the saucy fair one is resolved to go to church this morning. No so much from a spirit of devotion, I have reason to think, as to try whether she can go out without check, controul, or my attention. I have been denied breakfasting with her. Indeed, she was a little displeased with me last night, because, on our return from the play, I obliged her to pass the rest of the night with the women and me in their parlour, and to stay till near 1. She told me at parting that she expected to have the whole next day to herself. I had not read the extracts then, so I had resolved to begin a new course, and, if possible, to banish all jealousy and suspicion from her heart. And yet I had no reason to be much troubled at her past suspicions, since if a woman will continue with a man whom she suspects, when she can get from him, or thinks she can, I am sure it is a very hopeful sign. She is gone, slipped down before I was aware. She had ordered a chair on purpose to exclude my personal attendance. But I had taken proper precautions. Will attended her by consent. Peter the house servant was within Will's call. I had by Dorcas represented her danger from Singleton, in order to dissuade her from going at all, unless she allowed me to attend her. But I was answered, with her usual saucy smartness, that if there were no cause of fear of being met with at the playhouse, when there were but 2 playhouses, surely there was less at church, when there were so many churches. The chairmen were ordered to carry her to St. James's Church. But she would not be so careless of obliging me, if she knew what I have already come at, and how the women urge me on. For they are continually complaining of the restraint they lie under in their behaviour, in their attendance, neglecting all their concerns in the front house, and keeping this elegant back one entirely free from company, that she may have no suspicion of them. They doubt not my generosity, they say. But why, for my own sake, in Lord M.'s style, should I make so long a harvest of so little corn? Women, ye reason well. I think I will begin my operations the moment she comes in. I have come at the letter brought her from Miss Howe to day. Plot, conjuration, sorcery, witchcraft, all going forward. I shall not be able to see this Miss Harlowe with patience. As the nymphs below ask, so do I, why is night necessary? And Sally and Polly upbraidingly remind me of my first attempts upon themselves. Yet force answers not my end. And yet it may, if there be truth in that part of the libertine's creed, that once subdued is always subdued. And what woman answers affirmatively to the question? She is returned, but refuses to admit me, and insists upon having the day to herself. Dorcas tells me that she believes her denial is from motives of piety. Oons, Jack, is there impiety in seeing me? Would it not be the highest act of piety to reclaim me? And is this to be done by her refusing to see me, when she is in a devouter frame than usual? But I hate her heartily. She is old, ugly, and deformed. But oh, the blasphemy! Yet she is a Harlowe, and I do and can hate her for that. But since I must not see her, she will be mistress of her own will, and of her time truly. Let me fill up my time by telling thee what I have come at. The first letter the women met with is dated April 27th. Where can she have put the preceding ones? It mentions Mr. Hickman as a busy fellow between them. Hickman had best take care of himself. She says in it, I hope you have no cause to repent returning my Norris. It is forthcoming on demand. Now what the devil can this mean? Her Norris forthcoming on demand? The devil take me if I am out Norris'd. If such innocents can allow themselves to plot to Norris, well may I. She is sorry that her Hannah can't be with her. And what if she could? What could Hannah do for her in such a house as this? The women in the house are to be found out in one breakfasting. The women are enraged at both the correspondents for this, and more than ever make a point of my subduing her. I had a good mind to give Miss Howe to them in full property. Say but the word, Jack, and it shall be done. She is glad that Miss Harlowe had thoughts of taking me at my word. She wondered I did not offer again. Advises her, if I don't soon, not to stay with me. Cautions her to keep me at a distance, not to permit the least familiarity. See, Jack, see, Belford, exactly as I thought. Her vigilance all owing to a cool friend, who can sit down quietly and give that advice which in her own case she could not take. What an encouragement to me to proceed in my devices, when I have reason to think that my beloved's reserves are owing more to Miss Howe's cautions than to her own inclinations. But it is my interest to be honest, Miss Howe tells her. Interest, fools! I thought these girls knew that my interest was ever subservient to my pleasure. What would I give to come at the copies of the letters to which those of Miss Howe are answers? The next letter is dated May 3rd. In this the little termagant expresses her astonishment that her mother should write to Miss Harlowe to forbid her to correspond with her daughter. Mr. Hickman, she says, is of opinion that she ought not to obey her mother. How the creeping fellow trims between them both! I am afraid that I must punish him as well as this virago, and I have a scheme rumbling in my head that wants but half an hour's musing to bring into form, that will do my business upon both. I cannot bear that the parental authority should be thus despised, thus trampled under foot. But observe the vixen. 'Tis well he is of her opinion, for her mother having set her up, she must have somebody to quarrel with. Could a Lovelace have allowed himself a greater license? This girl's a devilish rake in her heart. Had she been a man and one of us, she'd have outdone us all in enterprise and spirit. She wants but very little further provocation, she says, to fly privately to London; and if she does, she will not leave her till she sees her either honourably married, or quit of the wretch. Here Jack, the transcriber Sally, has added a prayer: For the Lord's sake, dear Mr. Lovelace, get this fury to London. Her fate, I can tell thee, Jack, if we had her among us, should not be so long deciding as her friends. What a gantelope would she run, when I had done with her, among a dozen of her own pitiless sex, whom my charmer shall never see! But more of this anon. I find by this letter that my saucy captive has been drawing the characters of every varlet of ye, nor am I spared in it more than you. The man's a fool, to be sure, my dear. Let me perish if they either of them find me one. A silly fellow, at least. Cursed contemptible! I see not but they are a set of infernals. There's one for thee, Lovelace! And yet she would have her friend marry a Beelzebub. And what have any of us done, within the knowledge of Miss Harlowe, that she should give such an account of us, as should excuse so much abuse from Miss Howe? But the occasion that shall warrant this abuse is to come. She blames her for not admitting Miss Partington to her bed. Watchful as you are, what could have happened? If violence were intended, he would not stay for the night. I am ashamed to have this hinted to me by this virago. Sally writes upon this hint: See, Sir, what is expected from you. 100 times have we told you of this. And so they have. But to be sure the advice from them was not half the efficacy as it will be from Miss Howe. You might have sat up after her, or not gone to bed, proceeds she. But can there be such apprehensions between them, yet the one advise her to stay, and the other resolve to wait my imperial motion for marriage? I am glad I know that. She approves of my proposal of Mrs. Fretchville's house. She puts her upon expecting settlements, upon naming a day, and concludes with insisting upon her writing, notwithstanding her mother's prohibitions, or bids her take the consequence. Undutiful wretches! How I long to vindicate against them both the insulted parental character! Thou wilt say to thyself by this time, And can this proud and insolent girl be the same Miss Howe, who sighed for an honest Sir George Colmar, and who, but for this her beloved friend, would have followed him in all his broken fortunes, when he was obliged to quit the kingdom? Yes, she is the very same. And I always found in others, as well as in myself, that a first passion thoroughly subdued made the conqueror of it a rover, the conqueress a tyrant. Well, but now comes mincing in a letter from one who has the honour of dear Miss Howe's commands, to acquaint Miss Harlowe that Miss Howe is excessively concerned for the concern she has given her. I have great temptations on this occasion, says the prim Gothamite, to express my own resentments upon your present state. My own resentments! And why did he not fall into this temptation? Why, truly, because he knew not what that state was which gave him so tempting a subject, only by a conjecture, and so forth. He then dances in his style as he does in his gait. To be sure, he must have made the grand tour, and come home by way of Tipperary. And being moreover forbid, says the prancer, to enter into the cruel subject. This prohibition was a mercy to thee, friend Hickman. But why cruel subject, if thou knowest not what it is, but conjecturest only, from the disturbance it gives to a girl that is her mother's disturbance, will be thy disturbance, and the disturbance, in turn, of every body with whom she is intimately acquainted, unless I have the humbling of her. In another letter the little fury professes, that she will write, and that no man shall write for her, as if some medium of that kind had been proposed. She approves of her fair friend's intention to leave me, if she can be received by her relations. I am a wretch, a foolish wretch. She hates me for my teasing ways. She has just made an acquaintance with one who knows a vast deal of my private history. A curse upon her, and upon her historiographer. The man is really a villain, an execrable one. Devil take her! Had I a dozen lives, I might have forfeited them all 20 crimes ago. An odd way of reckoning, Jack. Miss Betterton, Miss Lockyer, are named. The man, she reverently repeats, she again calls a villain. Let me perish, I repeat, if I am called a villain for nothing. She will have her uncle, as Miss Harlowe requests, sounded about receiving her. Dorcas is to be attached to her interest. My letters are to be come at by surprise or trick. What thinkest thou of this, Jack? Miss Howe is alarmed at my attempt to come at a letter of hers. Were I to come at the knowledge of her freedoms with my character, she says, she should be afraid to stir out without a guard. I would advise the vixen to get her guard ready. I am at the head of a gang of wretches. Thee, Jack, and thy brother Varlet, she owns she means, who join together to betray innocent creatures, and to support one another in their villanies. What sayest thou to this, Belford? She wonders not at her melancholy reflections for meeting me, for being forced upon me, and tricked by me. I hope, Jack, thou'lt have done preaching after this. But she comforts her, that she will be both a warning and an example to all her sex. I hope the sex will thank me for this. The nymphs had not time, they say, to transcribe all that was worthy of my resentment in this letter, so I must find an opportunity to come at it myself. Noble rant, they say, it contains. But I am a seducer, and 100 vile fellows in it. And the devil, it seems, took possession of my heart, and of the hearts of all her friends, in the same dark hour, in order to provoke her to meet me. Again, there is a fate in her error, she says. Why then should she grieve? Adversity is her shining time, and I can't tell what, yet never to thank the man to whom she owes the shine. In the next letter, wicked as I am, she fears I must be her lord and master. I hope so. She retracts what she said against me in her last. My behaviour to my Rosebud. Miss Harlowe to take possession of Mrs. Fretchville's house. I to stay at Mrs. Sinclair's. The stake I have in my country, my reversions, my economy, my person, my address, something like in all this, are brought in my favour, to induce her now not to leave me. How I do love to puzzle these long-sighted girls! Yet my teasing ways, it seems, are intolerable. Are women only to tease, I trow? The sex may thank themselves for teaching me to out-tease them. So the headstrong Charles XII. Of Sweden taught the Tsar Peter to beat him, by continuing a war with the Muscovites against the ancient maxims of his kingdom. May eternal vengeance pursue the villain, thank heaven she does not say overtake, if he give room to doubt his honour. Women can't swear, Jack, sweet souls, they can only curse. I am said to doubt her love. Have I not reason, and she to doubt my ardour? Ardour, Jack! Why, 'tis very right. Women, as Miss Howe says, and as every rake knows, love ardours. She apprises her of the ill success of the application made to her uncle, by Hickman, no doubt. I must have this fellow's ears in my pocket very quickly, I believe. She says, she is equally shocked and enraged against all her family. Mrs. Norton's weight has been tried upon Mrs. Harlowe, as well as Mr. Hickman's upon the uncle. But never were there, says the vixen, such determined brutes in the world. Her uncle concludes her ruined already. Is not that a call upon me, as well as a reproach? They all expected applications from her when in distress, but were resolved not to stir an inch to save her life. Miss Howe is concerned, she tells her, for the revenge my pride may put me upon taking for the distance she has kept me at, and well she may. It is now evident to her that she must be mine, for her cousin Morden, it seems, is set against her too. An act of necessity, of convenience. Thy friend, Jack, to be already made a woman's convenience! Is this to be borne by a Lovelace? I shall make great use of this letter. From Miss Howe's hints of what passed between her uncle Harlowe and Hickman, it must be Hickman, I can give room for my invention to play; for she tells her, that she will not reveal all. I must endeavour to come at this letter myself. I must have the very words. Extracts will not do. This letter, when I have it, must be my compass to steer by. The fire of friendship then blazes and crackles. I never before imagined that so fervent a friendship could subsist between two sister beauties, both toasts. But even here it may be inflamed by opposition, and by that contradiction which gives vigour to female spirits of a warm and romantic turn. She raves about coming up, if by doing so she could prevent so noble a creature from stooping too low, or save her from ruin. One reed to support another. I think I will contrive to bring her up. How comes it to pass that I cannot help being pleased with this virago's spirit, though I suffer by it? Had I her but here, I'd engage in a week's time to teach her submission without reserve. What pleasure should I have in breaking such a spirit? I should wish for her but for 1 month, I think. She would be too tame and spiritless for me after that. How sweetly pretty to see the two lovely friends, when humbled and tame, both sitting in the darkest corner of a room, arm in arm, weeping and sobbing for each other, and I, their emperor, their then acknowledged emperor, reclined at my ease in the same room, uncertain to which I should first, grand signor like, throw out my handkerchief. Again, mind the girl. She is enraged at the Harlowes. She is angry at her own mother. She is exasperated against her foolish and low-vanity'd Lovelace. Foolish, a little toad! God forgive me for calling such a virtuous girl a toad. Let us stoop to lift the wretch out of his dirt, though we soil our fingers in doing it. He has not been guilty of direct indecency to you. It seems extraordinary to Miss Howe that I have not. Nor dare he. She should be sure of that. If women have such things in their heads, why should not I in my heart? Not so much of a devil as that comes to neither. Such villanous intentions would have shown themselves before now if I had them. Lord help them. She then puts her friend upon urging for settlements, license, and so forth. No room for delicacy now, she says, and tells her what she shall say, to bring all forward from me. Is it not as clear to thee, Jack, as it is to me, that I should have carried my point long ago, but for this vixen? She reproaches her for having modested away, as she calls it, more than one opportunity that she ought not to have slipped. Thus thou seest that the noblest of the sex mean nothing in the world by their shyness and distance, but to pound the poor fellow they dislike not, when he comes into their purlieus. Though tricked into this man's power, she tells her, she is not meanly subjugated to it. There are hopes of my reformation, it seems, from my reverence for her, since before her I never had any reverence for what was good. I am a great, a specious deceiver. I thank her for this, however. A good moral use, she says, may be made of my having prevailed upon her to swerve. I am glad that any good may flow from my actions. Annexed to this letter is a paper the most saucy that ever was written of a mother by a daughter. There are in it such free reflections upon widows and bachelors, that I cannot but wonder how Miss Howe came by her learning. Sir George Colmar, I can tell thee, was a greater fool than thy friend, if she had it all for nothing. The contents of this paper acquaint Miss Harlowe that her uncle Antony has been making proposals of marriage to her mother. The old fellow's heart ought to be a tough one if he succeed, or she who broke that of a much worthier man, the late Mr. Howe, will soon get rid of him. But be this as it may, the stupid family is made more irreconcilable than ever to their goddess daughter for old Antony's thoughts of marrying. So I am more secure of her than ever. And yet I believe at last that my tender heart will be moved in her favour. For I did not wish that she should have nothing but persecution and distress. But why loves she the brutes, as Miss Howe justly calls them, so much, me so little? I have still more unpardonable transcripts from other letters. End of letter 44. Letter 45 of Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 4, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 45. Mr. Lovelace to John Belford, Esquire. The next letter is of such a nature that I dare say these proud rogues would not have had it fall into my hands for the world. I see by it to what her displeasure with me in relation to my proposals was owing. They were not summed up, it seems, with the warmth, with the ardour, which she had expected. This whole letter was transcribed by Dorcas, to whose lot it fell. Thou shalt have copies of them all at full length shortly. Men of our caste, this little devil says, she fancies, cannot have the ardours that honest men have. Miss Howe has very pretty fancies, Jack. Charming girl. Would to heaven I knew whether my fair one answers her as freely as she writes. 'Twould vex a man's heart that this virago should have come honestly by her fancies. Who knows but I may have 6 creatures to get off my hands before I engage for life? Yet, lest this should mean me a compliment, as if I would reform, she adds her belief that she must not expect me to be honest on this side my grand climacteric. She has an high opinion of her sex, to think they can charm so long a man so well acquainted with their identicalness. He to suggest delay, she says, from a compliment to be made to Lord M.? Yes, I, my dear. Because a man has not been accustomed to be dutiful, must he never be dutiful? In so important a case as this, too, The hearts of his whole family are engaged in it. You did indeed, says she, want an interposing friend. But were I to have been in your situation, I would have torn his eyes out, and left it to his heart to furnish the reason for it. See! See! What sayest thou to this, Jack? Villain, fellow that he is! Follow. And for what? Only for wishing that the next day were to be my happy one, and for being dutiful to my nearest relation. It is the cruellest of fates, she says, for a woman to be forced to have a man whom her heart despises. That is what I wanted to be sure of. I was afraid that my beloved was too conscious of her talents, of her superiority. I was afraid that she indeed despises me, and I cannot bear to think that she does. But, Belford, I do not intend that this lady shall be bound down to so cruel a fate. Let me perish if I marry a woman who has given her most intimate friend reason to say she despises me. A Lovelace to be despised, Jack! His clenched fist to his forehead on your leaving him in just his pleasure. That is, when she was not satisfied with my ardours, if it please ye. I remember the motion, but her back was towards me at the time. Are these watchful ladies all eye? But observe what follows. I wish it had been a pole-axe, and in the hands of his worst enemy. I will have patience, Jack. I will have patience. My day is at hand. Then will I steel my heart with these remembrances. But here is a scheme to be thought of, in order to get my fair prize out of my hands, in case I give her reason to suspect me. This indeed alarms me. Now the contention becomes arduous. Now wilt thou not wonder if I let loose my plotting genius upon them both. I will not be out-Norris'd, Belford. But once more. She has no notion, she says, that I can or dare to mean her dishonour. But then the man is a fool, that's all. I should indeed be a fool to proceed as I do, and mean matrimony. However, since you are thrown upon a fool, says she, marry the fool at the first opportunity, and though I doubt that this man will be the most unmanageable of fools, as all witty and vain fools are, take him as a punishment, since you cannot as a reward. Is there any bearing this, Belford? But such men as myself are the men that women do not naturally hate. True as the gospel, Jack. The truth is out at last. Have I not always told thee so? Sweet creatures and true Christians, these young girls, they love their enemies. But rakes in their hearts all of them. Like turns to like, that's the thing. Were I not well assured of the truth of this observation of the vixen, I should have thought it worth while, if not to be a good man, to be more of an hypocrite than I found it needful to be. But in the letter I came at to-day, while she was at church, her scheme is further opened, and a cursed one it is. Mr. Lovelace then transcribes, from his shorthand notes, that part of Miss Howe's letter, which relates to the design of engaging Mrs. Townsend, in case of necessity, to give her protection till Colonel Morden come, and repeats his vows of revenge, especially for these words, that should he attempt any thing that would make him obnoxious to the laws of society, she might have a fair riddance of him either by flight or the gallows, no matter which. He then adds, "'Tis my pride to subdue girls who know too much to doubt their knowledge, and to convince them that they know too little, to defend themselves from the inconveniencies of knowing too much. How passion drives a man on," proceeds he. "I have written a prodigious quantity in a very few hours. Now my resentments are warm, I will see, and perhaps will punish, this proud, this double-armed beauty. I have sent to tell her that I must be admitted to sup with her. We have neither of us dined. She refused to drink tea in the afternoon, and I believe neither of us will have much stomach to our supper." End of Letter 45. Letter 46 of Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 4, by Samuel Richardson, Letter 46. Miss Clarissa Harlowe to Miss Howe, Sunday morning, 7 o'clock. I was at the play last night with Mr. Lovelace and Miss Horton. It is, you know, a deep and most affecting tragedy in the reading. You have my remarks upon it in the little book you made me write upon the principal acting plays. You will not wonder that Miss Horton, as well as I, was greatly moved at the representation, when I tell you, and have some pleasure in telling you, that Mr. Lovelace himself was very sensibly touched with some of the most affecting scenes. I mention this in praise of the author's performance, for I take Mr. Lovelace to be one of the most hard-hearted men in the world. Upon my word, my dear, I do. His behaviour, however, on this occasion, and on our return, was unexceptionable. Only that he would oblige me to stay to supper with the women below when we came back, and to sit up with him and them till near 1 o'clock this morning. I was resolved to be even with him, and indeed I am not very sorry to have the pretence, for I love to pass the Sundays by myself. To have the better excuse to avoid his teasing, I am ready dressed to go to church this morning. I will go only to St. James's Church, and in a chair, that I may be sure I can go out and come in when I please, without being intruded upon by him as I was twice before. Near 9 o'clock. I have your kind letter of yesterday. He knows I have. And I shall expect that he will be inquisitive next time I see him after your opinions of his proposals. I doubted not your approbation of them, and had written an answer on that presumption, which is ready for him. He must study for occasions of procrastination, and to disoblige me, if now any thing happens to set us at variance again. He is very importunate to see me. He has desired to attend me to church. He is angry that I have declined to breakfast with him. I am sure that I should not have been at my own liberty if I had. I bid Dorcas tell him that I desired to have this day to myself. I would see him in the morning as early as he pleased. She says she knows not what ails him, but that he is out of humour with every body. He has sent again in a peremptory manner. He warns me of Singleton. I sent him word, that if he was not afraid of Singleton at the playhouse last night, I need not at church to day, so many churches to one playhouse. I have accepted of his servant's proposed attendance, but he is quite displeased, it seems. I don't care. I will not be perpetually at his insolent beck. Adieu, my dear, till I return. The chair waits. He won't stop me, sure, as I go down to it. I did not see him as I went down. He is, it seems, excessively out of humour. Dorcas says not with me neither, she believes, but something has vexed him. This is perhaps to make me dine with him. But I will not, if I can help it. I shan't get rid of him for the rest of the day, if I do. He was very earnest to dine with me. But I was resolved to carry this one small point, and so denied to dine myself. And indeed I was endeavouring to write to my cousin Morden, and had begun 3 different times, without being able to please myself. He was very busy in writing, Dorcas says, and pursued it without dining, because I denied him my company. He afterwards demanded, as I may say, to be admitted to afternoon tea with me, and appealed by Dorcas to his behaviour to me last night, as if, I sent him word by her, he thought he had a merit in being unexceptionable. However, I repeated my promise to meet him as early as he pleased in the morning, or to breakfast with him. Dorcas says he raved. I heard him loud, and I heard his servant fly from him, as I thought. You, my dearest friend, say in one of yours, that you must have somebody to be angry at, when your mother sets you up. I should be very loath to draw comparisons, but the workings of passion, when indulged, are but too much alike, whether in man or woman. He has just sent me word that he insists upon supping with me. As we had been in a good train for several days past, I thought it not prudent to break with him for little matters. Yet to be in a manner threatened into his will, I know not how to bear that. While I was considering, he came up, and tapping at my door, told me, in a very angry tone, he must see me this night. He could not rest till he had been told what he had done to deserve the treatment I gave him. Treatment I gave him! A wretch! Yet perhaps he has nothing new to say to me. I shall be very angry with him. As the lady could not know what Mr. Lovelace's designs were, nor the cause of his ill humour, it will not be improper to pursue the subject from his letter. Having described his angry manner of demanding, in person, her company at supper, he proceeds as follows. "'Tis hard, answered the fair perverse, that I am to be so little my own mistress. I will meet you in the dining room half an hour hence. I went down to wait the half hour. All the women set me hard to give her cause for this tyranny. They demonstrated, as well from the nature of the sex as of the case, that I had nothing to hope for from my tameness, and could meet with no worse treatment, were I to be guilty of the last offence. They urged me vehemently to try at least what effect some greater familiarities than I had ever taken with her would have. And their arguments being strengthened by my just resentments on the discoveries I had made, I was resolved to take some liberties, as they were received, to take still greater, and lay all the fault upon her tyranny. In this humour I went up, and never had paralytic so little command of his joints as I had while I walked about the dining room, attending her motions. With an erect mien she entered, her face averted, her lovely bosom swelling, and the more charmingly protuberant for the erectness of her mien. O Jack, that sullenness and reserve should add to the charms of this haughty maid! But in every attitude, in every humour, in every gesture, is beauty beautiful. By her averted face and indignant aspect, I saw the dear insolent was disposed to be angry. But by the fierceness of mine, as my trembling hand seized hers, I soon made fear her predominant passion. And yet the moment I beheld her, my heart was dastardized, and my reverence for the virgin purity, so visible in her whole deportment, again took place. Surely, Belford, this is an angel. And yet, had she not been known to be a female, they would not from babyhood have dressed her as such, nor would she, but upon that conviction, have continued the dress. Let me ask you, Madam, I beseech you, tell me, what I have done to deserve this distant treatment? And let me ask you, Mr. Lovelace, why are my retirements to be thus invaded? What can you have to say to me since last night, that I went with you so much against my will to the play, and after sitting up with you, equally against my will, till a very late hour? This I have to say, Madam, that I cannot bear to be kept at this distance from you, under the same roof. Under the same roof, Sir! How came you Hear me out, Madam, letting go her trembling hands, and snatching them back again with an eagerness that made her start. I have 1,000 things to say, to talk of, relating to our present and future prospects. But when I want to open my whole soul to you, you are always contriving to keep me at a distance. You make me inconsistent with myself. Your heart is set upon delays. You must have views that you will not own. Tell me, Madam, I conjure you to tell me, this moment, without subterfuge or reserve, in what light am I to appear to you in future? I cannot bear this distance. The suspense you hold me in, I cannot bear. In what light, Mr. Lovelace? Visibly terrified. In no bad light, I hope. Pray, Mr. Lovelace, do not grasp my hands so hard, endeavouring to withdraw them. Pray, let me go. You hate me, Madam. I hate nobody, Sir. You hate me, Madam, repeated I. Instigated and resolved as I came up, I wanted some new provocation. The devil, indeed, as soon as my angel made her appearance, crept out of my heart; but he had left the door open, and was no further off than my elbow. You come up in no good temper, I see, Mr. Lovelace. But pray be not violent. I have done you no hurt. Pray be not violent. Sweet creature! And I clasped one arm about her, holding one hand in my other. You have done me no hurt. I could have devoured her, but restraining myself. You have done me the greatest hurt. In what have I deserved the distance you keep me at? I knew not what to say. She struggled to disengage herself. Pray, Mr. Lovelace, let me withdraw. I know not why this is. I know not what I have done to offend you. I see you are come with a design to quarrel with me. If you would not terrify me by the ill humour you are in, permit me to withdraw. I will hear all you have to say another time, to-morrow morning, as I sent you word. But indeed you frighten me, I beseech you. If you have any value for me, permit me to withdraw. Night, midnight is necessary, Belford. Surprise, terror must be necessary to the ultimate trial of this charming creature, say the women below what they will. I could not hold my purposes. This was not the first time that I had intended to try if she could forgive. I kissed her hand with a fervour, as if I would have left my lips upon it. Withdraw then, dearest and ever dear creature. Indeed, I entered in a very ill humour. I cannot bear the distance at which you so causelessly keep me. Withdraw, Madam, since it is your will to withdraw, and judge me generously. Judge me but as I deserve to be judged. And let me hope to meet you to-morrow morning early in such a temper as becomes our present situation and my future hopes. And so saying, I conducted her to the door, and left her there. But instead of going down to the women, I went into my own chamber, and locked myself in, ashamed of being awed by her majestic loveliness and apprehensive virtue into so great a change of purpose, notwithstanding I had such just provocations from the letters of her saucy friend, formed on her own representations of facts and situations between herself and me. The lady, dated Sunday night, thus describes her terrors, and Mr. Lovelace's behaviour on the occasion. On my entering the dining room, he took my hand in his, in such a humour, I saw plainly he was resolved to quarrel with me. And for what? What had I done to him? I never in my life beheld in any body such wild, such angry, such impatient airs. I was terrified, and instead of being as angry as I intended to be, I was forced to be all mildness. I can hardly remember what were his first words, I was so frighted. But you hate me, Madam, you hate me, Madam, were some of them, with such a fierceness, I wished myself 1,000 miles distant from him. I hate nobody, said I. I thank God, I hate nobody. You terrify me, Mr. Lovelace, let me leave you. The man, my dear, looked quite ugly. I never saw a man look so ugly as passion made him look. And for what? And so he grasped my hands, fierce creature, he so grasped my hands. In short, he seemed by his looks and by his words, once putting his arms about me, to wish me to provoke him. So that I had nothing to do but to beg of him, which I did repeatedly, to permit me to withdraw, and to promise to meet him at his own time in the morning. It was with a very ill grace that he complied on that condition. And at parting he kissed my hand with such a savageness that a redness remains upon it still. Do you not think, my dear, that I have reason to be incensed at him, my situation considered? Am I not under a necessity, as it were, of quarrelling with him, at least every other time I see him? No prudery, no coquetry, no tyranny in my heart, or in my behaviour to him, that I know of. No affected procrastination, aiming at nothing but decorum. He as much concerned, and so he ought to think, as I to have that observed. Too much in his power, cast upon him by the cruelty of my relations, no other protection to fly to but his, one plain path before us, yet such embarrasses, such difficulties, such subjects for doubt, for cavil, for uneasiness, as fast as one is obviated, another to be introduced, and not by myself. know not how introduced. What pleasure can I propose to myself in meeting such a wretch? Perfect for me, my dearest Miss Howe, perfect for me, I beseech you, your kind scheme with Mrs. Townsend, and I will then leave this man. My temper, I believe, is changed. No wonder if it be. I question whether ever it will be what it was. But I cannot make him half so uneasy by the change as I am myself. See you not how, from step to step, he grows upon me? I tremble to look back upon his encroachments, and now to give me cause to apprehend more evil from him than indignation will permit me to express. O my dear, perfect your scheme, and let me fly from so strange a wretch. Yet to be first an eloper from my friends to him, as the world supposes, and now to be so from him, to whom I know not. How hard to one who ever endeavoured to shun intricate paths! But he must certainly have views in quarrelling with me thus, which he dare not own. Yet what can they be? I am terrified but to think of what they may be. Let me but get from him. As to my reputation, if I leave him, that is already too much wounded for me now to be careful about any thing, but how to act so as that my own heart shall not reproach me. As to the world's censure, I must be content to suffer that. An unhappy composition, however. What a wreck have my fortunes suffered, to be obliged to throw overboard so many valuables, to preserve, indeed, the only valuable! A composition that once it would have half broken my heart to think there would have been the least danger that I should be obliged to submit to. You, my dear, could not be a stranger to my most secret failings, although you would not tell me of them. What a pride did I take in the applause of every one! What a pride even in supposing I had not that pride! Which concealed itself from my unexamining heart under the specious veil of humility, doubling the merit to myself by the supposed, and indeed imputed gracefulness in the manner of conferring benefits, when I had not a single merit in what I did, vastly overpaid by the pleasure of doing some little good, and impelled, as I may say, by talents given me, for what? Not to be proud of. So desirous, in short, to be considered as an example, a vanity which my partial admirers put into my head, and so secure in my own virtue. I am punished enough mortified for this my vanity, I hope enough, if it so please the all-gracious inflictor, since now I verily think I more despise myself for my presumptuous self-security, as well as vanity, than ever I secretly vaunted myself on my good inclinations. Secretly, I say, however, for, indeed, I had not given myself leisure to reflect, till I was thus mortified, how very imperfect I was, nor how much truth there is in what divines tell us, that we sin in our best performances. But I was very young. But here let me watch over myself again. For in those 4 words, I was very young, is there not a palliation couch, that were enough to take all efficacy from the discovery and confession? What strange imperfect beings! But self here, which is at the bottom of all we do, and of all we wish, is the grand misleader. I will not apologize to you, my dear, for these grave reflections. Is it not enough to make the unhappy creature look into herself, and endeavour to detect herself, who, from such a high reputation, left to proud and presumptuous self, should by one thoughtless step be brought to the dreadful situation I am in? Let me, however, look forward. To despond would be to add sin to sin. And whom have I to raise me up, whom to comfort me, if I desert myself? Thou, O Father, who I hope hast not yet deserted, hast not yet cursed me, for I am thine, it is fit that mediation should supply the rest. I was so disgusted with him, as well as frighted by him, that, on my return to my chamber, in a fit of passionate despair, I tore almost in two the answer I had written to his proposals. I will see him in the morning, because I promised I would. But I will go out, and that without him or any attendant, if he account not tolerably for his sudden change of behaviour, and a proper opportunity offer of a private lodging in some creditable house. I will not any more return to this. At present I think so. And there will I either attend the perfecting of your scheme, or by your epistolary mediation make my own terms with the wretch, since it is your opinion that I must be his, and cannot help myself; or perhaps take a resolution to throw myself at once into Lady Betty's protection, and this will hinder him from making his insolently threatened visit to Harlowe place. The lady writes again on Monday evening, and gives her friend an account of all that passed between herself and Mr. Lovelace that day, and of her being terrified out of her purpose of going out. But Mr. Lovelace's next letters giving a more ample account of all, hers are omitted. It is proper, however, to mention that she re-urges Miss Howe, from the dissatisfaction she has reason for from what passed between Mr. Lovelace and herself, to perfect her scheme in relation to Mrs. Townsend. She concludes this letter in these words: I should say something of your last favour, but a few hours ago received, and of your dialogue with your mother. Are you not very whimsical, my dear? I have but 2 things to wish for on this occasion. The one, that your charming pleasantry had a better subject than that you find for it in this dialogue. The other, that my situation were not such as must too often damp that pleasantry in you, and will not permit me to enjoy it as I used to do. Be, however, happy in yourself, though you cannot in Your Clarissa Harlowe. End of Letter 46. Letter 47 of Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 4, by Samuel Richardson, Letter 47. Mr. Lovelace to John Belford, Esquire, Monday morning, May 22nd. No generosity in this lady. None at all. Wouldst thou not have thought that after I had permitted her to withdraw, primed for mischief as I was, she would meet me next morning early, and that with a smile, making me one of her best courtesies? I was in the dining room before 6, expecting her. She opened not her door. I went up stairs and down, and hemmed, and called Will, called Dorcas, threw the doors hard to, but still she opened not her door. Thus till half an hour after 8 fooled I away my time, and then, breakfast ready, I sent Dorcas to request her company. But I was astonished when, following the wench, as she did at the first invitation, I saw her enter dressed, all but her gloves, and those and her fan in her hand, in the same moment bidding Dorcas direct Will to get her a chair to the door. Cruel creature, thought I, to expose me thus to the derision of the women below. Going abroad, madam? I am, sir. I look cursed silly, I am sure. You will breakfast first, I hope, madam, and a very humble strain, yet with 100 tender looks in my heart. Had she given me more notice of her intention, I had perhaps wrought myself up to the frame I was in the day before, and begun my vengeance, and immediately came into my head all the virulence that had been transcribed for me from Miss Howe's letters, and in that letter which I had transcribed myself. Yes, she would drink one dish, and then laid her gloves and fan in the window just by. I was perfectly disconcerted. I hemmed, and was going to speak several times, but I knew not in what key. Who's modest now, thought I? Who's insolent now? How a tyrant of a woman confounds a bashful man! She was acting Miss Howe, I thought, and I the spiritless Hickman. At last, I will begin, thought I. She a dish, I a dish. Sip, her eyes her own, she, like a haughty and imperious sovereign, conscious of dignity, every look a favour. Sip, like her vassal, I, lips and hands trembling, and not knowing that I sipped or tasted. I sipped, drawing in my breath and the liquor together, though I scalded my mouth with it. I was in hopes, madam. Dorcas came in just then. Dorcas, said she, is the chair gone for? Damned impertinence, thought I, thus to put me out in my speech, and I was forced to wait for the servant's answer to the insolent mistress's question. William is gone for one, madam. This cost me a minute's silence before I could begin again. And then it was with my hopes, and my hopes, and my hopes that I should have been early admitted to. What weather is it, Dorcas? Said she, as regardless of me as if I had not been present. A little lowering, madam. The sun is gone in. It was very fine half an hour ago. I had no patience. Up I rose. Down went the teacup, saucer and all. Confound the weather, the sunshine, and the wench. Begone for a devil when I am speaking to your lady, and have so little opportunity given me. Up rose the saucy face, half frighted, and snatched from the window her gloves and fan. You must not go, madam, seizing her hand. By my soul, you must not. Must not, sir? But I must. You can curse your maid in my absence as well as if I were present. Except you intend for me what you direct to her. Dearest creature, you must not go. You must not leave me. Such determined scorn, such contempts, question asked your servant of no meaning, but to break in upon me, I cannot bear it. Detain me not, struggling. I will not be withheld. I like you not, nor your ways. You sought to quarrel with me yesterday, for no reason in the world that I can think of, but because I was too obliging. You are an ungrateful man, and I hate you with my whole heart, Mr. Lovelace. Do not make me desperate, madam. Permit me to say, that you shall not leave me in this humour. Wherever you go, I will attend you. Had Miss Howe been my friend, I had not been thus treated. It is but too plain to whom my difficulties are owing. I have long observed that every letter you received from her makes an alteration in your behaviour to me. She would have you treat me as she treats Mr. Hickman, I suppose, but neither does that treatment become your admirable temper to offer, nor me to receive. This startled her. She did not care to have me think hardly of Miss Howe. But recollecting herself, Miss Howe, said she, is a friend to virtue and to good men. If she like not you, it is because you are not one of those. Yes, Madam, and therefore to speak of Mr. Hickman and myself, as you both, I suppose, think of each, she treats him as she would not treat a Lovelace. I challenge you, Madam, to shew me but one of the many letters you have received from her, where I am mentioned. Miss Howe is just, Miss Howe is good, replied she. She writes, she speaks of every body as they deserve. If you point me out but any one occasion upon which you have reason to build a merit to yourself, as either just or good or even generous, I will look out for her letter on that occasion. If such an occasion there be, I have certainly acquainted her with it, and will engage it shall be in your favour. Devilish severe, and as indelicate as severe, to put a modish man upon hunting backward after his own merits. She would have flung from me. I will not be detained, Mr. Lovelace. I will go out. Indeed you must not, Madam, in this humour. And I placed myself between her and the door. And then fanning, she threw herself into a chair, her sweet face all crimsoned over with passion. I cast myself at her feet. Begone, Mr. Lovelace, said she, with a rejecting motion, her fan in her hand. For your own sake, leave me. My soul is above thee, man. With both her hands pushing me from her. Urge me not to tell thee how sincerely I think my soul above thee. Thou hast in mine a too proud heart to contend with. Leave me, and leave me for ever. Thou hast a proud heart to contend with. Her air, her manner, her voice, were bewitchingly noble, though her words were so severe. Let me worship an angel, said I, no woman. Forgive me, dearest creature, creature if you be, forgive me. Forgive my inadvertencies. Forgive my inequalities. Pity my infirmities. Who is equal to my Clarissa? I trembled between admiration and love, and wrapped my arms about her knees as she sat. She tried to rise at the moment, but my clasping round her thus ardently drew her down again, and never was woman more affrighted. But free as my clasping emotion might appear to her apprehensive heart, I had not at the instant any thought but what reverence inspired. And till she had actually withdrawn, which I permitted under promise of a speedy return, and on her consent to dismiss the chair, all the motions of my heart were as pure as her own. She kept not her word. An hour I waited before I sent to claim her promise. She could not possibly see me yet, was her answer. As soon as she could, she would. Dorcas says she still excessively trembled, and ordered her to give her hartshorn and water. A strange apprehensive creature! Her terror is too great for the occasion. Evils are often greater in apprehension than in reality. Hast thou never observed that the terrors of a bird caught, and actually in the hand, bear no comparison to what we might have supposed those terrors would be, were we to have formed a judgment of the same bird by its shyness before it was taken? Dear creature! Did she never romp? Did she never, from girlhood to now, hoyden? The innocent kinds of freedom taken and allowed on these occasions would have familiarized her to greater. Sacrilege but to touch the hem of her garment. Excess of delicacy. Oh, the consecrated beauty! How can she think to be a wife? But how do I know till I try, whether she may not by a less alarming treatment be prevailed upon, or whether, day I have done with thee, she may not yield to nightly surprises? This is still the burden of my song. I can marry her when I will. And if I do, after prevailing, whether by surprise or by reluctant consent, whom but myself shall I have injured? It is now 11 o'clock. She will see me as soon as she can, she tells Polly Horton, who made her a tender visit, and to whom she is less reserved than to any body else. Her emotion, she assures her, was not owing to perverseness, to nicety, to ill humour, but to weakness of heart. She has not strength of mind sufficient, she says, to enable her to support her condition. Yet what a contradiction! Weakness of heart, says she, with such a strength of will! O Belford! She is a lion-hearted lady, in every case where her honour, her punctilio rather, calls for spirit. But I have had reason more than once in her case to conclude, that the passions of the gentle, slower to be moved than those of the quick, are the most flaming, the most irresistible when raised. Yet her charming body is not equally organized. The unequal partners pull two ways, and the divinity within her tears her silken frame. But had the same soul informed a masculine body, never would there have been a truer hero. Monday, 2 o'clock. Not yet visible. My beloved is not well. What expectations had she from my ardent admiration of her? More rudeness than revenge apprehended. Yet how my soul thirsts for revenge upon both these ladies! I must have recourse to my master strokes. This cursed project of Miss Howe and her Mrs. Townsend, if I cannot contrive to render it abortive, will be always a sword hanging over my head. Upon every little disobligation my beloved will be for taking wing, and the pains I have taken to deprive her of every other refuge or protection, in order to make her absolutely dependent upon me, will be all thrown away. But perhaps I shall find out a smuggler to counterplot Miss Howe. Thou rememberest the contention between the sun and the north wind in the fable, which should first make an honest traveller throw off his cloak. Boreas began first. He puffed away most vehemently, and often made the poor fellow curve and stagger, but with no other effect than to cause him to wrap his surtout the closer about him. But when it came to Phoebus's turn, he so played upon the traveller with his beams, that he made him first unbutton and then throw it quite off, nor left he till he obliged him to take to the friendly shade of a spreading beech, where, prostrating himself on the thrown-off cloak, he took a comfortable nap. The victor god then laughed outright, both at Boreas and the traveller, and pursued his radiant course, shining upon and warming and cherishing 1,000 new objects, as he danced along, and at night, when he put up his fiery courses, he diverted his Thetis with the relation of his pranks in the past day. I, in like manner, will discard all my boisterous inventions, and if I can oblige my sweet traveller to throw aside, but for one moment, the cloak of her rigid virtue, I shall have nothing to do but, like the sun, to bless new objects with my rays. But my chosen hours of conversation and repose, after all my peregrinations, will be devoted to my goddess. And now, Belford, according to my new system, I think this house of Mrs. Fretchville an embarrass upon me. I will get rid of it, for some time at least. Mennell, when I am out, shall come to her, inquiring for me. What for, thou'lt ask? What for? Hast thou not heard what has befallen poor Mrs. Fretchville? Then I'll tell thee. One of her maids, about a week ago, was taken with the small pox. The rest kept their mistress ignorant of it till Friday, and then she came to know of it by accident. The greater half of the plagues poor mortals of condition are tormented with proceed from the servants they take, partly for show, partly for use, and with a view to lessen their cares. This has so terrified the widow, that she is taken with all the symptoms that threaten an attack from that dreadful enemy of fair faces, so must not think of removing, yet cannot expect that we should be further delayed on her account. She now wishes with all her heart that she had known her own mind, and gone into the country at first when I treated about the house. This evil then had not happened. A cursed cross accident for us too. Hey ho! Nothing else, I think, in this mortal life. People need not study to bring crosses upon themselves by their petulancies. So this affair of the house will be over, at least for one while. But then I can fall upon an expedient which will make amends for this disappointment. I must move slow in order to be sure. I have a charming contrivance or two in my head, even supposing my beloved should get away, to bring her back again. But what is become of Lord M., I trow, that he writes not to me in answer to my invitation? If he would send me such a letter as I could show, it might go a great way towards a perfect reconciliation. I have written to Charlotte about it. He shall soon hear from me, and that in a way he won't like, if he writes not quickly. He has sometimes threatened to disinherit me. But if I should renounce him, it would be but justice, and would vex him 10 times more than anything he can do will vex me. Then the settlement's unavoidably delayed by his neglect. How shall I bear such a life of procrastination? I, who as to my will and impatience and so forth, am of the true lady make, and can as little bear controul and disappointment as the best of them. Another letter from Miss Howe. I suppose it is that which she promises in her last to send her, relating to the courtship between old Tony the uncle and Annabella the mother. I should be extremely rejoiced to see it. No more of the smuggler plot in it, surely. This letter, it seems, she has put in her pocket. But I hope I shall soon find it deposited with the rest. Monday evening. At my repeated request, she condescended to meet me in the dining-room to afternoon tea, and not before. She entered with bashfulness, as I thought, in a pretty confusion, for having carried her apprehensions too far. Sullen and slow moved she towards the tea-table. Dorcas present, busy in tea-cup preparations. I took her reluctant hand, and pressed it to my lips. Dearest, loveliest of creatures, why this distance? Why this displeasure? How can you thus torture the faithfullest heart in the world? She disengaged her hand. Again I would have snatched it. Be quiet, peevishly withdrawing it. And down she sat, a gentle palpitation in the beauty of beauties, indicating a mingled sullenness and resentment, her snowy handkerchief rising and falling, and a sweet flush overspreading her charming cheeks. For God's sake, madam, and a third time I would have taken her repulsing hand, and for the same sake, sir, no more teasing. Dorcas retired. I drew my chair nearer hers, and with the most respectful tenderness took her hand, and told her that I could not forbear to express my apprehensions, from the distance she was so desirous to keep me at, that if any man in the world was more indifferent to her, to use no harsher word, than another, it was the unhappy wretch before her. She looked steadily upon me for a moment, and with her other hand, not withdrawing that I held, pulled her handkerchief out of her pocket, and by a twinkling motion urged forward a tear or two, which having arisen in each sweet eye, it was plain by that motion she would rather have dissipated, but answered me only with a sigh and an averted face. I urged her to speak, to look up at me, to bless me with an eye more favourable. I had reason, she told me, for my complaint of her indifference. She saw nothing in my mind that was generous. I was not a man to be obliged or favoured. My strange behaviour to her since Saturday night, for no cause at all that she knew of, convinced her of this. Whatever hopes she had conceived of me were utterly dissipated. All my ways were disgustful to her. This cut me to the heart. The guilty, I believe, in every case, less patiently bear the detecting truth, than the innocent do the degrading falsehood. I bespoke her patience while I took the liberty to account for this change on my part. I re-acknowledged the pride of my heart, which could not bear the thought of that want of preference in the heart of a lady whom I hoped to call mine, which she had always manifested. Marriage, I said, was a state that was not to be entered upon with indifference on either side. It is insolence, interrupted she. It is a presumption, Sir, to expect tokens of value without resolving to deserve them. You have no whining creature before you, Mr. Lovelace, overcome by weak motives, to love where there is no merit. Miss Howe can tell you, Sir, that I never loved the faults of my friend, nor ever wished her to love me for mine. It was a rule with us not to spare each other. And would a man who has nothing but faults, for pray, Sir, what are your virtues, expect that I should show a value for him? Indeed, if I did, I should not deserve even his value, but ought to be despised by him. Well have you, Madam, kept up to this noble manner of thinking. You are in no danger of being despised for any marks of tenderness or favour shown to the man before you. You have been, perhaps you'll think, laudably studious of making and taking occasions to declare that it was far from being owing to your choice that you had any thoughts of me. My whole soul, Madam, in all its errors, in all its wishes, in all its views, had been laid open and naked before you, had I been encouraged by such a share in your confidence and esteem as would have secured me against your apprehended worse constructions of what I should from time to time have revealed to you and consulted you upon. For never was there a franker heart, nor a man so ready to accuse himself. This, Belford, is true. But you know, Madam, how much otherwise it has been between us. Doubt, distance, reserve on your part, begat doubt, fear, awe on mine. How little confidence, as if we apprehended each other to be a plotter rather than a lover. How have I dreaded every letter that has been brought you from Wilson's, and with reason, since the last, from which I expected so much, on account of the proposals I had made you in writing, has, if I may judge by the effects, and by your denial of seeing me yesterday, though you could go abroad, and in a chair too, to avoid my attendance on you, set you against me more than ever. I was guilty, it seems, of going to church, said the indignant charmer, and without the company of a man, whose choice it would not have been to go, had I not gone. I was guilty of desiring to have the whole Sunday to myself, after I had obliged you against my will at a play, and after you had detained me, equally to my dislike, to a very late hour overnight. These were my faults. For these I was to be punished. I was to be compelled to see you, and to be terrified, when I did see you, by the most shocking ill humour that was ever shown to a creature in my circumstances, and not bound to bear it. You have pretended to find free fault with my father's temper, Mr. Lovelace; but the worst that he ever showed after marriage was not in the least to be compared to what you have shown 20 times beforehand. And what are my prospects with you, at the very best? My indignation rises against you, Mr. Lovelace, while I speak to you, when I recollect the many instances, equally ungenerous and unpolite, of your behaviour to one whom you have brought into distress, and I can hardly bear you in my sight. She turned from me, standing up, and lifting up her folded hands, and charming eyes swimming in tears. O my father, said the inimitable creature, you might have spared your heavy curse, had you known how I have been punished ever since my swerving feet led me out of your garden doors to meet this man. Then sinking into her chair, a burst of passionate tears forced their way down her glowing cheeks. My dearest life, taking her still folded hands in mine, who can bear an invocation so affecting, though so passionate? And as I hope to live, my nose tingled, as I once, when a boy, remember it did, and indeed once more very lately, just before some tears came into my eyes, and I durst hardly trust my face in view of hers. What have I done to deserve this impatient exclamation? Have I, at any time, by word, by deeds, by looks, given you cause to doubt my honour, my reverence, my adoration, I may call it, of your virtues? All is owing to misapprehension, I hope, on both sides. Condescend to clear up but your part, as I will mine, and all must speedily be happy. Would to Heaven I love that Heaven as I love you! And yet, if I doubted a return in love, let me perish if I should know how to wish you mine. Give me hope, dearest creature, give me but hope that I am your preferable choice. Give me but hope that you hate me not, that you do not despise me. O Mr. Lovelace, we have been long enough together to be tired of each other's humours and ways and humours so different, that perhaps you ought to dislike me as much as I do you. I think that I cannot make an answerable return to the value you profess for me. My temper is utterly ruined. You have given me an ill opinion of all mankind, of yourself in particular, and withal so bad a one of myself, that I shall never be able to look up, having utterly and for ever lost all that self-complacency and conscious pride, which are so necessary to carry a woman through this life with tolerable satisfaction to herself. She paused. I was silent. By my soul, thought I, this sweet creature will at last undo me. She proceeded. What now remains, but that you pronounce me free of all obligation to you, and that you hinder me not from pursuing the destiny that shall be allotted me? Again she paused. I was still silent, meditating whether to renounce all further designs upon her, whether I had not received sufficient evidence of a virtue, and of a greatness of soul, that could not be questioned or impeached. She went on. Propitious to me be your silence, Mr. Lovelace. Tell me, that I am free of all obligation to you. You know I never made you promises. You know that you are not under any to me. My broken fortunes I matter not. She was proceeding. My dearest life, said I have been all this time, though you fill me with doubts of your favour, busy in the nuptial preparations. I am actually in treaty for equipage. Equipage, sir? Trappings? Tinsel? What is equipage? What is life? What is any thing to a creature sunk so low as I am in my own opinion? Labouring under a father's curse, unable to look backward without self-reproach, or forward without terror. These reflections strengthened by every cross accident, and what but cross accidents befall me? All my darling schemes dashed in pieces, all my hopes at an end. Deny me not the liberty to refuge myself in some obscure corner, where neither the enemies you have made me, nor the few friends you have left me, may ever hear of the supposed rash one, till those happy moments are at hand, which shall expiate for all. I had not a word to say for myself. Such a war in my mind had I never known. Gratitude and admiration of the excellent creature before me, combating with villanous habit, with resolutions so premeditatedly made, and with views so much gloried in. An hundred new contrivances in my head and in my heart that, to be honest, as it is called, must all be given up, by a heart delighting in intrigue and difficulty. Miss Howe's virulences endeavoured to be recollected, yet recollection refusing to bring them forward with the requisite efficacy. I had certainly been a lost man, had not Dorcas come seasonably in with the letter. On the superscription written, Be pleased, sir, to open it now. I retired to the window, opened it. It was from Dorcas herself. These the contents. Be pleased to detain my lady, a paper of importance to transcribe. I will cough when I have done. I put the paper in my pocket, and turned to my charmer, less disconcerted, as she, by that time, had also a little recovered herself. One favour, dearest creature. Let me but know whether Miss Howe approves or disapproves of my proposals. I know her to be my enemy. I was intending to account to you for the change of behaviour you accused me of at the beginning of the conversation, but was diverted from it by your vehemence. Indeed, my beloved creature, you are very vehement. Do you think it must not be a matter of high regret to me to find my wishes so often delayed and postponed, in favour of your predominant view to a reconciliation with relations who will not be reconciled to you? To this was owing your declining to celebrate our nuptials before we came to town, though you were so atrociously treated by your sister and your whole family, and though so ardently pressed to celebrate by me. To this was owing the ready offence you took at my 4 friends, and at the unavailing attempt I made to see a dropped letter, little imagining from what 2 such ladies could write to each other, that there could be room for mortal displeasure. To this was owing the week's distance you held me at, till you knew the issue of another application. But when they had rejected that, when you had sent my cold received proposals to Miss Howe for her approbation or advice, as indeed I advised, and had honoured me with your company at the play on Saturday night, my whole behaviour unobjectionable to the last hour, must not, Madam, the sudden change in your conduct the very next morning astonish and distress me? And this persisted in with still stronger declarations, after you had received the impatiently expected letter from Miss Howe? Must I not conclude that all was owing to her influence, and that some other application or project was meditating, that made it necessary to keep me again at a distance till the result were known, and which was to deprive me of you for ever? For was not that your constantly proposed preliminary? Well, Madam, might I be wrought up to a half phrensy by this apprehension, and well might I charge you with hating me. And now, dearest creature, let me know, I once more ask you, what is Miss Howe's opinion of my proposals? Were I disposed to debate with you, Mr. Lovelace, I could very easily answer your fine harangue. But at present I shall only say, that your ways have been very unaccountable. You seem to me, if your meanings were always just, to have taken great pains to embarrass them. Whether owing in you to the want of a clear head or a sound heart, I cannot determine. But it is to the want of one of them, I verily think, that I am to ascribe the greatest part of your strange conduct. Curse upon the heart of the little devil, said I, who instigates you to think so hardly of the faithfullest heart in the world? How dare you, Sir? And there she stopped, having almost overshot herself, as I designed she should. How dare I what, Madam? And I looked with meaning. How dare I what? Vile man! And do you And there again she stopped. Do I what, Madam? And why, vile man? How dare you curse any body in my presence? O the sweet receder! But that was not to go off so with the Lovelace. Why then, dearest creature, is there any body that instigates you? If there be, again I curse them, be they whom they will. She was in a charming pretty passion, and this was the first time that I had the odds in my favour. Well, Madam, it is just as I thought. And now I know how to account for a temper that I hope is not natural to you. Artful wretch! And is it thus you would entrap me? But know, Sir, that I receive letters from nobody but Miss Howe. Miss Howe likes some of your ways as little as I do, for I have set every thing before her. Yet she is thus far from your enemy as she is mine. She thinks I could not refuse your offers, but endeavour to make the best of my lot. And now you have the truth. Would to Heaven you were capable of dealing with equal sincerity. I am, Madam, and here on my knee I renew my vows and my supplication that you will make me yours for ever, and let me have cause to bless you and Miss Howe in the same breath. To say the truth, Belford, I had before begun to think that the vixen of a girl, who certainly likes not Hickman, was in love with me. Rise, Sir, from your too ready knees, and mock me not. Too ready knees, thought I. Though this humble posture so little affects this proud beauty, she knows not how much I have obtained of others of her sex, nor how often I have been forgiven for the last attempts, by kneeling. Mock you, Madam? And I arose, and re-urged her for the day. I blame myself, at the same time, for the invitation I had given to Lord M., as it might subject me to delay from his infirmities, but told her that I would write to him to excuse me, if she had no objection, or to give him the day she would give me, and not wait for him, if he could not come in time. My day, Sir, said she, is never. Be not surprised. A person of politeness, judging between us, would not be surprised that I say so. But indeed, Mr. Lovelace, and wept through impatience, you either know not how to treat with a mind of the least degree of delicacy, notwithstanding your birth and education, or you are an ungrateful man, and, after a pause, a worse than ungrateful one. But I will retire. I will see you again to-morrow. I cannot before. I think I hate you. And if, upon a re-examination of my own heart, I find I do, I would not for the world that matters should go on further between us. But I see she does not hate me. How it would mortify my vanity, if I thought there was a woman in the world, much more this, that could hate me. 'Tis evident, villain as she thinks me, that I should not be an odious villain, if I could but at last in one instance cease to be a villain. She could not hold it, determined as she had thought herself. I saw by her eyes, the moment I endeavoured to dissipate her apprehensions on my too ready knees, as she calls them, the moment the rough covering my teasing behaviour has thrown over her affections is quite removed, I doubt not to find all silk and silver at the bottom, all soft, bright, and charming. I was, however, too much vexed, disconcerted, mortified, to hinder her from retiring. And yet she had not gone, if Dorcas had not coughed. The wench came in as soon as her lady had retired, and gave me the copy she had taken. And what should it be but of the answer the truly admirable creature had intended to give to my written proposals, in relation to settlements? I have but just dipped my pen into this affecting paper. Were I to read it attentively, not a wink should I sleep this night. To-morrow it shall obtain my serious consideration. End of Letter 47. Letter 48 of Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 4, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 48. Mr. Lovelace to John Belford, Esquire, Tuesday morning, May 23rd. The dear creature desires to be excused seeing me till evening. She is not very well, as Dorcas tells me. Read here, if thou wilt, the paper transcribed by Dorcas. It is impossible that I should proceed with my projects against this admirable woman, were it not that I am resolved, after a few trials more, if as nobly sustained as those she has passed through, to make her, if she really hate me not, legally mine. To Mr. Lovelace. When a woman is married, that supreme earthly obligation requires, that in all instances where her husband's real honour is concerned, she should yield her own will to his. But beforehand I could be glad, conformably to what I have always signified, to have the most explicit assurances that every possible way should be tried to avoid litigation with my father. Time and patience will subdue all things. My prospects of happiness are extremely contracted. A husband's right will be always the same. In my lifetime I could wish nothing to be done of this sort. Your circumstances, sir, will not oblige you to extort violently from him what is in his hands. All that depends upon me, either with regard to my person, to my diversions, or to the economy that no married woman, of whatever rank or quality, should be above inspecting, shall be done, to prevent a necessity for such measures being taken. And if there will be no necessity for them, it is to be hoped that motives less excusable will not have force, motives which must be founded in a littleness of mind, which a woman who has not that littleness of mind will be under such temptations as her duty will hardly be able at all times to check, to despise her husband for having, especially in cases where her own family, so much a part of herself, and which will have obligations upon her, though then but secondary ones, from which she can never be freed, is intimately concerned. This article, then, I urge to your most serious consideration, as what lies next my heart. I enter not here minutely into the fatal misunderstanding between them and you. The fault may be in both. But, sir, yours was the foundation fault. At least you gave a too plausible pretence for my brother's antipathy to work upon. Condescension was no part of your study. You chose to bear the imputations laid to your charge, rather than to make it your endeavour to obviate them. But this may lead into hateful recrimination. Let it be remembered, I will only say, in this place, that, in their eye, you have robbed them of a daughter they doted upon, and that their resentments on this occasion rise but in proportion to their love and their disappointment. If they were faulty in some of the measures they took, while they themselves did not think so, who shall judge for them? You, sir, who will judge everybody as you please, and will let nobody judge you in your own particular, must not be their judge. It may therefore be expected that they will stand out. As for myself, sir, I must leave it, so seems it to be destined, to your justice, to treat me as you shall think I deserve. But if your future behaviour to them is not governed by that harsh-sounding implacableness which you charge upon some of their tempers, the splendour of your family, and the excellent character of some of them, of all indeed, unless your own conscience furnishes you with one only exception, will, on better consideration, do every thing with them, for they may be overcome. Perhaps, however, with the more difficulty, as the greatly prosperous less bear controul and disappointment than others. For I will own to you, that I have often in secret lamented that their great acquirements have been a snare to them, perhaps as great a snare as some other accidentals have been to you, which being less immediately your own gifts, you have still less reason than they to value yourself upon them. Let me only on this subject further observe, that condescension is not meanness. There is a glory in yielding, that hardly any violent spirit can judge of. My brother, perhaps, is no more sensible of this than you. But as you have talents, which he has not, who, however, has, as I hope, that regard for morals, the want of which makes one of his objections to you, I could wish it may not be owing to you, that your mutual dislikes to each other do not subside. For it is my earnest hope, that in time you may see each other, without exciting the fears of a wife and a sister for the consequence. Not that I should wish you to yield in points that truly concern your honour. No, sir. I would be as delicate in such as you yourself, more delicate, I will venture to say, because more uniformly so. How vain, how contemptible is that pride, which shows itself in standing upon diminutive observances, and gives up and makes a jest of the most important duties. This article being considered as I wish, all the rest will be easy. Were I to accept of the handsome separate provision you seem to intend me, added to the considerate sums arisen from my grandfather's estate since his death, more considerable than perhaps you may suppose from your offer, I should think it my duty to lay up for the family good, and for unforeseen events out of it. For, as to my donations, I would generally confine myself in them to the 10th of my income, be it what it would. I aim at no glare in what I do of that sort. All I wish for is the power of relieving the lame, the blind, the sick, and the industrious poor, and those whom accident has made so, or sudden distress reduced. The common or bread beggars I leave to others, and to the public provision. They cannot be lower. Perhaps they wish not to be higher, and not able to do for every one. I aim not at works of supererogation. 200 a year would do all I wish to do of the separate sort. For all above, I would content myself to ask you, except, mistrusting your own economy, you would give up to my management and keeping, in order to provide for future contingencies, a larger portion, for which, as your steward, I would regularly account. As to clothes, I have particularly 2 suits, which,
having been only in a manner tried on, would answer for any present occasion. Jewels I have of my grandmother's, which want only new setting. Another set I have, which on particular days I used to wear. Although these are not sent me, I have no doubt, being merely personals, but they will, when I should send for them in another name, till when I should not choose to wear any. As to your complaints of my diffidences and the like, I appeal to your own heart, if it be possible for you to make my case your own for one moment, and to retrospect some parts of your behaviour, words, and actions, whether I am not rather to be justified than censured, and whether, of all the men in the world, avowing what you avow, you ought not to think so. If you do not, let me admonish you, sir, from the very great mismatch that then must appear to be in our minds, never to seek, nor so much as to wish, to bring about the most intimate union of interest between yourself and Clarissa Harlowe. May 20th. The original of this charming paper, as Dorcas tells me, was torn almost in two. In one of her pets, I suppose. What business have the sex, whose principal glory is meekness and patience and resignation, to be in a passion, I trow? Will not she, who allows herself such liberties as a maiden, take greater when married? And a wife to be in a passion! Let me tell the ladies, it is an impudent thing, begging their pardon, and as imprudent as impudent, for a wife to be in a passion, if she mean not eternal separation or wicked defiance by it. For is it not rejecting at once all that expostulatory meekness, and gentle reasoning, mingled with sighs as gentle, and graced with bent knees, supplicating hands, and eyes lifted up to your imperial countenance, just running over, that you should make a reconciliation speedy, and as lasting as speedy? Even suppose the husband is in the wrong, will not this being so give the greater force to her expostulation? Now I think of it, a man should be in the wrong now and then, to make his wife shine. Miss Howe tells my charmer, that adversity is her shining time. 'Tis a generous thing in a man, to make his wife shine at his own expense, to give her leave to triumph over him by patient reasoning. For were he to be too imperial to acknowledge his fault on the spot, she will find the benefit of her duty and submission in future, and in the high opinion he will conceive of her prudence and obligingness, and so by degrees she will become her master's master. But for a wife to come up with kemboed arm, the other arm thrown out, perhaps with a pointing finger, look ye here, sir, take notice, if you are wrong, I'll be wrong, if you are in a passion, I'll be in a passion, rebuff for rebuff, sir, if you fly, I'll tear, if you swear, I'll curse, and the same room and the same bed shall not hold us, sir, for remember, I am married, sir, I am a wife, sir, you can't help yourself, sir, your honour as well as your peace is in my keeping, and if you like not this treatment, you may have worse, sir. Ah, Jack, Jack, what man who has observed these things, either implied or expressed in other families, would wish to be a husband? Dorcas found this paper in one of the drawers of her lady's dressing-table. She was reperusing it, as she supposes, when the honest wench carried my message to desire her to favour me at the tea-table, for she saw her pop a paper into the drawer as she came in, and there, on her mistress's going to meet me in the dining-room, she found it, and to be this. But I had better not to have had a copy of it, as far as I know, for, determined as I was before upon my operations, it instantly turned all my resolutions in her favour. Yet I would give something to be convinced that she did not pop it into her drawer before the wench in order for me to see it, and perhaps, if I were to take notice of it, to discover whether Dorcas, according to Miss Howe's advice, were most my friend or hers. The very suspicion of this will do her no good, for I cannot bear to be artfully dealt with. People love to enjoy their own peculiar talents in monopoly, as arguments against me in her behalf. But I know every tittle thou canst say upon it. Bear therefore thy wambling nonsense, I desire thee, and leave this sweet excellence and me to our fate. That will determine for us as it shall please itself. For as Cowley says, an unseen hand makes all our moves, and some are great, and some are small. Some climb to good, some from great fortunes fall. Some wise men, and some fools we call, figures, alas, of speech, for destiny plays us all. But after all, I am sorry, almost sorry, for how shall I do to be quite sorry, when it is not given to me to be so, that I cannot, until I have made further trials, resolve upon wedlock. I have just read over again this intended answer to my proposals, and how I adore her for it. But yet, another yet, she has not given it or sent it to me. It is not, therefore, her answer. It is not written for me, though to me. Nay, she has not intended to send it to me. She has even torn it, perhaps with indignation, as thinking it too good for me. By this action she absolutely retracts it. Why then does my foolish fondness seek to establish for her the same merit in my heart as if she avowed it? Prithee, dear Belford, once more leave us to our fate, and do not thou interpose with thy nonsense, to weaken a spirit already too squeamish, and strengthen a conscience that has declared itself of her party. Then again remember thy recent discoveries, Lovelace. Remember her indifference, attended with all the appearance of contempt and hatred. View her even now, wrapped up in reserve and mystery, meditating plots, as far as thou knowest, against the sovereignty thou hast, by right of conquest, obtained over her. Remember, in short, all thou hast threatened to remember against this insolent beauty, who is a rebel to the power she has listed under. But yet, how dost thou propose to subdue thy sweet enemy? Abhorred be force, be the necessity of force, if that can be avoided. There is no triumph in force, no conquest over the will, no prevailing by gentle degrees over the gentle passions. Force is the devil. My cursed character, as I have often said, was against me at setting out. Yet is she not a woman? Cannot I find one yielding, or but half-yielding moment, if she do not absolutely hate me? But with what can I tempt her? Riches she was born to, and despises, knowing what they are. Jewels and ornaments, to a mind so much a jewel, and so richly set, her worthy consciousness will not let her value. Love, if she be susceptible of love, it seems to be so much under the direction of prudence, that one unguarded moment, I fear, cannot be reasonably hoped for; and so much vigilance, so much apprehensiveness, that her fears are ever aforehand with her dangers. Then her love or virtue seems to be principle, native principle, or if not native, so deeply rooted, that its fibres have struck into her heart, and, as she grew up, so blended and twisted themselves with the strings of life, that I doubt there is no separating of the one without cutting the others asunder. What then can be done to make such a matchless creature get over the first tests, in order to put her to the grand proof, whether once overcome, she will not be always overcome? Our mother and her nymphs say, I am a perfect craven, and no Lovelace; and so I think. But this is no simpering, smiling charmer, as I have found others to be, when I have touched upon affecting subjects at a distance, as once or twice I have tried to her, the mother introducing them, to make sex palliate the freedom to sex, when only we three together. She is above the affectation of not seeming to understand you. She shows by her displeasure, and a fierceness not natural to her eye, that she judges of an impure heart by an impure mouth, and darts dead at once even the embryo hopes of an encroaching lover, however distantly insinuated, before the meaning hint can dawn into double entendre. By my faith, Jack, as I sit gazing upon her, my whole soul in my eyes, contemplating her perfections, and thinking, when I have seen her easy and serene, what would be her thoughts, did she know my heart as well as I know it? When I behold her disturbed and jealous, and think of the justness of her apprehensions, and that she cannot fear so much as there is room for her to fear, my heart often misgives me. And must, think I, O creature so divinely excellent, and so beloved of my soul, those arms, those encircling arms, that would make a monarch happy, be used to repel brutal force, all their strength unavailingly perhaps exerted to repel it, and to defend a person so delicately framed? Can violence enter into the heart of a wretch, who might entitle himself to all her willing yet virtuous love, and make the blessings he aspireth after her duty to confer? Begone, villain purposes! Sink ye all to the hell that could only inspire ye! And I am then ready to throw myself at her feet, to confess my villanous designs, to avow my repentance, and put it out of my power to act unworthily by such an excellence. How then comes it that all these compassionate, and as some would call them, honest sensibilities go off? Why, Miss Howe will tell me. She says, I am the devil. By my conscience, I think he has at present a great share in me. There's ingenuousness! How I lay myself open to thee! But seest thou not, that the more I say against myself, the less room there is for thee to take me to task? O Belford, Belford, I cannot, at least at present, I cannot marry. Then her family, my bitter enemies, to supple to them, or if I do not, to make her as unhappy as she can be from my attempts. Then does she not love them too much, me too little? She now seems to despise me. Miss Howe declares that she really does despise me. To be despised by a wife! What a thought is that! To be excelled by a wife, too, in every part of praiseworthy knowledge! To take lessons, to take instructions from a wife! More than despise me, she herself has taken time to consider whether she does not hate me. I hate you, Lovelace, with my whole heart, said she to me but yesterday. My soul is above thee, man. Urge me not to tell thee how sincerely I think my soul above thee. How poor indeed was I then, even in my own heart, so visible a superiority to so proud a spirit as mine! And here from below, indeed, from these women, I am so goaded on. Yet 'tis poor, too, to think myself a machine in the hands of such wretches. I am no machine. Lovelace, thou art base to thyself, but to suppose thyself a machine. But having gone thus far, I should be unhappy if after marriage, in the petulance of ill humour, I had it to reproach myself, that I did not try her to the utmost. And yet I don't know how it is, but this lady, the moment I come into her presence, half assimilates me to her own virtue. Once or twice, to say nothing of her triumph over me on Sunday night, I was prevailed upon to fluster myself, with an intention to make some advances, which, if obliged to recede, I might lay upon raised spirits. But the instant I beheld her, I was soberized into awe and reverence, and the majesty of her even visible purity first damped, and then extinguished, my double flame. What a surprisingly powerful effect, so much and so long in my power she, so instigated by some of her own sex, and so stimulated by passion I! How can this be accounted for in a Lovelace? But what a heap of stuff have I written! How have I been run away with? By what? Canst thou say by what? O thou lurking varletess, Conscience! Is it thou that hast thus made me of party against myself? How camest thou in? In what disguise, thou egregious haunter of my more agreeable hours? Stand thou with fate but neuter in this controversy? And, if I cannot do credit to human nature, and to the female sex, by bringing down such an angel as this to class with and adorn it, for adorn it she does in her very foibles, then I am all yours, and never will resist you more. Here I arose, I shook myself, the window was open. Always the troublesome bosom visitor, the intruder, is flown. I see it yet, and now it listens to my aching eye. And now the cleft air is closed after it, and it is out of sight. And once more I am Robert Lovelace. End of Letter 48.
Letter 49 of Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 4, by Samuel Richardson, Letter 49. Mr. Lovelace to John Belford, Esquire, Tuesday, May 23rd. Well did I, and but just in time to conclude to have done with Mrs. Fretchville in the house, for here Mennell has declared that he cannot in conscience and honour go any further. He would not for the world be accessory to the deceiving of such a lady. I was a fool to let either you or him see her, for ever since ye have both had scruples, which neither would have had, were a woman to have been in the question. Well, I can't help it. Mennell has, however, though with some reluctance, consented to write me a letter, provided I will allow it to be the last step he shall take in this affair. I presumed, I told him, that if I could cause Mrs. Fretchville's woman to supply his place, he would have no objection to that. None, he says. But is it not a pity? Pitiful fellow! Such a ridiculous kind of pity his, as those silly souls have, who would not kill an instant chicken for the world, but when killed to their hands, are always the most greedy devourers of it. Now this letter gives the servant the small pox, and she has given it to her unhappy vapourish lady. Vapourish people are perpetual subjects for diseases to work upon. Name but the malady, and it is theirs in a moment. Ever fitted for inoculation. The physical tribes milk cows. A vapourish or splenetic patient is a fiddle for the doctors, and they are eternally playing upon it. Sweet music does it make them. All their difficulty, except a case extraordinary happens, as poor Mrs. Fretchville's, who has realized her apprehensions, is but to hold their countenance while their patient is drawing up a bill of indictment against himself, and when they have heard it, proceed to punish, the right word for prescribe. Why should they not, when the criminal has confessed his guilt? And punish they generally do with a vengeance. Yet silly toads too, now I think of it. For why, when they know they cannot do good, may they not as well endeavour to gratify as to nauseate the patient's palate? Were I a physician, I'd get all the trade to myself, for Malmsey and Cyprus, and the generous product of the Cape, a little disguised, should be my principal doses. As these would create new spirits, how would the revived patient covet the physic, and adore the doctor? Give all the paraders of the faculty whom thou knowest this hint, there could but one inconvenience arise from it. The apothecaries would find their medicines cost them something, but the demand for quantities would answer that, since the honest nurse would be the patient's taster, perpetually requiring repetitions of the last cordial julep. Well, but to the letter. Yet what need of further explanation after the hints in my former? The widow can't be removed, and that's enough, and Mennell's work is over, and his conscience left to plague him for his own sins, and not another man's, and very possibly plague enough will give him for those.
This letter is directed to Robert Lovelace, Esquire, or in his absence to his lady. She has refused dining with me or seeing me, and I was out when it came. She opened it. So is my lady, by her own consent, proud and saucy as she is. I am glad at my heart that it came before we entirely make up. She would else perhaps have concluded it to be contrived for a delay. And now, moreover, we can accommodate our old and new quarrels together. And that's contrivance, you know. But how is her dear haughty heart humbled to what it was when I knew her first, that she can apprehend any delays from me, and have nothing to do but to vex at them. I came in to dinner. She sent me down the letter, desiring my excuse for opening it. Did it before she was aware. Lady Pride, Belford. Recollection, then retrogradation. I requested to see her upon it that moment. But she desires to suspend our interview till morning. I will bring her to own, before I have done with her, that she can't see me too often. My impatience was so great, on an occasion so unexpected, that I could not help writing to tell her how much vexed I was at the accident, but that it need not delay my happy day, as that did not depend upon the house. She knew that before, she'll think, and so did I. And as Mrs. Fretchville, by Mr. Mennell, so handsomely expressed her concern upon it, and her wishes that it could suit us to bear with the unavoidable delay, I hoped that going down to the Lawn for 2 or 3 of the summer months, when I was made the happiest of men, would be favourable to all round. The dear creature takes this incident to heart, I believe. She has sent word to my repeated request to see her, notwithstanding her denial, that she cannot till the morning. It shall be then at 6 o'clock, if I please. To be sure I do please. Can see her but once a day now, Jack. Did I tell thee, that I wrote a letter to my cousin Montague, wondering that I heard not from Lord M., as the subject was so very interesting? In it I acquainted her with the house I was about taking, and with Mrs. Fretchville's vapourish delays. I was very loath to engage my own family, either man or woman, in this affair, but I must take my measures securely, and already they all think as bad of me as they well can. You observe by my Lord M.'s letter to yourself, that the well-mannered peer is afraid I should play this admirable creature one of my usual dog's tricks. I have received just now an answer from Charlotte. Charlotte ain't well. A stomach disorder. No wonder a girl's stomach should plague her. A single woman, that's it. When she has a man to plague, it will have something besides itself to prey upon. Knowest thou not, moreover, that man is the woman's sun, woman is the man's earth? How dreary, how desolate the earth, that the sun shines not upon! Poor Charlotte! But I heard she was not well. That encouraged me to write to her, and to express myself a little concerned that she had not, of her own accord, thought of a visit in town to my charmer. Here follows a copy of her letter. Thou wilt see by it that every little monkey is to catechize me. They all depend upon my good nature. Montague Hall, May 22nd. Dear Cousin, we have been in daily hope for a long time, I must call it, of hearing that the happy knot was tied. My Lord has been very much out of order, and yet nothing would serve him but he would himself write an answer to your letter. It was the only opportunity he should ever have, perhaps, to throw in a little good advice to you, with the hope of its being of any signification, and he has been several hours in a day, as his gout would let him, busied in it. He wants now only his last revisal. He hopes it will have the greater weight with you, as it appear all in his own handwriting. Indeed, Mr. Lovelace, his worthy heart is wrapped up in you. I wish you loved yourself but half as well. But I believe, too, that if all the family loved you less, you would love yourself more. His lordship has been very busy, at the times he could not write, in consulting Pritchard about those estates which he proposes to transfer to you on the happy occasion, that he may answer your letter in the most acceptable manner, and show by effects how kindly he takes your invitation. I assure you he is mighty proud of it. As for myself, I am not at all well, and have not been for some weeks past, with my old stomach disorder. I had certainly else before now have done myself the honour you wonder I have not done myself. Lady Betty, who would have accompanied me, for we have laid it all out, has been exceedingly busy in her law affair, her antagonist, who is actually on the spot, having been making proposals for an accommodation. But you may assure yourself that when our dear relation elect shall be entered upon the new habitation you tell me of, we will do ourselves the honour of visiting her, and if any delay arises from the dear lady's want of courage, which, considering her man, let me tell you, may very well be, we will endeavour to inspire her with it, and be sponsors for you. For, cousin, I believe you have need to be christened over again, before you are entitled to so great a blessing. What think you? Just now my Lord tells me he will dispatch a man on purpose with this letter to-morrow, so I needed not to have written. But now I have, let it go, and by Emerson, who sets out directly on his return to town. My best compliments and sisters to the most deserving lady in the world. You will need no other direction to the person meant. Conclude me, your affectionate cousin and servant, Charlotte Montague. Thou seest how seasonably this letter comes. I hope my Lord will write nothing but what I may show to my beloved. I have actually sent her up this letter of Charlotte's, and hope for happy effects from it. R.L. The lady, in her next letter, gives Miss Howe an account of what passed between Mr. Lovelace and herself. She resents his behaviour with her usual dignity. But when she comes to mention Mr. Mennell's letter, she re-urges Miss Howe to perfect her scheme for her deliverance, being resolved to leave him. But dating again on his sending up to her Miss Montague's letter, she alters her mind, and desires her to suspend for the present her application to Mrs. Townsend. I had begun, says she, to suspect all he had said of Mrs. Fretchville and her house, and even Mr. Mennell himself, though so well appearing a man. But now that I find Mr. Lovelace has apprized his relations of his intent to take it, and had engaged some of the ladies to visit me there, I could hardly forbear blaming myself for censuring him as capable of so vile an imposture. But may he not thank himself for acting so very unaccountably, and taking such needlessly awry steps as he had done, embarrassing, as I told him, his own meanings, if they were good. End of letter 49.
Letter 50 of Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 4, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 50. Mr. Lovelace to John Belford, Esq., Wednesday, May 24th. He gives his friend an account of their interview that morning, and of the happy effects of his cousin Montague's letter in his favour. Her reserves, however, he tells him, are not absolutely banished, but this he imputes to form. It is not in the power of women, says he, to be altogether sincere on these occasions. But why? Do they think it so great a disgrace to be found out to be really what they are? I regretted the illness of Mrs. Fretchville, as the intention I had to fix her dear self in the house before the happy knot was tied would have set her in that independence in appearance as well as fact, which was necessary to show to all the world that her choice was free, and as the ladies of my family would have been proud to make their court to her there, while the settlements and our equipages were preparing. But, on any other account, there was no great matter in it, since when my happy day was over, we could, with so much convenience, go down to the lawn, to my Lord M.'s, and to Lady Sarah's or Lady Betty's in turn, which would give full time to provide ourselves with servants, and other accommodations. How sweetly the charmer listened! I asked her if she had had the small pox. 10,000 the worse in my estimation, thought I, if she has not, for no one of her charming graces can I dispense with. 'Twas always a doubtful point with her mother and Mrs. Norton, she owned, but although she was not afraid of it, she chose not unnecessarily to rush into places where it was. Right, thought I. Else, I said, it would not have been amiss for her to see the house before she went into the country, for if she liked it not, I was not obliged to have it. She asked if she might take a copy of Miss Montague's letter. I said she might keep the letter itself, and send it to Miss Howe if she pleased, for that, I suppose, was her intention. She bowed her head to me. There, Jack, I shall have her courtesy to me by and by, I question not. What a devil had I to do, to terrify the sweet creature by my termagant projects? Yet it was not amiss, I believe, to make her afraid of me. She says I am an unpolite man, and every polite instance from such a one is deemed a favour. Talking of the settlements, I told her I had rather that Pritchard, mentioned by my cousin Charlotte, had not been consulted on this occasion. Pritchard, indeed, was a very honest man, and had been for a generation in the family, and knew of the estates, and the condition of them, better than either my lord or myself. But Pritchard, like other old men, was diffident and slow, and valued himself upon his skill as a draftsman, and for the sake of the paltry reputation must have all his forms preserved, were an imperial crown to depend upon his dispatch. I kissed her unrepulsing hand no less than 5 times during this conversation. Lord Jack, how my generous heart ran over! She was quite obliging at parting. She in a manner asked me leave to retire, to reperuse Charlotte's letter. I think she bent her knees to me, but I won't be sure. How happy might we both have been long ago, had the dear creature been always as complaisant to me! For I do love respect, and, whether I deserve it or not, always had it, till I knew this proud beauty. And now, Belford, are we in a train, or the deuce is in it? Every fortified town has its strong and its weak place. I have carried on my attacks against the impregnable parts. I have not doubt but I shall either shine, or smuggle her out of her cloak, since she and Miss Howe have intended to employ a smuggler against me. All we wait for now is my Lord's letter. But I had like to have forgot to tell thee, that we have been not a little alarmed by some inquiries that have been made after me and my beloved by a man of good appearance, who yesterday procured a tradesman in the neighbourhood to send for Dorcas, of whom he asked several questions relating to us, particularly, as we boarded and lodged in one house, whether we were married. This has given my beloved great uneasiness; and I could not help observing upon it to her, how right a thing it was that we had given out below that we were married. The inquiry most probably, I said, was from her brother's quarter; and now perhaps that our marriage was owned, we should hear no more of his machinations. The person, it seems, was curious to know the day that the ceremony was performed; but Dorcas refused to give him any other particulars than that we were married, and she was the more reserved, as he declined to tell her the motives of his inquiry. End of Letter 50. Letter 51 of Clarissa Harlowe, Vol. 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. Clarissa Harlowe, Vol. 4, by Samuel Richardson, Letter 51. Mr. Lovelace to John Belford, Esq. May 24th. The devil take this uncle of mine! He has at last sent me a letter which I cannot show, without exposing the head of our family for a fool. A confounded parcel of pop-guns has he let off upon me. I was in hopes he had exhausted his whole stock of this sort in his letter to you. To keep it back, to delay sending it till he had recollected all this farrago of nonsense, confound his wisdom of nations, if so much of it is to be scraped together, in disgrace of itself, to make one egregious simpleton. But I am glad I am fortified with this piece of flagrant folly, however, since in all human affairs the convenients are so mingled, that there is no having the one without the other. I have already offered the bill enclosed in it to my beloved, and read to her part of the letter; but she refused the bill, and as I am in cash myself, I shall return it. She seemed very desirous to peruse the whole letter; and when I told her that, were it not for exposing the writer, I would oblige her, she said, it would not be exposing his lordship to show it to her, and that she always preferred the heart to the head. I knew her meaning, but did not thank her for it. All that makes for me in it I will transcribe for her. Yet, hang it, she shall have the letter, and my soul with it, for one consenting kiss. She has got the letter from me without the reward. Deuce take me if I had the courage to propose the condition. A new character this of bashfulness in thy friend. I see, that a truly modest woman may make even a confident man keep his distance. By my soul, Belford, I believe that 9 women in 10, who fall either from their own vanity or levity, or for want of circumspection and proper reserves. I did intend to take my reward on her returning a letter so favourable to us both; but she sent it to me, sealed up, by Dorcas. I might have thought that there were 2 or 3 hints in it, that she would be too nice immediately to appear to. I send it to thee, and here will stop, to give thee time to read it. Return it as soon as thou hast perused it. End of Letter 51. Letter 52 of Clarissa Harlowe, Vol. 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. Clarissa Harlowe, Vol. 4, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 52. Lord M. to Robert Lovelace, Esq. Tuesday, May 23rd. It is a long lane that has no turning. Do not despise me for my proverbs. You know I was always fond of them. And if you had been so too, it would have been the better for you, let me tell you. I dare swear the fine lady you are so likely to be soon happy with will be far from despising them; for I am told that she writes well, and that all her letters are full of sentences. God convert you; for nobody but he and this lady can. I have no manner of doubt but that you will marry, as your father and all your ancestors did before you, else you would have had no title to be my heir, nor can your descendants have any title to be yours, unless they are legitimate. That's worth your remembrance, sir. No man is always a fool. Every man is sometimes. But your follies, I hope, are now at an end. I know you have vowed revenge against this fine lady's family. But no more of that now. You must look upon them all as your relations, and forgive and forget. And when they see you make a good husband and a good father, which God send for all our sakes, they will wonder at their nonsensical antipathy, and beg your pardon. But while they think you a vile fellow and a rake, how can they either love you or excuse their daughter? And methinks I could wish to give a word of comfort to the lady, who, doubtless, must be under great fears, how she shall be able to hold in such a wild creature as you have hitherto been. I would hint to her that by strong arguments and gentle words she may do any thing with you. For though you are apt to be hot, gentle words will cool you, and bring you into the temper that is necessary for your cure. Would to God my poor lady your aunt, who is dead and gone, had been a proper patient for the same remedy. God rest her soul! No reflections upon her memory. Worth is best known by want. I know hers now; and if I had went first, she would by this time have known mine. There is great wisdom in that saying, God send me a friend that may tell me of my faults; if not, an enemy, and he will. Not that I am your enemy, and that you well know. The more noble any one is, the more humble: so bear with me, if you would be thought noble. Am I not your uncle? And do I not design to be better to you than your father could be? Nay, I will be your father too, when the happy day comes, since you desire it. And pray make my compliments to my dear niece, and tell her, I wonder much that she has so long deferred your happiness. Pray let her know, as that I will present her, not you, either my Lancashire seat, or the lawn in Hertfordshire, and settle upon her 1000 a year penny rents, to show her, that we are not a family to take base advantages: and you may have writings drawn, and settle as you will. Honest Pritchard has the rent roll of both these estates; and as he has been a good old servant, I recommend him to your lady's favour. I have already consulted him. He will tell you what is best for you, and most pleasing to me. I am still very bad with my gout, but will come in a litter, as soon as the day is fixed. It would be the joy of my heart to join your hands. And let me tell you, if you do not make the best of husbands to so good a young lady, and one who has had so much courage for your sake, I will renounce you, and settle all I can upon her and hers by you, and leave you out of the question. If any thing be wanting for your further security, I am ready to give it, though you know that my word has always been looked upon as my bond. And when the Harlowes know all this, let me see whether they are able to blush, and take shame to themselves. Lady Sarah and Lady Betty want only to know the day, to make all the country round them blaze, and all the attendants mad. And if any one of mine be sober upon the occasion, Pritchard shall eject him. And on the birth of the first child, if a son, I will do something more for you, and repeat all our rejoicings. I ought indeed to have written sooner; but I knew, that if you thought me long, and were in haste as to your nuptials, you would write and tell me so. But my gout was very troublesome; and I am but a slow writer, you know, at best: for composing is a thing that, though formerly I was very ready at it, as my Lord Lexington used to say, yet, having left it off a great while, I am not so now. And I chose on this occasion to write all out of my own hand and memory, and to give you my best advice, for I may never have such an opportunity again. You have had, God mend you, a strange way of turning your back upon all I have said. This once, I hope, you will be more attentive to the advice I give you for your own good. I have still another end, nay, two other ends. The one was, that now you are upon the borders of wedlock, as I may say, and all your wild oats will be sown, I would give you some instructions as to your public as well as private behaviour in life, which, intending you so much good as I do, you ought to hear, and perhaps would never have listened to, on any less extraordinary occasion. The second is, that your dear lady elect, who is, it seems, herself so fine and so sententious a writer, will see by this, that it is not our faults, nor for want of the best advice, that you was not a better man than you have hitherto been. And now, in a few words, for the conduct I would wish you to follow in public, as well as in private, if you would think me worthy of advising, it shall be short, so be not uneasy. As to the private life, love your lady as she deserves. Let your actions praise you. Be a good husband, and so give the lie to all your enemies, and make them ashamed of their scandals. And let us have pride in saying, that Miss Harlowe has not done either herself or family any discredit by coming among us. Do this, and I, and Lady Sarah, and Lady Betty, will love you for ever. As to your public conduct, this as follows is what I could wish: but I reckon your lady's wisdom will put us both right. No disparagement, Sir, since, with all your wit, you have not hitherto shown much wisdom, you know. Get into Parliament as soon as you can, for you have talents to make a great figure there. Who so proper to assist in making new holding laws as those whom no law in being could hold? Then, for so long as you will give attendance in St. Stephen's Chapel, its being called a chapel, I hope, will not disgust you. I am sure I have known many a riot there. The Speaker has a hard time of it. But we peers have more decorum. But what was I going to say? I must go back. For so long as you will give your attendance in Parliament, for so long will you be out of mischief. Out of private mischief, at least. and may St. Stephen's fate be yours, if you wilfully do public mischief. When a new election comes, you will have 2 or 3 boroughs, you know, to choose out of. But if you stay till then, I had rather you were for the shire. You will have interest enough, I am sure; and being so handsome a man, the women will make their husbands vote for you. I shall long to read your speeches. I expect you will speak, if occasion offer, the very first day. You want no courage, and think highly enough of yourself, and lowly enough of every body else, to speak on all occasions. As to the methods of the house, you have spirit enough, I fear, to be too much above them. Take care of that. I don't so much fear your want of good manners. To men you want no decency, if they don't provoke you. As to that, I wish you would only learn to be as patient of contradiction from others, as you would have other people be to you. Although I would not have you to be a courtier, neither would I have you to be a malcontent. I remember, for I have it down, what my old friend Archibald Hutcherson said, and it was a very good saying, to Mr. Secretary Craggs, I think it was. I look upon an administration as entitled to every vote I can with good conscience give it, for a House of Commons should not needlessly put drags upon the wheels of government, and when I have not given it my vote, it was with regret, and for my country's sake. I wished with all my heart the measure had been such as I could have approved. And another saying he had, which was this: neither can an opposition, neither can a ministry, be always wrong. To be a plumb man therefore with either is an infallible mark that that man must mean more and worse than he will own he does mean. Are these sayings bad, sir? Are they to be despised? Well then, why should I be despised for remembering them and quoting them, as I love to do? Let me tell you, if you love my company more than you do, you would not be the worse for it. I may say so without any vanity, since it is other men's wisdom, and not my own, that I am so fond of. But to add a word or 2 more on this occasion, and I may never have such another, for you must read this through. Love honest men, and herd with them, in the house and out of the house, by whatever names they be dignified or distinguished. Keep good men company, and you shall be out of their number. But did I or did I not write this before? Writing at so many different times, and such a quantity, one may forget. You may come in for the title when I am dead and gone, God help me, so I would have you keep an equilibrium. If once you get the name of being a fine speaker, you may have anything, and to be sure you have naturally a great deal of elocution, a tongue that would delude an angel, as the women say, to their sorrow, some of them, poor creatures. A leading man in the House of Commons is a very important character, because that house has the giving of money, and money makes them bear to go, ay, and queens and kings too sometimes, to go in a manner very different from what they might otherwise choose to go, let me tell you. However, methinks I would not have you take a place neither. It will double your value and your interest, if it be believed that you will not. For as you will then stand in no man's way, you will have no envy, but pure sterling respect, and both sides will court you. For your part, you will not want a place, as some others do, to piece up their broken fortunes. If you can now live reputably upon 2000 a year, it will be hard if you cannot hereafter live upon 7 or 8, less you will not have, if you oblige me, as now, by marrying so fine a lady, very much you will, and all this, and above Lady Betty's and Lady Sarah's favours. What in the name of wonder could possibly possess the proud Harlowes? That son of theirs! But for his dear sister's sake, I will say no more of him. I never was offered a place myself, and the only one I would have taken, had I been offered it, was master of the Buckhounds, for I loved hunting when I was young, and it carries a good sound with it for us who live in the country. Often have I thought of that excellent old adage, he that eats the king's goose shall be choked with his feathers. I wish to the Lord this was thoroughly considered by place hunters. It would be better for them, and for their poor families. I could say a great deal more, and all equally to the purpose, but really I am tired, and so I doubt are you. And besides, I would reserve something for conversation. My nieces Montague, and Lady Sarah and Lady Betty, join in compliments to my niece that is to be. If she would choose to have the knot tied among us, pray tell her that we shall all see it securely done, and we will make all the country ring and blaze for a week together. But so I believe I said before. If anything further may be needful toward promoting your reciprocal felicity, let me know it, and how you order about the day, and all that. The enclosed bill is very much at your service. 'Tis payable at sight, as whatever else you may have occasion for shall be. So God bless you both, and make things as convenient to my gout as you can, though, be it whenever it will, I will hobble to you, for I long to see you, and still more to see my niece, and am, in expectation of that happy opportunity, your most affectionate Uncle M. End of letter 52. Letter 53 of Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee, Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 4, by Samuel Richardson, Letter 53. Mr. Lovelace to John Belford, Esquire, Thursday, May 25th. Thou seest, Belford, how we now drive before the wind. The dear creature now comes onwards at the first word, whenever I desire the honour of her company. I told her last night, that, apprehending delay from Pritchard's slowness, I was determined to leave it to my Lord to make his compliments in his own way, and had actually that afternoon put my writings into the hands of a very eminent lawyer, Counsellor Williams, with directions for him to draw up settlements from my own estate, and conformably to those of my mother, which I put into his hands at the same time. It had been, I assured her, no small part of my concern, that her frequent displeasure and our mutual misapprehensions had hindered me from advising with her before on this subject. Indeed, my dearest life, said I, you have hitherto afforded me but a very thorny courtship. She was silent. Kindly silent. For well know I that she could have recriminated upon me with a vengeance. But I was willing to see if she were not loath to disoblige me now. I comforted myself, I said, with the hopes that all my difficulties were now over, and that every past disobligations would be buried in oblivion. Now, Belford, I have actually deposited these writings with Counsellor Williams, and I expect the draughts in a week at furthest. So shall be doubly armed. For if I attempt and fail, these shall be ready to throw in, to make you have patience with me till I can try again. I have more contrivances still in embryo. I could tell thee of 100, and yet hold another 100 in petto, to pop in as I go along, to excite thy surprise, and to keep up thy attention. Nor rave thou at me, but, if thou art my friend, think of Miss Howe's letters, and of her smuggling scheme, all owing to my fair captive's informations incitements. Am I not a villain, a fool, a Beelzebub with them already? Yet no harm done by me, nor so much as attempted. Every thing of this nature, the dear creature answered, with a downcast eye, and a blushing cheek, she left to me. I proposed my Lord's chapel for the celebration, where we might have the presence of Lady Betty, Lady Sarah, and my 2 cousins Montague. She seemed not to favour a public celebration, and waived this subject for the present. I doubted not but she would be as willing as I to decline a public wedding, so I pressed not this matter further just then. But patterns I actually produced, and a jeweller was to bring, as this day, several sets of jewels for her choice. But the patterns she would not open. She sighed at the mention of them. The second pattern, she said, that had been offered to her, and very peremptorily forbid the jeweller's coming, as well as decline my offer of causing my mother's to be new set, at least for the present. I do assure thee, Belford, I was in earnest in all this. My whole estate is nothing to me, put in competition with her hoped-for favour. She then told me that she had put into writing her opinion of my general proposals, and there had expressed her mind as to clothes and jewels. But on my strange behaviour to her, for no cause that she knew of, on Sunday night, she had torn the paper in two. I earnestly pressed her to let me be favoured with a sight of this paper, torn as it was. And after some hesitation, she withdrew, and sent it to me by Dorcas. I perused it again. It was in a manner new to me, though I had read it so lately, and by my soul I could hardly stand it. An admirable creature, I called her to myself. But I charge thee, write not a word to me in her favour, if thou meanest her well. For if I spare her, it must be all ex mero motu. You may easily suppose, when I was readmitted to her presence, that I ran over in her praises, and in vows of gratitude and everlasting love. But here's the devil. She still receives all I say with reserve, or if it be not with reserve, she receives it so much as her due, that she is not at all raised by it. Some women are undone by praise, by flattery. I myself, a man, am proud of praise. Perhaps thou wilt say, that those are most proud of it who least deserve it, as those are of riches and grandeur who are not born to either. I own, that to be superior to these foibles, it requires a soul. Have I not then a soul? Surely I have. Let me then be considered as an exception to the rule. Now have I foundation to go upon in my terms. My Lord, in the exuberance of his generosity, mentions 1,000 a year penny rents. This I know, that were I to marry this lady, he would rather settle upon her all he has a mind to settle, than upon me. He has even threatened, that if I prove not a good husband to her, he will leave all he can at his death from me to her. Yet considers not that a woman so perfect can never be displeased with her husband but to his disgrace. For who will blame her? Another reason why a Lovelace should not wish to marry a Clarissa. But what a pretty fellow of an uncle is this foolish peer, to think of making a wife independent of her emperor, and a rebel of course, yet smart at himself for an error of this kind.
My beloved in her torn paper mentions but £200 a year for her separate use. I insisted upon her naming a larger sum. She said it might be 3, and I, for fear she should suspect very large offers, named only 5, but added the entire disposal of all arrears in her father's hands for the benefit of Mrs. Norton, or whom she pleased. She said that the good woman would be uneasy if anything more than a competency were done for her. She was more for suiting all her dispositions of this kind, she said, to the usual way of life of the person. To go beyond it was but to put the benefited upon projects, or to make them awkward in a new state, when they might shine in that to which they were accustomed. And to put it into so good a mother's power to give her son a beginning in his business at a proper time, yet to leave her something for herself to set her above want, or above the necessity of taking back from her child what she had been enabled to bestow upon him, would be the height of such a worthy parent's ambition. Here's prudence. Here's judgment in so young a creature. How do I hate the Harlowes for producing such an angel! Oh, why did she refuse my sincere address to tie the knot before we came to this house? But yet, what mortifies my pride is, that this exalted creature, if I were to marry her, would not be governed in her behaviour to me by love, but by generosity merely, or by blind duty, and had rather live single than be mine. I cannot bear this. I would have the woman whom I honour with my name, if ever I confer this honour upon any, forego even her superior duties for me. I would have her look after me when I go out, as far as she can see me, as my Rosebud after her Johnny, and meet me at my return with rapture. I would be the subject of her dreams, as well as of her waking thoughts. I would have her think every moment lost that is not passed with me, sing to me, read to me, play to me when I pleased, no joy so great as in obeying me. When I should be inclined to love, overwhelm me with it. When to be serious or solitary, if apprehensive of intrusion, retiring at a nod. Approaching me only if I smiled encouragement, steal into my presence with silence, out of it, if not noticed, on tiptoe. Be a lady easy to all my pleasures, and valuing those most who most contributed to them, only sighing in private that it was not herself at the time. Thus of old did the contending wives of the honest patriarchs, each recommending her handmaid to her lord, as she thought it would oblige him, and looking upon the genial product as her own. The gentle Waller says, women are born to be controlled. Gentle as he was, he knew that. A tyrant husband makes a dutiful wife. And why do the sex love rakes, but because they know how to direct their uncertain wills, and manage them? Another agreeable conversation. The day of days the subject. As to fixing a particular one, that need not be done, my charmer says, till the settlements are completed. As to marrying at my lord's chapel, the ladies of my family present, that would be making a public affair of it, and the dear creature observed, with regret, that it seemed to be my lord's intention to make it so. It could not be imagined, I said, but that his lordship setting out in a litter and coming to town, as well as his taste for glare, and the joy he would take to see me married at last, and to her dear self, would give it as much the air of a public marriage, as if the ceremony were performed at his own chapel, all the ladies present. I cannot, said she, endure the thoughts of a public day. It will carry with it an air of insult upon my whole family. And for my part, if my lord will not take it amiss, and perhaps he will not, as the motion came not from himself but from you, Mr. Lovelace, I will very willingly dispense with his lordship's presence, the rather as dress and appearance will then be unnecessary, for I cannot bear to think of decking my person while my parents are in tears. How excellent this! Yet do not her parents richly deserve to be in tears? See, Belford, with so charming a niceness, we might have been a long time ago upon the verge of the state, and yet found a great deal to do before we entered into it. All obedience, all resignation, no will but hers. I withdrew, and wrote directly to my lord, and she not disapproving of it, I sent it away. The purport as follows, for I took no copy. That I was much obliged to his lordship for his intended goodness to me, on an occasion the most solemn of my life. That the admirable lady, whom he so justly praised, thought his lordship's proposals in her favour too high. That she chose not to make a public appearance, if, without disobliging my friends, she could avoid it, till a reconciliation with her own could be effected. That, although she expressed a grateful sense of his lordship's consent to give her to me with his own hand, yet presuming that the motive to this kind intention was rather to do her honour than it otherwise would have been his own choice, especially as travelling would be at this time so inconvenient to him, she thought it advisable to save his lordship trouble on this occasion, and hoped he would take as meant her declining the favour. That the lawn will be most acceptable to us both to retire to, and the rather, as it is so to his lordship. But if he pleases, the jointure may be made from my own estate, leaving to his lordship's goodness the alternative. I conclude with telling him, that I had offered to present the lady his lordship's bill, but on her declining to accept of it, having myself no present occasion for it, I return it enclosed with my thanks, etc.
And is not this going a plaguy length? What a figure should I make in rakish annals, if at last I should be caught in my own gin? The sex may say what they will, but a poor innocent fellow had need to take great care of himself when he dances upon the edge of the matrimonial precipice. Many a faint-hearted man, when he began to jest, or only designed to ape gallantry, has been forced into earnest, by being over-prompt, and taken at his word, not knowing how to own that he meant less than the lady supposed he meant. I am the better enabled to judge that this must have been the case of many a sneaking varlet, because I, who know the female world as well as any man in it of my standing, am so frequently in doubt of myself, and know not what to make of the matter. Then these little sly rogues, how they lie couchant, ready to spring upon us harmless fellows the moment we are in their reach. When the ice is once broken for them, how swiftly can they make to port? Meantime, the subject they can least speak to, they most think of. Nor can you talk of the ceremony, before they have laid out in their minds how it is all to be. Little saucy-faced designers! How first they draw themselves in, then us. But be all these things as they will, Lord M. never in his life received so handsome a letter as this from his nephew Lovelace. The lady, after having given to Miss Howe on the particulars contained in Mr. Lovelace's last letter, thus expresses herself. A principal consolation arising from these favourable appearances is, that I, who have now but one only friend, shall most probably, and if it be not my own fault, have as many new ones as there are persons in Mr. Lovelace's family, and this whether Mr. Lovelace treat me kindly or not. And who knows but that by degrees those new friends, by their rank and merit, may have weight enough to get me restored to the favour of my relations? Till which can be effected, I shall not be tolerably easy. Happy I never expect to be. Mr. Lovelace's mind and mine are vastly different in essentials. But as matters are at present circumstanced, I pray you, my dear friend, to keep to yourself every thing that might bring discredit to him, if revealed. Better anybody expose a man than a wife, if I am to be his, and what is said by you will be thought to come from me. It shall be my constant prayer that all the felicities which this world can afford may be yours, and that the Almighty will never suffer you nor yours, to the remotest posterity, to want such a friend as my Anna Howe has been to her Clarissa Harlowe. End of Letter 53. Letter 54 of Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 4, by Samuel Richardson, Letter 54. Mr. Lovelace to John Belford, Esquire. And now that my beloved seems secure in my net, for my project upon the vixen Miss Howe, and upon her mother, in which the officious prancer Hickman is to come in for a dash. But why upon her mother, methinks thou askest, who, unknown to herself, has only acted, by the impulse, through thy agent Joseph Leman, upon the folly of old Tony the uncle? No matter for that. She believes she acts upon her own judgment, and deserves to be punished for pretending to judgment when she has none. Every living soul but myself, I can tell thee, shall be punished, that treats either cruelly or disrespectfully so adored a lady. What a plague! Is it not enough that she is teased and tormented in person by me? I have already broken the matter to our 3 confederates, as a supposed, not a resolved on case, indeed. And yet they know that with me, in a piece of mischief, execution with its swiftest feet is seldom 3 paces behind projection, which hardly ever limps neither. Mowbray is not against it. It is a scheme, he says, worthy of us, and we have not done any thing for a good while that has made a noise. Belton indeed hesitates a little, because matters go wrong between him and his Thomasine, and the poor fellow has not the courage to have his sore place probed to the bottom. Tourville has started a fresh game, and shrugs his shoulders, and should not choose to go abroad at present, if I please. For I apprehend that, from the nature of the project, there will be a kind of necessity to travel till all is blown over. To me, one country is as good as another, and I shall soon, I suppose, choose to quit this paltry island, except the mistress of my fate will consent to cohabit at home, and so lay me under no necessity of surprising her into foreign parts. Travelling, thou knowest, gives the sexes charming opportunities of being familiar with one another. A very few days and nights must now decide all matters betwixt me and my fair inimitable. Dolman, who can act in these causes only as chamber counsel, will inform us by pen and ink, his right hand and right side having not yet been struck, and the other side beginning to be sensible, of all that shall occur in our absence. As for thee, we had rather have thy company than not, for, although thou art a wretched fellow at contrivance, yet art thou intrepid at execution. But as thy present engagements make thy attendance uncertain,
I am not for making thy part necessary to our scheme, but for leaving thee to come after us when abroad. I know thou canst not long live without us. The project in short is this. Mrs. Howe has an elder sister in the Isle of Wight, who is lately a widow; and I am well informed that the mother and daughter have engaged, before the latter is married, to pay a visit to this lady, who is rich, and intends miss for her heiress; and in the interim will make her some valuable presents on her approaching nuptials, which, as Mrs. Howe, who loves money more than any thing but herself, told one of my acquaintance, would be worth fetching. Now, Jack, nothing more need be done, than to hire a little trim vessel, which shall sail a pleasuring backward and forward to Portsmouth, Spithead, and the Isle of Wight, for a week or fortnight, before we enter upon our parts of the plot; and as Mrs. Howe will be for making the best bargain she can for her passage, the master of the vessel may have orders, as a perquisite allowed him by his owners, to take what she will give; and the master's name, be it what it will, shall be Ganmore on the occasion; for I know a rogue of that name, who is not obliged to be of any country, any more than we. Well, then, we will imagine them on board. I will be there in disguise. They know not any of ye for, supposing the scheme so inviting, that thou canst be one. 'Tis plaguy hard if we cannot find, or make a storm. Perhaps they will be sea-sick; but whether they be or not, no doubt they will keep their cabin. Here will be Mrs. Howe, Miss Howe, Mr. Hickman, a maid, and a footman, I suppose, and thus we will order it. I know it will be hard weather. I know it will. And, before there can be the least suspicion of the matter, we shall be in sight of Guernsey, Jersey, Dieppe, Cherbourg, or any where on the French coast that it shall please us to agree with the winds to blow us; and then securing the footman, and the women being separated, one of us, according to lots that may be cast, shall overcome, either by persuasion or force, the maid-servant. That will be no hard task, and she is a likely wench. I have seen her often. One, Mrs. Howe, nor can there be much difficulty there, for she is full of health and life, and has been long a widow. Another, that, says the princely lion, must be I, the saucy daughter, who will be much too frightened to make great resistance. Violent spirits in that sex are seldom true spirits. 'Tis but where they can. And after beating about the coast for 3 or 4 days for recreation's sake, and to make sure work, till we see our sullen birds begin to eat and sip, we will set them all ashore, where it will be most convenient; sell the vessel to Mrs. Townsend's agents with all my heart, or to some other smugglers, or give it to Ganmore, and pursue our travels, and tarry abroad till all is hushed up. Now, I know thou wilt make difficulties, as it is thy way, while it is mine to conquer them. My other vassals made theirs, and I condescended to obviate them, as thus I will thine, first stating them for thee according to what I know of thy phlegm. What, in the first place, wilt thou ask, shall be done with Hickman, who will be in full parade of dress and primness, in order to show the old aunt what a devilish clever fellow of a nephew she is to have? What, I'll tell thee. Hickman, in good manners, will leave the women in their cabin, and to show his courage with his breeding, be upon deck. Well, and suppose he is? Why then, I hope it is easy for Ganmore, or any body else, myself supposed in my pea-jacket and great watch-coat, if any other make scruple to do it, while he stands in the way, gaping and staring like a novice, to stumble against him and push him overboard. A rich thought, is it not, Belford? He is certainly plaguy officious in the lady's correspondence, and, I am informed, plays double between mother and daughter in fear of both. Dost not see him, Jack? I do, popping up and down, his wig and hat floating by him, and paddling, pawing, and dashing like a frighted mongrel. I am afraid he never ventured to learn to swim. But thou wilt not drown the poor fellow, wilt thou? No, no, that is not necessary to the project. I hate to do mischief supererogatory. The skiff shall be ready to save him, while the vessel keeps its course. He shall be set on shore with the loss of wig and hat only, and of half his little wits, at the place where he embarked, or anywhere else. Well, but shall we not be in danger of being hanged for 3 such enormous rapes, although Hickman should escape with only a bellyful of sea water? Yes, to be sure, when caught. But is there any likelihood of that? Besides, have we not been in danger before now for worse facts? And what is there in being only in danger? If we actually were to appear in open day in England before matters are made up, there will be greater likelihood that these women will not prosecute than they will. For my own part, I should wish they may. Would not a brave fellow choose to appear in court to such an arraignment, confronting women who would do credit to his attempt? The country is more merciful in these cases than in any others. I should therefore like to put myself upon my country. Let me indulge in a few reflections upon what thou mayest think the worst that can happen. I will suppose that thou art one of us, and that all 5 are actually brought to trial on this occasion. How bravely shall we enter a court, I at the head of you, dressed out each man as if to his wedding appearance! You are sure of all the women, old and young, of your side. What brave fellows! What fine gentlemen! There goes a charming handsome man, meaning me, to be sure. Who could find in their hearts to hang such a gentleman as that? Whispers one lady, sitting perhaps on the right hand of the recorder. I suppose the scene to be in London. While another disbelieves that any woman could fairly swear against me.
All will crowd after me. It will be each man's happiness, if ye shall chance to be bashful, to be neglected. I shall be found to be the greatest criminal, and my safety, for which the general voice will be engaged, will be yours. But then comes the triumph of triumphs, that will make the accused look up, while the accusers are covered with confusion. Make room there! Stand by! Give back! One receiving a rap, another an elbow, half a score push a piece. Enter the slow-moving, hooded-faced, down-looking plaintiffs. And first the widow, with a sorrowful countenance, though half veiled, pitying her daughter more than herself. The people, the women especially, who on this occasion will be 5/6 of the spectators, reproaching her. You'd have the conscience, would you, to have 5 such brave gentlemen as these hanged for you know not what? Next comes the poor maid, who perhaps has been ravished 20 times before, and had not appeared now but for company's sake, mincing, simpering, weeping by turns, not knowing whether she should be sorry or glad. But every eye dwells upon Miss. See, see, the handsome gentleman bows to her. To the very ground, to be sure, I shall bow, and kiss my hand. See her confusion. See, she turns from him. Ay, that's because it is in open court, cries an arch one, while others admire her. Ay, that's a girl worth venturing one's neck for. Then we shall be praised. Even the judges, and the whole crowded bench, will acquit us in their hearts, and every single man wish he had been me. The women all the time disclaiming prosecution, were the case to be their own. To be sure, Belford, the sufferers cannot put half so good a face upon the matter as we. Then, what a noise will this matter make! Is it not enough, suppose us moving from the prison to the sessions house, to make a noble heart thump it away most gloriously, when such an one finds himself attended to his trial by a parade of guards and officers, of miens and aspects warlike and unwarlike, himself of their whole care and their business, weapons in their hands, some bright, some rusty, equally venerable for their antiquity and inoffensiveness, others of more authoritative demeanour, strutting before with fine painted staves, shoals of people following, with a which is he whom the young lady appears against? Then let us look down, look up, look round, which way we will, we shall see all the doors, the shops, the windows, the sign-irons and balconies, garrets, gutters, and chimney-tops included, all white-capped, black-hooded, and periwigged, or crop-eared up by the immobile vulgus, while the floating street swarmers, who have seen us pass by at one place, run with stretched-out necks and strained eyeballs, a roundabout way, and elbow and shoulder themselves into places by which we have not passed, in order to obtain another sight of us, every street continuing to pour out its swarms of late-comers to add to the gathering snowball, who are content to take descriptions of our persons, behaviour, and countenances from those who had the good fortune to have been in time to see us. Within these few years past, a passage has been made from the prison to the sessions house, whereby malefactors are carried into court without going through the street. Lovelace's triumph on this supposed march shows the wisdom of this alteration. Let me tell thee, Jack, I see not why, to judge according to our principles and practices, we should not be as much elated in our march, were this to happen to us, as others may be upon any other the most mob-attracting occasion, suppose a Lord Mayor on his gaudy, suppose a victorious General or Ambassador on his public entry, suppose, as I began with the lowest, the grandest parade that can be supposed, a coronation. For in all these, do not the royal guard, the heroic trained bands, the pendant clinging throngs of spectators, with their waving heads rolling to and fro from housetops to house-bottoms and street-ways, as I have above described, make the principal part of the raree show? And let me ask thee, if thou dost not think that either the Mayor, the Ambassador, or the General would not make very pitiful figures on their galas, did not the trumpets and tabrets call together the canaille to gaze at them? Nor perhaps should we be the most guilty hearers neither. For who knows how the magistrate may have obtained his gold chain, while the General probably returns from cutting of throats, and from murders sanctified by custom only. Caesar, we are told, had won at the age of 56, when he was assassinated, 50 pitched battles, had taken by assault above 1,000 towns, and slain near 1,200,000 men, I suppose exclusive of those who fell on his own side in slaying them. Are not you and I, Jack, innocent men and babes in swaddling clothes, compared to Caesar, and to his predecessor in heroism, Alexander, dubbed, for murders and depredation, Magnus? The principal difference that strikes me in the comparison between us and the Mayor, the Ambassador, the General, on their gaudies, is, that the mob make a greater noise, a louder huzzaing, in the one case than the other, which is called acclamation, and ends frequently in higher taste by throwing dead animals at one another before they disperse, in which they have as much joy as in the former part of the triumph, while they will attend us with all the marks of an awful or silent, at most only a whispering, respect, their mouths distended as if set open with gags, and their voices generally lost in goggle-eyed admiration. Well, but suppose after all we are convicted, what have we to do but in time make over our estates, that the sheriffs may not revel in our spoils? There is no fear of being hanged for such a crime as this, while we have money or friends. And suppose even the worst, that 2 or 3 were to die, have you not a chance, each man of us, to escape? The devil's in them if they'll hang 5 for ravishing 3. I know I shall get off for 1. Were it but for family's sake, and being a handsome fellow, I shall have a dozen or 2 young maidens, all dressed in white, go to court to beg my life. And what a pretty show they will make, with their white hoods, white gowns, white petticoats, white scarves, white gloves, kneeling for me, with their white handkerchiefs at their eyes, in 2 pretty rows, as his Majesty walks through them, and nods my pardon for their sakes. And if once pardoned, all is over. For, Jack, in a crime of this nature there lies no appeal, as in a murder. So thou seest the worst that can happen, should we not make the grand tour upon this occasion, but stay and take our trials. But it is most likely that they will not prosecute at all. If not, no risk on our side will be run, only taking our pleasure abroad, at the worst, leaving friends tired of us, in order, after a time, to return to the same friends endeared to us, as we to them, by absence. This, Jack, is my scheme, at the first running. I know it is capable of improvement. For example, I can land these ladies in France, whip over before they can get a passage back, or before Hickman can have recovered his fright, and so find means to entrap my beloved on board, and then all will be right, and I need not care if I were never to return to England. Memorandum to be considered of, whether, in order to complete my vengeance, I cannot contrive to kidnap away either James Harlowe or Solmes, or both. A man, Jack, would not go into exile for nothing. End of letter 54. Letter 55 of Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 4, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 55. Mr. Lovelace to John Belford, Esquire. If, Belford, thou likest not my plot upon Miss Howe, I have 3 or 4 more as good, in my own opinion. Better, perhaps, they will be in thine. And so it is but getting loose from thy present engagement, and thou shalt pick and choose. But as for thy 3 brethren, they must do as I would have them, and so indeed must thou. Else why am I your general? But I will refer this subject to its proper season. Thou knowest that I never absolutely conclude upon a project till 'tis time for execution, and then lightning strikes not quicker than I. And now to the subject next my heart. Wilt thou believe me when I tell thee, that I have so many contrivances rising up and crowding upon me for preference, with regard to my Gloriana, that I hardly know which to choose? I could tell thee of no less than 6 princely ones, any of which must do. But as the dear creature has not grudged giving me trouble, I think I ought not, in gratitude, to spare combustibles for her, but on the contrary to make her stare and stand aghast, by springing 3 or 4 minds at once. Thou rememberest what Shakespeare, in his Troilus and Cressida, makes Hector, who, however, is not used to boast, say to Achilles, in an interview between them, and which, applied to this watchful lady, and to the vexation she has given me, and to the certainty I now think I have of subduing her, will run thus: supposing the charmer before me, and I meditating her sweet person from head to foot. Henceforth, O watchful fair one, guard thee well, for I'll not kill thee there, nor there, nor there, but by the zone that circles Venus' waist, I'll kill thee everywhere, yea, o'er and o'er. Thou, wisest Belford, pardon me this brag, her watchfulness draws folly from my lips, but I'll endeavour deeds to match the words, or I may never. Then I imagine thee interposing to qualify my impatience, as Ajax did to Achilles. Do not chafe thee, cousin, and let these threats alone, till accident or purpose bring thee to it. All that vexes me in the midst of my gloried in devices is, that there is a sorry fellow in the world who has presumed to question whether the prize, when obtained, is worthy of the pains it costs me, yet knows with what patience and trouble a birdman will spread an acre of ground with gins and snares, set up his stalking horse, his glasses, plant his decoy birds, and invite the feathered throng by his whistle, and all his prize at last, the reward of early hours, and of a whole morning's pains, only a simple linnet. To be serious, Belford, I must acknowledge, that all our pursuits, from childhood to manhood, are only trifles of different sort and sizes, proportioned to our years and views. But then is not a fine woman the noblest trifle that ever was or could be obtained by man? And to what purpose do we say obtained, if it be not in the way we wish for? If a man is rather to be her prize, than she his. And now, Belford, what dost think? That thou art a cursed fellow, if no ifs, but I shall be very sick to morrow, I shall, faith. Sick? Why sick? What a devil shouldst thou be sick for? For more good reasons than one, Jack. I should be glad to hear but one. Sick, quotha!
Of all thy roguish inventions, I should not have thought of this. Perhaps thou thinkest my view to be, to draw the lady to my bedside. That's a trick of 3,000 or 4,000 years old, and I should find it much more to my purpose if I could get to hers. However, I'll condescend to make thee as wise as myself. I am excessively disturbed about this smuggling scheme of Miss Howe. I have no doubt that my fair one, were I to make an attempt, and miscarry, will fly from me, if she can. I once believed she loved me. But now I doubt whether she does or not; at least, that it is with such an ardour, as Miss Howe calls it, as will make her overlook a premeditated fault, should I be guilty of one. And what will being sick do for thee? Have patience. I don't intend to be so very bad as Dorcas shall represent me to be; but yet I know I shall reach confoundedly, and bring up some clotted blood. To be sure, I shall break a vessel, there's no doubt of that, and a bottle of Eaton's styptic shall be sent for, but no doctor. If she has humanity, she will be concerned. But if she has love, let it have been pushed ever so far back, it will, on this occasion, come forward, and show itself, not only in her eye, but in every line of her sweet face. I will be very intrepid. I will not fear death, or any thing else. I will be sure of being well in an hour or two, having formerly found great benefit by this astringent medicine, on occasion of an inward bruise by a fall from my horse in hunting, of which perhaps this malady may be the remains. And this will show her, that though those about me may make the most of it, I do not, and so can have no design in it. Well, methinks thou sayest, I begin to think tolerably of this device. I knew thou wouldst, when I explained myself. Another time prepare to wonder, and banish doubt. Now, Belford, I shall expect, that she will show some concern at the broken vessel, as it may be attended with fatal effects, especially to one so fiery in his temper as I have the reputation to be thought to be; and the rather, as I shall calmly attribute the accident to the harasses and doubts under which I have laboured for some time past; and this will be a further proof of my love, and will demand a grateful return. And what then, thou egregious contriver? Why then I shall have the less remorse, if I am to use a little violence; for can she deserve compassion, who shows none? And what if she shows a great deal of concern? Then shall I be in hopes of building on a good foundation. Love hides a multitude of faults, and diminishes those it cannot hide. Love, when acknowledged, authorizes freedom, and freedom begets freedom, and I shall then see how far I can go. Well, but, Lovelace, how the deuce wilt thou, with that full health and vigour of constitution, and with that bloom in thy face, make any body believe thou art sick? How? Why, take a few grains of ipecacuanha, enough to make me reach like a fury. Good. But how wilt thou manage to bring up blood, and not hurt thyself? Foolish fellow! Are there no pigeons and chickens in every poulterer's shop? Cry thy mercy. But then I will be persuaded by Mrs. Sinclair, that I have of late confined myself too much, and so will have a chair called, and be carried to the park, where I will try to walk half the length of the Mall, or so, and in my return amuse myself at White's or the Cocoa. And what will this do? Questioning again! I am afraid thou art an infidel, Belford. Why then, shall I not know if my beloved offers to go out in my absence? And shall I not see whether she receives me with tenderness at my return? But this is not all. I have a foreboding that something affecting will happen while I am out. But of this more in its place. And now, Belford, wilt thou, or wilt thou not, allow that it is a right thing to be sick? Lord, Jack, so much delight do I take in my contrivances, that I shall be half sorry when the occasion for them is over: for never, never shall I again have such charming exercise for my invention. Meantime, these plaguy women are so impertinent, so full of reproaches, that I know not how to do any thing but curse them. And then, truly, they are for helping me out with some of their trite and vulgar artifices. Sally particularly, who pretends to be a mighty contriver, has just now, in an insolent manner, told me, on my rejecting her proffered aids, that I had no mind to conquer, and that I was so wicked as to intend to marry, though I would not own it to her. Because this little devil made her first sacrifice at my altar, she thinks she may take any liberty with me. And what makes her outrageous at times is, that I have for a long time, studiously, as she says, slighted her too readily offered favours. But is it not very impudent in her to think, that I will be any man's successor? It is not come to that neither. This, thou knowest, was always my rule. Once any other man's, and I know it, and never more mine. It is for such as thou and thy brethren to take up with harlots. I have been always aiming at the merit of a first discoverer. The more devil I, perhaps thou wilt say, to endeavour to corrupt the uncorrupted. But I say not, since hence I have but very few adulteries to answer for. One affair, indeed, at Paris, with a married lady, I believe I never told thee of it, touched my conscience a little, yet brought on by the spirit of intrigue, more than by sheer wickedness. I'll give it thee in brief. A French marquis, somewhat in years, employed by his court in a public function at that of Madrid, had put his charming, young, new-married wife under the control and wardship, as I may say, of his insolent sister, an old prude. I saw the lady at the opera. I liked her at first sight, and better at second, when I knew the situation she was in. So, pretending to make my addresses to the prude, got admittance to both. The first thing I had to do was to compliment the prude into shyness by complaints of shyness. Next, to take advantage of the marquise's situation between her husband's jealousy and his sister's arrogance, and to inspire her with resentment, and, as I hoped, with a regard to my person. The French ladies have no dislike to intrigue. The sister began to suspect me. The lady had no mind to part with the company of the only man who had been permitted to visit her, and told me of her sister's suspicions. I put her upon concealing the prude, as if unknown to me, in a closet in one of her own apartments, locking her in, and putting the key in her own pocket, and she was to question me on the sincerity of my professions to her sister in her sister's hearing. She complied. My mistress was locked up. The lady and I took our seats. I owned fervent love, and made high professions, for the marquise put it home to me. The prude was delighted with what she heard. And how dost thou think it ended? I took my advantage of the lady herself, who durst not for her life cry out, and drew her after me to the next apartment, on pretence of going to seek her sister, who all the time was locked up in the closet. No woman ever gave me a private meeting for nothing, my dearest Miss Harlowe excepted. My ingenuity obtained my pardon, the lady being unable to forbear laughing throughout the whole affair, to find both so uncommonly tricked, her jailoress, her prisoner, safe locked up, and as much pleased as either of us. The English shite do not often outwit the French. We had contrivances afterwards equally ingenious, in which the lady, the ice once broken, once subdued, always subdued, co-operated. But a more tender tell-tale revealed the secret, revealed it before the marquise could cover the disgrace. The sister was inveterate. The husband irreconcilable, in every respect unfit for a husband, even for a French one, made perhaps more delicate to these particulars by the customs of a people among whom he was then resident, so contrary to those of his own countrymen. She was obliged to throw herself into my protection, nor thought herself unhappy in it, till childbed pangs seized her. Then penitence and death overtook her the same hour. Excuse it, dear Belford. She deserved a better fate. What hath such a vile inexorable husband to answer for? The sister was punished effectually. That pleases me on reflection, the sister effectually punished. But perhaps I have told thee this story before. End of Letter 55. End of Clarissa Harlowe, Vol. 4, by Samuel Richardson.